ko rito. Kinabukasan. Whatever doing wrong, oh, just once.
And good morning, everyone. May I request everybody to please to turn on their cameras so we can start our program na po ngayong morning. So before we proceed to our training, we are going to ask the presence of our Lord through a prayer.
Bluetooth mode.
Okay, attendance check-in po muna tayo bago tayo pumunta sa ating randomizer para sa ating recap. Nandito na po ba si Sir Warlito? Hello sir, good morning. Yan, buksan po ang ating mga camera para ma-recognize po dahil mamaya po may ipapagawa po kasi. And then si Sir Roberto Suarez, nandito na po ba? Hi Sir Roberto, good morning po.
Morning.
Si Sir Albert Franz, good morning sir. Ayun. Si Sir Rolando na kumakanta kanina. Hello sir, good morning. Sana all
Morning, sir.
Sir Ben Har, good morning sir.
Tatawag na siya.
Opo, nagtatawag na po ako. Si Sir Gerardo, good morning Sir Gerardo, nandito na po ba kayo? Ayan. And then, si Sir Marlon. Yeah, most active participant is Sir Marlon. And then si Sir Mark Jovi. Ayun si Sir Mark. And then si Ma'am Myrel and Sir Michael. Ma'am Myrel, saan po kayo? Sa Korean Heart naman po dyan para makita ko kayo.
Hello sir, good morning.
Good morning po.
Yung sa amin sir, yung sa laptop, nag-login pa kami. Kasama ko si Ma'am Merel.
Okay po. Si Sir Henderson. Good morning, sir. Ang ating early bird ay si Sir Henderson. Si Sir RJ. Hi, Sir RJ. Good morning. Si Ma'am Diana Rose.
Send po.
Hi, Ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir John Lee. Sir John Lee, asan ka? Ayun. Kumakabaw. Ma'am Vicky.
Morning, sir.
Good morning po. And then si Sir Conrad.
Morning, sir.
Ayun, good morning. Sir Timmy, the third.
Good morning, sir.
Ang dilim ng background mo, sir. Si Sir Albert Heronimo.
Sir present. Good morning.
Good morning po. And then, Ma'am Luz. Nasaan na si Ma'am Luz? Narinig ko na si Ma'am kanina. Hi, Ma'am. Pa-open po ng camera. Ayan. Si Sir Michael, nandito na rin. So, eto na. Para sa ating recap, eto na siya. Wait lang na. Yun. Ready na po ba? Sir Timmy, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Go ahead po.
3
3 minutes lang, sir.
Hello, sir. Yung recap po natin yesterday, yung sa umaga, yung about sa crane, mga hazards ng pag-operate ng types of crane. Tapos meron din pong sa mga heavy equipment, mga blind spot sa backhoe, mga ganun na equipment, heavy equipment na commonly used sa construction. Tapos sa hapon po ang na-discuss is yung sa scaffolding, yung proper erection niya, parts ng scaffolding, ano yung mga kailangan na authorized person sa pag-implement ng scaffolding natin. At saka yung equipment, I mean yung sa harness nila ng mga tao pag sasabit sa scaffolding.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ayan, Sir RJ, pa-mute po ang inyong device. O dahil po, o kaya po, sige, next na natin si Sir RJ Capral. Sir RJ, good morning.
Sir, looking po.
Go ahead, sir.
Sir, ano po yung tanong? Hindi ko po kasi na-follow up kanina kasi yung lab.
Mhm. Recap po tayo, sir. Ano po ba yung mga na-discuss natin kahapon?
Kahapon po, nag-discuss po kahapon.
Mhm.
Bali, yung tungkol po sa crane, tapos yung tungkol sa scaffolding, yung tagging, ano ba? Yung mga tools, bakit nagkakaroon ng problema sa crane, sa pag-set up yung mga factor, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ayan. Pakimit po. Ayan. Tawag pa tayo ng isa. Sir Rolando. Uy, talagang, sir, ikaw talagang paborito ng ating people. Hello, Sir Rolando. Asa na po kayo?
Hello, sir. Hindi ko makakarinig, sir.
Yan, sir. Ano po ba yung mga naging topic natin kahapon? Recap lang po ng topic natin kahapon.
Recap sa kahapon na topic, sir.
Yes po.
Tungkol yung kahapon sa sir, sa yung nandito na hasad ng sa yung equipment.
Mhm.
Yung sa scaffolding, alin yung green tag, yung yellow tag, saka red tag, yung from height, yung dapat gawin para yung mga workers hindi mahulog, yung tamang platform, tamang scaffolding. Yan lang, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yan, may oras pa po tayo. Sir Benhar. May pinuntahan. Sige, tawag tayo ng isa pa. Ma'am Vicky, good morning po.
Good morning, sir. Ang napag-aralan po natin kahapon, sir, is yung types of ladder, tapos yung scaffolding, tapos yung mga heavy equipment materials po. Yan lang po, sir.
Thank you po. Sige, may oras pa po tayo. May 4 minutes pa po tayo. Habang... Ayan. Ma'am Myrel, good morning.
Good morning po. Ay sir, yung recap lang po yung pinag-aralan po natin kahapon is about po sa parts po ng scaffolding and then yung mga heavy equipment po. Then yung about po sa mga tube and copper scaffold po. Yun po.
Thank you so much, ma'am. O, diba surprise talaga? Next po, may oras pa tayong 3 minutes. Sir Wardito, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Bali yung na-discuss kahapon, sir, is regarding sa mga heavy equipment and then sa proper rigging, proper erection, tapos yung distance, kung paano paano mag-trigger para mag-trigger at mag-lift ng mga gamit. And then yung sa hapon naman is yung sa scaffolding. Yung paano mag-install yung mga gamit niya. At saka yung mga heights. At yung tawag dito, yung mga pagkabit ng mga stabilizer niya, yung tamang tawag dito. Ayun lang po, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, sir. Ayan, dahil ayan na. So, ang ating speaker of the day ay nandito na. Let me introduce to you our speaker for the day. So, our speaker is Safety Officer Trey. He is a DOL OSHC accredited occupational safety and health practitioner, a registered nurse in the Philippines and in the United States of America. He is also an occupational health nurse, DOLE OSHC certified COSH trainer, gained expertise in administrative, operations, and management works. Excellent in formulating, managing, and implementing occupational safety and health management system. He has experience in planning, organizing, and implementing occupational safety and health and environment control program. A resource speaker of various topics related to occupational safety and health trainings, COSH and COSH trainer, and other public health related matters. Please welcome our speaker for the day, Safety Christian Ian Dixon. Good morning, sir, and welcome po sa ating training.
Safety officers. Good morning, Sir Lucky. Guys, can you hear me? Sir, marinig mo ako, Sir Lucky?
Yes po, sir. Loud and
Okay.
clear po.
Okay, very good. Safety officers, pagandang umaga sa lahat. Yun. Medyo mahihain pa. It's already your day 3, guys. Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Sir Lucky, ilan po ang participants natin ngayon?
We have 19 participants, sir.
Okay, good. So, ito yung mga potential natin ng mga safety, construction safety leaders in the future, no? So, welcome to our day 3 for our construction, occupational safety and health, or our COSH training, no? After this lecture, after this course, for these 40 hours, you are to be called a certified construction safety officers 2. Okay. So I think na-introduce na ako ni Sir Lucky. So again, I am Safety Ian. Thank you for that introduction, Sir Lucky. You can call me anytime, Safety Ian. And then I'm currently here in Jensen City. We have a project here, a hospital building. No, I've been in a safety industry since 2013. No, even though I'm a registered nurse, but I'm not practicing already as a registered nurse in a hospital setting. Mas nag-focus pa ako sa construction industry talaga as a safety professional, safety officer, supervisor, and manager, and sometimes consultancy na lang with other projects. Okay? So these are my details, guys. You can contact me anytime sa aking number po, sa Facebook ko, or even sa email if you have any inquiry or questions about my topic, or even may mga problems kayo in relation to occupational safety and health. Okay, guys, kilala nyo na ako. I'm Safety Ian. So gusto ko rin po makilala po kayo, bawat isa. No? We have a lot of time. For the whole day, tayo po magkasama ngayon. So para mas madali po tayo magkaintindihan, discussion with our workshop. So please introduce yourself to me, safety officers. So please tell your name. Saan po kayo connected ngayon? Or saan kayo nag-work? You are working as what? And then bakit kayo nag-attend ng COSH training? Okay, so I will call you one by one. Okay. So let's all welcome Sir Waldito. Good morning po.
Good morning po, sir. I'm Marlito Icalwing from Tuguegarao City, Cagayan po. Student po, sir.
Yun. Welcome, Sir Waldito. Bakit you are here with the COSH training?
Bali, sir, dati na po kasi akong nagtrabaho sa Maynila, sir, sa construction, sir, under DDT, WPI, EEI, saka DTEM. So, po,
Datem, no? Datem company. Okay, go ahead.
Bali din sa experience ko, series number 1 is kailangan talaga yung safety training program.
Yun. Thank you for that, Sir Walito. And then this is the beginning of your safety career, siguro after your COSH training. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let's move forward to Sir Albert. Sir Albert, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I'm Albert Geronimo, sir, from Cabatuan, Isabela, sir. Nag-aaral pa rin, sir. Fourth year student. Sir, kaya andito ako sa seminar ngayon, sir, to gain more knowledge about safety in construction and health, sir. Yun lang, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Albert. Let's move forward to Sir Marlon. Sir Marlon, good morning.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Hello po.
Sir, my name is Marlon Maligaya, working as PM dito sa construction project namin sa Tuguegarao City. Nandito po ako para madagdagan yung knowledge ko sa occupational safety and health. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Yun. Thank you for that, Sir Marlon. And now let's move forward to Sir Conrad. Sir Conrad, good morning.
Hello, sir. Good morning. I'm Conrad Lawrence Dacula from Zambales, sir. And kinuha ko tong course na to, sir, para makapag-apply sa, kasi may project yung pinsan ko ngayon. So, kailangan nila ng safety officer. So, sana matanggap ako doon. So, and gain more knowledge about safety. And thank you, sir.
Yun. Maraming salamat, Sir Conrad. Okay. And now let's move forward to Sir John Lee. Sir John Lee, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hello po.
I'm John Lee Pacquiao. I'm a fresh graduate of mining engineer. I'm from Tauban, Benguet. I work as a miner for part-time and I have a business of furniture shop. I take this training because I would like to add it on my first aid certificate and also my boss certificate.
Yun. So it's good, sir. Tapos na kayo ng Bosch.
Yes, sir.
Yun, very good. So nagpa-practice na po kayo as a safety officer?
Hindi pa kasi kukuha ko lang nung May.
Okay po. So at least kompleto na yung mga basic trainings mo, Bosch at COSH.
Yes, sir.
Yun. Congratulations in advance. Thank you so much, Sir John Lee. And now let's move forward. Let's welcome Sir Henderson. Sir Henderson, good morning.
Good morning. I am Henderson Gonzalez. I'm from Batangas City, but currently I reside in Parañaque City. And currently I am a project in charge in Demolisa Inc. Aquapools. And I took COSH training to have more knowledge in the safety and welfare of my workers. Thank you.
Anong project yung ngayon, Sir Henderson?
Mga swimming pool lang, sir. Construction of swimming pool.
Yeah. Si Sir Henderson belongs to a management side pala. Thank you, Sir Henderson.
Thank you.
Now, let's welcome Sir Mark Jovi. Good morning, Sir Mark.
Morning, sir. Siguro kilala niyo naman ako, sir, na ulit.
Opo.
My name is Mark Jovi Padrigo. I'm from Antique. And sa ngayon ay nasa fitness industry ako. Makikita niyo naman sa background. Yun nga, kumuha ako ng COSH dahil kumuha ako ng COSH dahil sa possibility na unang aking ama ay isa ring safety officer na sa ngayon isa nga siya, ang health and consultant. Then umasa din ako pagkuha ko ng training na ito is yun nga, magkaroon din ako ng oportunidad kasi kitang-kita ko naman sa narating din ng aking ama. Yun nga, malaki yung improvement sa aming pamilya. At gusto ko rin naman mayapak din yung mga nayapakan niya.
Yun, sir, kompleto ko na, Sir Mark. Dati Bosch, ngayon COSH.
COSH.
Father mo, maano mo talaga, ma-follow mo na yung yapak niya.
Thank you, sir.
Next, sasunod, Sir Mark, LCM na.
Tingnan natin.
Safety training. Thank you so much, Sir Mark. Welcome back again. And now, let's welcome Sir RJ. Good morning. Hello po.
Good morning po.
Hello. How to pronounce your name?
Jim po.
Okay. Good morning.
My name is Ajay Cabral. I am from Zambales. But currently, I am living here in Baguio City for my because I am reviewing for my position on November. I took the course of construction safety and health courses because I think that in the future, magagamit future sa inyong trabaho. Pag na-dapat bawat
Good, maraming salamat po. Thank you. And now let's welcome Sir Myrel, Ma'am Myrel and Sir Michael. Dalawa po sila. Good morning. Una natin, ladies first. Si Ma'am Myrel. Si Pa.
Good morning po, sir. I'm Myrel Separa, working as service admin po sa RJ Technical Solution. And then, nandito po ako para po matuto po about safety para sa next project po ng company. Magkaroon na po kami ng safety.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Sir Michael, good morning po.
Hello, sir. Good morning. My name is Michael Ercelina. I'm from Iloilo. I am here in Manila. I am working as a aircon technician. I'm working in aircon industry. I am here to learn about safety and precautions.
Yun, maraming salamat, Sir Michael. Okay, ka-workmate nyo, magka-work po kayo, Ma'am Myrel? Nasa office kayo ngayon. Okay, good. Pero hindi po kayo naka-face mask. Basta 1 meter social distancing po. Thank you. And now let's proceed to Sir Albert Franz Sanchez. Sir Albert, good morning.
Good morning po, sir. I'm Albert Franz Sanchez. I'm from Toledo City, Cebu. Di pa ako nag-aral po, sir. I'm a third-year accounting student, management accounting. Tapos, nandito lang po ako dahil pinapakuha to sa tatay ko. And thank you.
Nga nung di pa kuha makasi yung papa ni mo, Sir Albert, bakit ka pinakuha ng coach ng papa mo?
I don't know, sir, pero I know in the future days, magagamit ko din to.
Thank you so much, Albert, na. So later on, sir, kasi pagiging safety officer, walang pinipiling kurso yan siya. No? So according to the law, the basic requirement lang to become a safety officer if you are graduated of our formal trainings, such as the 10 hours basic, 10 hours COSH training, the 4 hours training, plus advanced safety training po. Thank you, Sir Albert. At least ako'y kauban na Bisaya diri sa room karon. At least meron pong Bisaya, no, from dito po sa group natin ngayon.
Daghan mo, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Albert. Let's move forward po kay Ma'am Vicky. Ma'am Vicky, good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm Vicky Pasca po from Palawig, Zambales. Student pa lang po. Nag-join po ako sa COSH dahil para mag-gain po yung knowledge ko about construction and safety. Tapos I hope in the future po na magamit ko sa work ko po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Vicky. Okay, and now let's welcome Sir Robert. Sir Robert, good morning.
So, good morning. Okay, sorry sir. Feedback. Nor kasama safety officer.
Dapat yun, naka-mute dapat siya and then kayo po naka-on.
Hello, good morning. I'm
Robert.
Roberto Juarez Jr. I'm working as a safety officer in Ibicard Construction and Services. Live in Toledo City, Cebu.
Okay.
I want to learn more about safety protocols and safety measure about this COSH seminar. Okay.
Yun. Welcome, Sir Robert. Sir Robert, matagal na po kayo nagpa-practice as a safety officer sa inyong company po?
Newly hire lang ako, sir. Mga 5 days pa lang.
Yun. And then, pagka-hire sa inyo, pina-enroll ka agad ng COSH.
Oo. Oo, sir.
Yun. Welcome, Sir Robert. No? So, maganda yung chaleco niyo, sir. Ano po nakasulat dyan sa pangalan po?
EB card.
Okay. The name of your company?
EB card construction services.
Yun. Akala ko, sir, magpa-file po kayo ng COC. Welcome, Sir Robert, the new safety officer. Okay, now let's move forward to Sir Michael Gersalina. Sir Michael, good morning.
Hello, sir. Tapos na po ako, sir.
Ay, so sorry, sir. Okay, sorry po. Kasi disarrange po yung ano ko. Zoom ko dito. Pasensya na po. Sir Rolando, good morning.
Good morning, sir. My name is Rolando Miharo. I'm from Toledo City. I'm working as a safety officer in a guard services company here in Toledo City, Cabin Capel, sir. Why I'm here, sending questioning because siguro madagdagan yung kalaman ko sa safety, sir. Salamat, sir. Good morning.
Thank you, Sir Rolando. Happy na mahuman inyong answer no inyong tulay. Yung bagong tulay po.
Ano, sir?
Malapit na po matapos yung tulay na ginagawa dyan sa Cebu City, yung pinakamalaking tulay. Right, no?
Sir, malapit na, sir. Konti-konti lang, sir. Mga ilang meters lang kulang.
Yun. Another lang.
Sa province ka rin, sir.
Okay po.
Toledo City, Atlas.
Thank you, Sir Rolando.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, Ma'am Diana Rose. Good morning, Ma'am Rose.
Morning po.
Hello, ma'am.
Ako po si Diana Rose Araman. Reviewee po. Nag-take po ako ng COSH para madagdagan po yung knowledge ko, awareness in construction. Kasi magagamit ko po ito sa pag nagka-work po ako. Yun po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Rose. Thank you po. And now let's welcome Sir Artemio Timi. Anak of at ang ano niya eh.
Hello, sir. Good morning. I'm Artemio Timi Marrero. I'm a mechanic. Right now, I'm in Mountain Province, kaya medyo nahirapan po ako sa signal, sir. Because nag-enroll po ako ng course para in case po na magamit sa field is may kaalaman din po ako sa construction. Yun lang po, sir. Thank you.
Sir Timi, maraming salamat po. Okay, and then Luz Gasatan. Ma'am Luz, good morning. Hello? I think there's a problem with the line. Okay, let's move forward. Sir Benjur Jose Ortega, good morning. Okay. Siguro yung naka-off ang yung mga camera nila. I think there's a problem with their line. Shot. Okay? So, good morning once again, safety officers. Welcome po sa ating occupational safety and health in construction industry na. So, if you are a graduate of COSH Training po, pwede na po kayo mag-practice in the construction industry. Okay? Because I'm gonna review lang pala, no? I'm sure this was discussed already. We have two basic courses in order you to become a safety officer. We have a COSH and COSH Training. If you are a graduate of COSH, you can work or practice as safety officer in general industry, no? Except for construction, like a hospital, safety officer in a hotel, manufacturing, restaurant, all industries. But if you want to focus in construction industry, COSH lang po ang ating kukunin na basic training as a safety officer. Sir, graduate pa ako ng BOSH, pwede ba ako mag-construction safety officer? Noon po, nung hindi pa masyadong sikat itong COSH, pwede po sila mag-practice as a safety officer in construction. But right now, because we have a new safety law and also guidelines with DOLE, kailangan ang pag-practice lang po ng construction industry, yung mga graduate po ng COSH. But doesn't mean, Hana, you can proceed immediately. There's a ratio according to the IIR, Republic Act 11358. A number of these workers is equivalent to this number of safety officer, equivalent to the rank. Magdidepende pa rin yan siya. Kasi usually po, si construction industry belongs to a high-risk industry, and then more than 10 people, kailangan na po ng safety officer 3. Okay, so after this 40 hours, you need to have additional advanced safety training, 40 hours pa po. And also, a 2 years practice in a safety officer profession. Okay, so that's only a review. Guys, maraming salamat po, no? So tayo po magkasama ngayon sa buong araw, 8 o'clock hanggang 5 p.m. ngayong hapon. Okay, what do you expect for this training, no? This is your day 3. So there are some topics na ating discuss ngayon. We have some also activities. Okay, please cooperate lang po. This will be a pure lecture. There will be also a workshop presentation later on, maybe this afternoon. And then meron din po tayo mga entertainment, okay? Mga gagawing mga entertainment para hindi po tayo matutulog. So this is a 40 hours. So this is a 5 days training and this is your day 3. Guys, for this day, we're going to discuss 6 topics, no? Industrial hygiene, medical surveillance, okay? It focuses on occupational health. At the same time, we're going to discuss COVID-19 prevention and control in workplace because that is the number 1 biological hazard that we are facing every day in all industries. Dati po, si biological hazard, nakafocus lang sila sa mga medical industry. But right now, lahat po, all walks of life, no, lahat pong klase ng magtrabaho, workplace, even sa bahay, we are at threat with this COVID-19 virus or the SARS-CoV-2. We're also to discuss the personal protective equipment or the PPE, the last line of defense according to the hierarchy of control, the demolition safety, and also safety inspection as one of our number 1 role as a safety officer to conduct safe inspection at site because there are 3 things to develop, no, in order for you to become a competent safety officer. You should have a safety eye, good documenter, and also a good trainer, ang safety officer. As number 1, a safety eye, we should be a good safety inspector sa ating site kung saan po kayo ma-assign. Guys, for house rule po, so always put your mic na lang po in silent mode or mute mode nyo na lang if wala po kayong i-discuss po dito po sa klase natin. Kung you don't need to put your mic on kasi magpi-feedback po siya or istorbo po sa ating klase ngayon, no? Pero once you have any concern, just raise your hand. We will call your attention and then please unmute your mic. Okay, kung may natutulog mamaya, guys, especially this afternoon, wag nyo lang po silang istorbohin. Tignan lang po natin sila sa camera, yung matutulog mamaya, siguro bored na siya or siguro may buhos kagabi, that's why inaantok. But don't worry, kailangan niya po mag-icebreaker once may mahuli tayo matutulog mamaya. Kailangan niya po mag-present ng TikTok presentation sa ating lahat. Okay, yun ang ating rules, guys, ha? When someone is talking in front, please show respect and listen to the one talking to us. And also, if you have something or may mga concern kayo, just raise your hand or just type it sa chat box po natin para mabigyan po natin siya ng attention. Not all, at all times po no, na si trainer lang po yung nagbibigay ng information, facts, or mga learning sa atin. Even you, pwede rin kayo mag-share ng mga insights, experiences po ninyo na hindi rin namin alam. So this is an interactive training po. This is not like a classroom type na si teacher lang po magsasalita. Kailangan din namin malaman kung ano yung mga alam ninyo and share it to the whole group. Okay guys, please cooperate in all activities. Kung kailangan po magsayaw, magsayaw po tayong lahat. Kalimutan nyo muna kung kayo po ay manager o engineer sa inyong group, sa inyong company. Ngayon po, mag-classmate po tayong lahat. Kung kailangan natin mag-icebreaker, tayong lahat isasayaw. Kung kailangan natin mag-exam, lahat po mag-participate po ng exam. Kung may tanong po kami, please answer also the question, guys. No? So this is an interactive type of training again. No? So, okay, so we will observe punctuality, guys. So we will have a 1-hour break this lunchtime. Example, kung matapos tayo ng 11:30, we will start by 12:30. Or kung 11, we will start to 12, we will start by 1. Okay? Para lang po ma-manage natin yung time natin. Basta, don't worry guys, these 6 topics, I will discuss this for the whole day. Merong mga topic na madali lang natin discuss, may mga topics na masusobra sa oras. Basta, buuin natin tong 8 hours training ngayong araw. Okay guys, we're still in COVID pandemic right now. So especially po, kung may makasama kayo ngayon sa inyong mga rooms, while ongoing yung training natin, please observe pa rin yung COVID protocol natin, no? Wear your face mask at all times, do the 1 meter social distancing, hand hygiene, okay? And proper ventilation in your room. But kung kayo lang po mag-isa, no problem po. No? So, also apply this even not only in our training, but in our everyday living or everyday life na natin to. Kasi naging parte na po sa COVID-19 sa araw-araw natin na activities. Okay? In case of also of emergency, guys, example, ongoing po training natin ngayon, biglang naglindol, no? Please do the cover and hold kung saan pa kayo kung saan man kayo naroon ngayon. So if there's an access going immediately to your building, please move out. Go to the nearest safe point po, assembly point, kung saan man kayo ngayon. Now, free po kayo from any falling object, no? From any kung saan po kayo pwedeng ma-aksidente. Aside from that, case of fire, if you have a fire extinguisher, extinguish immediately by using the PASS acronym. Okay? So, safety officers, from time to time, ha? Safety officers, are you ready for our day 3 training? Okay. Thumbs up muna dyan, yung mga ready na po.
Yes, sir.
Maraming salamat po, mga safety officers, no? Kung may mga questions kayo ngayon mamaya, ha, or may gusto nyong i-share, please call my attention. I will give you the floor po to discuss sa buong klase po natin. But guys, I'm sure may mga kayo, may na-discuss na to sa inyong day 1 at day 2 or may mga hidden knowledge na po kayo about safety, no? Let's have a test. Answer the question, okay, by portraying the picture after a count of 5, no? So, I will show you a question and then yung mga answers po, yung mga choices, may mga pictures po doon. After 5 seconds, kailangan i-portray nyo po kung ano ang sagot doon po sa question na yon. Okay? Kung ang picture is ganito, dapat ganito po kayo after 5 seconds, dapat sabay-sabay po tayo. Ang hindi po sumagot sa question, may penalty, mamayang alauna dapat mag-TikTok sa harap nating lahat. Okay? So, let's start. Question number 1. Okay. Wait after 5 counts or you will portray the answer. It is unplanned event that results in personal injury. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go! What is your answer? Dapat lahat, ha? Okay lang mag-cheating. What is your answer, guys?
Accident.
Sir Michael? Okay, yung iba no, walang camera. Sir Mark, Lovey? Okay. We will check kung ano po ang tamang answer. Yun. Accident. Huh? Yun, very good. It is unplanned event that result in personal injury. No? Any instances that resulting to first aid cases, medical treatment cases, fatality, death, or even property damage, that is an accident. Next question. No? Thank you for your participation, guys. Ha? Ito po. According to the Heinrich Domino theory, blank percent of all accidents are caused by unsafe acts of people. 80, 10, or 88. Go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is your answer? Sir Henderson? Sir Mamayrel? Yun. Of all accident, ilan pong porsyento yung unsafe acts? What is your answer, guys? Bakit wala na po nagpo-portray? Safety officer.
88, sir.
Yun.
88%, sir.
I don't like, please do not tell me the answer. Just portray it. The answer is? 88%. Yun. Very good. Next question, guys. It is unplanned, unwanted event that had the potential to lead to injury, damage, or loss. Yung mga insidenteng muntik-muntikan na po. Accident, near miss, or property damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go! What's your answer? Yun, very good. The answer is near miss. Yo? Any instances, no, that meron po mga insidenteng muntik-muntik ka na, all near misses guys should have a attention po, no? Kasi may mga instances po tayo na may isang bagay na nahulog from elevated area. Mabuti na lang walang natamaan. Ni-report kay safety officer. Dapat ang tamang action so that we will prevent the occurrence of same incident or baka next time na mangyari yon, meron na pong matamaan. That's why do not ignore any near miss report na makarating po sa inyong mga opisina. Please address it. Please do control measure or do recommendation to prevent any untoward incident to happen later on. Okay. Another question, guys. What is the first line or level of hierarchy of control upon identifying the hazard and assessing the risk? What is the first level in hierarchy of control? Engineering control, elimination control, or admin control? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go! Very good. Yun. The answer is elimination. According to the hierarchy of control, no, the first level, if we will assess a certain situation that there is a potential hazard, is to eliminate that potential hazard rather than to give immediately recommendation to have the PPE. So we will follow the leveling system, no? First is to do elimination, substitution, engineering control, admin control, and also the last is the PPE. But sometimes, pwede natin itong i-combine lahat-lahat po ng control. Okay? Thank you, safety officers, for your cooperation. No? So, that is our introduction. And now, let's move forward to our first topic for this third day training. Yun. Safety officer, our first discussion is about industrial hygiene. Okay? Industrial hygiene is more focused on dealing with this health hazard existing in our every construction site. There are two types of hazard that we need to deal every day upon doing our inspection or doing our audit or even upon the report of our subordinates or other people sa loob po ating construction industry. That is a safety hazard and also the health hazard. But sometimes, nakakaligtaan natin i-address agad ang itong health hazard kasi ang impact po nito is gradual, matagal pa po, hindi immediate. No, that therefore, safety officers, either it is a safety or health hazard, we need to deal it equally based po sa ating risk assessment kung saan po yung mag-effect po ng high risk hazard. And this industrial hygiene is more focused on dealing with this health hazard in our construction site. Guys, for our objective for this topic, at the end of this industrial hygiene topic, every safety officer should define industrial hygiene and health hazards. We should discuss the health hazards in construction site and also to discuss the hazard in every construction workplace and to discuss the control measure of health hazard. We should define industrial hygiene. What do you mean by industrial hygiene, safety officers? It is a discipline of anticipating, recognizing, evaluating, and controlling health hazard in working environment. Dealing with this health hazard existing in our construction site. Upon dealing with this one, through our recognition and assessment, we should do evaluation in order for us to gauge what type or what level is the risk of that certain health hazard. And after that risk assessment, we will recommend or do implementation by controlling this health hazard upon our inspection. And that is the meaning of this industrial hygiene. No, kung makarinig po kayo ng industrial hygiene, it is all about the discipline or a word in relation to occupational health. Health hazard, it is a danger to health resulting from exposure to chemicals, physical, biological, environmental pollutants such as asbestos, and to lifestyle choice such as cigarette smoking or even chemical abuse. If we hear the word health hazard, nakapaloob po dito yung chemical hazard, physical hazard, biological hazard, or even ergonomics and psychological hazard. No? So ito po na-discussin kanina. Upon going to our site in doing safety inspection, we need to identify what kind of this certain hazard that we should address immediately. And these are the types of this health hazard possible in our construction site kung saan man kayo mabilong. You will identify chemical hazard, no? The presence of this fume, gases or air, or even dust, the physical hazard, the biological hazard, the ergonomics due to the movement or doing excessive force, or even psychosocial or psychological hazard. Let's discuss first the chemical hazard safety officer. Chemical hazards involve gases, solid minerals and dust, or even fumes, or even liquid vapor and mist existing in every activity performed in our construction industry. Chemical hazard is a substance that has the potential to cause harm to life or even health. Exposure to chemical hazard can cause acute, no, or even long-term or chronic health effect to our body, no? Sometimes po kasi, once we are exposed with these chemicals existing in our construction site, pwedeng mabilisan ang epekto nito. That is an acute effect. Usually the acute in relation to less than 6 months. But sometimes there's some instances na ang effect po na exposure with this chemical hazard will lead to more than 6 months or chronic effect po sa ating katawan. Example nito, if you are exposed with organic solvents in a form of vapor, you're exposed to acid in a form of mist, or even yung mga liquid na pwede tayong madirect contact, heavy metals sa pamagitan po ng fumes na pwedeng ma-inhale po natin, the gases produced by these compressed gas cylinders, mga engine po sa ating sites natin na pwede natin ma-inhale, or even due to poor dust control in our construction site na pwede rin mag-lead into respiratory problem. Guys, the route of entry for this chemical hazard could be due to inhalation, no? Pwedeng mapapasok po sa ilong po natin upon our breathing process. Pwede rin itong mainom po natin because unlabeled yung mga containers natin doon o matalsikan yung bunganga natin, immediately will go to our system with our GI tract. Skin contact because there's no barrier or protection to our skin. Direct exposure to the certain chemical. Aside from that is injection. Due to the puncture of certain material, there is an opening to the barrier of our skin and directly papasok po dun sa tissue sa ating katawan. Mas mabilis din po yung pagpasok sa ating katawan because it will result sa pag-expose rin dito dun sa bloodstream po natin. Guys, kahit saan po ditong route of entry na mga chemical hazard is masyado pong delikado, especially in relation to breathing, okay? Ingestion or even itong injection. Itong skin contact, pwede agad mag-agapan kasi once there is irritation or tingling sensation or pain or hotness, pwede agad i-submerge natin ito sa water or running water para ma-cool down. But once it is inhaled, mas delikado po kasi ma-expose agad yung certain chemical, papasok sa ating baga, and remember guys, all blood dadaan po sa lungs natin for proper gas exchange, no? Getting the oxygen and removing the carbon dioxide. That's why po, mabilis ang epekto once we inhale the certain fumes or gases inside our body. Remember guys, yung example nito is anesthesia sa hospital po. Minsan po, ang administration po anesthesia is through inhalation. Pinapadaan din po yan siya. No? Nakatubo po yung tao kasi there is a ventilator, and then doon rin po dinadaan po yung anesthesia. That's kasi alam po nila, mabilis ang epekto sa katawan once mapasok po sa lungs yung something na mga chemicals or yung mga gamot. Okay? Moving forward, safety officer. These things that I mentioned, yun po dapat natin protektahan para hindi po tayo ma-expose with different chemicals na nasa loob sa ating mga construction site. Example nito yung mga solvents. Ginagamit po yung mga solvents to dissolve a certain chemical rin po para makuha natin yung output po niya. Solvents can be entered in our body, no, through inhalation, ingestion, or even skin absorption if we will not use any barrier like such as rubber gloves. Who are workers or those people exposed with these solvents or handling with this kind of chemicals? Those who are dealing with cement workers, are painters, tilers or grouters, the plumbers, or even the masonry workers. I will give you example guys na nangyari po sa aming site in relation to a chemical hazard. Meron po kaming isang worker na kailangan niya po magkuha ng isang thinner namin. Ang ginawa po ng warehouse man namin is nilagay yung thinner doon po sa lalagyan ng mineral water or bottled water, unlabeled. we all know that the thinner is colorless and then ang appearance po niya is parang water talaga. Nung dinala na po ni worker yung bottled water, bottled container dun po sa site containing a thinner, is ginamit niya po. Yung meron po siyang sobra, is nilagay lang po niya yung mineral water bottle doon po sa gilid ng site. Malapit po sa drinking water jug. May isang worker dumaan doon, masyadong nauuhaw siya. Pagtingin niya sa water jug, walang baso. May nakita siyang botelya ng mineral water. Ginamit niya po yun siya. Mayroong water, he directly drink the content of that bottle. Buti na lang, konti lang yung pumasok sa kanyang throat kasi na-feel niya po yung irritating effect na parang burning sensation. Immediately, nasuka niya agad yung thinner. And that is example, guys, of a chemical hazard. If there will be no safety program or safety protocol in dealing with this chemical hazard existing in our site. Bakit po pinayagan po ng isang warehouse man na kahit saan pong botelya or kahit anong container po lalagyan ng mga chemicals na yon? Bakit wala pong labeling of mga containers doon po nangyari po sa workplace na yon? And that is an example, guys, of a administrative control in dealing with this chemical hazard. Part of admin control, guys, is to put labels. Part of admin control is to put policy, doing trainings for these people. If we hint with that root cause, sana hindi yun mangyari yung ganong insidente. So this chemical hazard, guys, dalawang bagay lang kasi yan siya. Allow me, guys, to cite sa construction industry, no? Because I'm working in the construction industry since 2013 until now. Okay? Kailangan lang kasi natin, guys, is kailangan makipagmatsyag po tayo kasi usually po yung mga workers natin, walang alam po yan siya sa trabaho nila. Akala lahat po normal. Tayo mga safety officer lang po ang nakakaalam, is it unsafe for them if they are doing unsafe acts, if they are in unsafe condition, guys. And sometimes this hazard is part of our everyday activity. There are two types kasi eh. Either you are going to eliminate that certain hazard para zero accident talaga or just minimizing the risk because that's part of our daily activities. Therefore, paano malalaman niya ng worker either to eliminate that hazard or just to minimize the risk? We will introduce talaga control measure such as educating our people that these are the potential hazard na kasama nila araw-araw or parte po ng trabaho nila. Such as yung sinabi ko kanina na example in dealing with this chemical hazard, no? Kung sana there will be a proper training by the safety officer, by the management, no? About in handling this chemical, sana hindi po yun siya mangyayari. Remember, guys, we can end any construction site or we can end any construction project anyway, no, without any accident. Sabi nila, normal lang po sa construction project yung aksidente. That is not a normal safety officer. Okay? Because of all accident, only 2% is non-preventable and 98% are preventable po, guys. So please do control measure. And then, habang we are discussing this industrial hygiene or this occupational health issue, we will put in our mind talaga that we will practice, we will educate our people about all of these things. No? Another thing, guys, example of activities and solvents in the construction industry, such as paint application and removal, tile installation, concrete works, adhesive application. Guys, solvents, guys, are very acidic. Sometimes they are corrosive also. They're very irritating to the skin. And these are the activities that are involving of handling solvents. Can we eliminate the solvents? No, because that is part or of the ingredients on how to cook a project. Ganun po. Therefore, we will do risk assessment just to minimizing the risk in order for this worker, no, maless po yung exposure nila with a certain hazard. Solvents in construction such as paint, thinner, or adhesive or epoxy. Aside from that, guys, is acid. May mga gamit din po tayo sa construction site na containing acid. Depende po doon sa nakalagay po sa kanyang pictograph niya or doon sa MSDS na nakalagay. Acid are very corrosive. Mainit po yan siya. Very dangerous once ma-inhale po, ma-ingest, or in direct contact sa skin po ng mga workers natin. Nature of exposure, no? Skin or eye contact, inhalation, or even ingestion. No? Example, unlabeled ang container natin, mainom ng worker that containing acid, and it's very dangerous. Who are this worker exposed with this acid? Either mga heavy equipment mechanic po natin, mga plumber, steel workers, the painters, applicator, and installer of textile. Okay? What are example activities and acids in construction? Okay? Example of this, yung mga equipment repairs and maintenance, they are using acids. The plumbing works, application of removal of paints also, and also tile setting. Example, mga acids, mga chemicals containing acids, yung mga lead acid batteries, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, or even mga acetic acid. So therefore, guys, it's very important. Later on, we will discuss it that we should have this SDS or MSDS of all these chemicals na papasok po sa ating construction industry. Part also of this chemical hazard, guys, is the exposure of this dust or even the particulate. Dust is very common, no? Yung pag-produce po ng dust or mga particulate po, very common po sa lahat po ng construction industry. Nagbabuffing po kayo, gumagamit kayo ng mga equipment, yung mga particulates po ng cement, mga debris, pwede po magkaroon po yan siya ng dust. Example rin po sa ating groundbreaking, ay sa ating mga earth moving activities, no? Kaya po ng construction site that there's a lot of heavy equipments na dumadaan. Ano po yung nakalagay sa inyong safety program in relation with this dust management of controlling this one? This is very dangerous, guys, because the exposure of this dust is inhalation. It is the most important route of dust in a workplace. And if there will be an inhalation route of this chemical hazard, specifically on dust exposure, it can damage our lungs. There will be a acute or chronic lung problem or respiratory problem. Magkaroon na po kayo ng example dito is asthma later on. Mahirapan na po kayo maghinga. Pwede rin mag-COPD. Another thing is we need to protect our lungs right now, safety officer. Kasi once mapasukan po kayo ng COVID or mahawakan kayo ng COVID, si SARS-CoV-2 is mahilig magstira talaga sa ating lungs. And while if you have a poor situation or condition of your lungs due to your work exposure, mas mabilis po kayo na papunta sa critical cases once mga COVID po tayo. Example nito is meron na po kayong sakit sa baga dahil exposed po kayo sa dust particulates nung dating trabaho nyo. And sa new work, another thing, exposed naman kayo sa chemicals na may fumes or amoy na masyadong containing acid. And then you have a history already na sira na po yung lungs ninyo, mas madali rin kayong lalabas yung epekto ng inyong sakit. Particles are deposited in the lungs by one of 4 different ways: interception, impaction, cementation, or diffusion process. What are activities involving that it will produce dust? No, demolition works. No, because sisirain po natin yung building, yung mga debris po, mag-create po yan siya ng grabbing dust. No, the plastering activities, the masonry, blasting, excavation, or even clearing. Okay, who are the workers at risk? The masonry workers, heavy equipment operators, demolition and renovation workers, or even the carpenter and wood workers. Mabuti na lang po ngayon mga safety officer, because of COVID-19, lahat po ng mga workers natin ay meron po mga mask. But it's not appropriate pa rin. Especially, yes, all of them may mask na sinusuot. But example, yung mga tao pong involved talaga directly doon sa activity producing dust, dapat respirator po talaga or dust mask ang kanilang susuotin. Huwag yung mga disposable mask na ginagamit po para po sa COVID. But in general workers, no need na talaga na mag-dust mask lang lahat. Pwede lang po kahit disposable mask kung hindi man sila hindi masyado malapit o hindi talaga sila directly involved with a certain activity. Okay? Example of dust particles sa construction place, are mga asbestos, no? Ginagamit sa fire protection, sa roofing, silica, or even mga wood dust. But right now, mayroon rin isang protocol na bawal rin gamitin itong mga asbestos containing materials. No? Yung dati, we are recommending to use the fire blanket, and then we are recommending directly the non-asbestos fire blanket, because this asbestos also is very potent po talaga to damage our respiratory system. Another chemical hazard, guys, is exposure to gases. And very common po, especially if you are involved in activity na may gumagamit po kayo ng mga compressed gas cylinders, or may mga engine po kayo or mga equipment producing gases, no? Na pwede directly involve yung mga tao po natin. The nature of exposure and workers at risk, most common route to expose is inhalation of these gases. The workers are the welders, cutters workers, or yung mga involved sa hot work activities, no? Yung mga gas cutting, welding, okay? Helpers and fire watcher and welding activities, the heavy equipment operators, or even the mga welding supervisors, no? Kasi sila po yung directly exposed talaga sa mga tauhan nila gumagamit po ng mga hot work activities or mga gas cutting activities. Example of gases in construction site, mga welding fumes po natin, acetylene gases, oxygen gas, and also confined space gases. No? Kasi there are some instances, yung mga vessels po natin, mga tangke, that's why we're conducting a gas testing because there are some toxic gases na nag-accumulate pa doon sa loob po ng mga vessel natin that is very dangerous to the health of our workers. That's why also guys, for our workers dealing with these welding activities, kung pwede lang po, they should do it in open air or once nasa closed area po sila or sa mga fabrication area, they should have a systematic ventilation to exhaust that certain gas para hindi po sila directly exposed. Aside from that guys, exposure to heavy metals, no? The nature of exposure is to enter the body via ingestion, skin absorption to direct contact, or even inhalation. Who are the workers involved with these heavy metals? Construction workers or home renovation workers, or even mga welders po natin. Example of mga heavy metals that are used in the construction industry. This activity involve arsenic, cadmium, lead, or even mercury. Guys, as part also of health hazard, aside from a chemical hazard, is the physical hazard. Physical hazard involves exposure to too much noise, exposure to radiation, exposure to vibration that affects the sensation, the nerves, and the mass of the worker, exposure to too much pressure, exposure to poor elimination or too much elimination for the workers, or even extreme temperature. So that are the example of physical hazard, by the way. Example, guys, is the noise. Too much exposure of noise can lead to health effect to the worker. No? According to OSHA, no, beyond 85 decibels of noise, kailangan may hearing protection na po sila. But dito po sa atin, sa OSHA standard ng Pilipinas, beyond 90 decibels, kailangan you should not work more than or exceed in 8 hours or should wear already a hearing protection. No? There should be a device, okay, to check kung gaano ba kalakas ang noise na produce ng certain activity na equipment, kung sino ang involved dun sa klaseng trabaho na yon. And this noise is measured with the unit of decibels. Example of that, an activity involving backhoe. The noise producing that backhoe activity reaches to 85 decibels. No? Kung magsobra na sa 85 decibels, kailangan meron na pong hearing protection na susuotin. Yung ating operator or even yung mga taong nagtrabaho malapit po doon. But masyado pong delikado rin yan siya. Kasi kung lahat na rin po sila may hearing protection, hindi na rin maririnig rin po yung mga noise factor na pwede rin mag-cause ng aksidente. You need to analyze everything, assess the situation. The bulldozers, guys, it can produce or reach beyond 87 decibels. The chop saw, 92 decibels. Grader, scrapers, 107. The front end loader, 90. Jackhammer, 85. Nail gun, 97. It depends on your policy kung ano pong susundin po ninyo. Basta ulitin ko po ha, kung gagamitin nyo po si OSH standard, ng Philippine standard po natin, beyond 90, you cannot work beyond 8 hours without hearing protection if the noise reaches 90 and beyond decibels. But according to the OSHA standard, if your environment reaches already 85 or more than 85, you should already use an earplug or even ear muff para mabawasan po yung level ng noise na papasok po sa inyong tainga. Okay. Example of occupation, exposure to excessive noise. Yung mga equipment operators po natin, yung mga heavy equipment operator, mga grinder operator, gumagamit po ng mga equipment na masyado po maingay. Mga chainsaw, jackhammer, okay? Yung nagkakat po ng tiles. Have you experienced that one? If I had my safety inspection, yung mga tiler po namin na nagkakat po ng maingay. Kawawa po sila masyado. And then nag-aantay na lang sila na tayo po mag-recommend sa kanila to use the earplug or even the ear muff. Okay? Yung mga iron workers, laying metal deck, carpenter or laborer, traffic controllers in construction site because of this heavy equipment roaming around the site. Therefore, guys, as part of your safety program is to provide this proper PPE for them. Okay? Intended for those workers exposed with this equipment or even those workers working very near to that equipment producing too much noise. Okay? Aside from that noise, as part of the physical hazard, guys, is the exposure to vibration. Vibration is a mechanical phenomenon whereby oscillations occur about an equilibrium point. No? Mga equipment po natin sa site, usually napuproduce po ng vibration, and then ang kawawa po, yung mga workers po natin na gumagamit po or nag-handle po sa ganun po mga example ng mga chemicals. Using the grinder, no? Mga jackhammer po natin, other equipment, power generated, na nagbabibrate po siya. Yung gumagamit po ng mga compactor natin with vibration mode. Yung mga nagtatrabaho po sa mga heavy equipment operators natin, they're involved with this vibration. And remember guys, vibration or too much exposure can lead to damage to our nerves or even to the blood vessel or to that specific area kung ano pong naggumagamit po ng itong mga materials na ito or equipment. There are two types of vibration kasi. We have the whole body vibration and hand and arm vibration. If we hear the word whole body vibration, it can occur from the operating large mobile equipment. Example is equipment operator or heavy equipment operator. Mga compactor na kailangan ipa-vibrate po sila para makompact talaga yung ground. You should have a proper administrative control of it. Kung pwede is limited lang yung time of exposure ng worker and then after that 15 minutes mag-rest po na siya or after 1 hour meron pong karelyebo, whatever is your activity. No, because buong katawan po affected po ng too much vibration exposure. Aside from that is the hand and arm vibration. Kasi once you are using the grinder, okay, you are using the drill without rest, okay, yung arm niya po or hand niya exposed with that vibration mode of that equipment. Ang kawawa po is madadamage po yung kanyang nerves po doon. And then the sensation will be affected. Sometimes no, mag-produce po yan siya o mag-result into white fingers po. Bakit white fingers? Because there will be a poor blood circulation to that extremity. Because naapektuhan na po yung blood vessel niya. Much vibration exposure in a longer period of time. Okay? Example of operational exposure vibration, equipment and machine operators, installing new valves, pipe fitting, and manholes. You need to drill or do excavation. Concrete removal brought about by hammers or jackhammers. Masyadong kawawa. Tanungin niyo po, ang mga worker po is doing demolition activity using a jackhammer. Tanungin niyo, sir, ilang minutes na po ba kayo nagtatrabaho dyan, sir? May kalilebo po ba kayo? Okay, papayag na straight 2 hours po siya using that jackhammer. Kawawa po yan, long-term effect. Hindi po yun siya immediately ang epekto niyan o ngayon agad o mamayang gabi. It takes time. And maybe later on, end na po yung, irreversible na po yung problem if ma-report na po sa atin. Aside from that, guys, as part of this personal physical hazard is exposure to too much temperature. No? Example of this, yung mga workers natin doing ground activities, earth moving, walang proper shed. No? Inside the vessel, that there will be a poor ventilation. Walang exhaust po ng mga init na pinuproduce po ng mga equipment po natin. A change in body temperature due to extreme work environmental condition can lead to heat stress. No? Pwede rin heat exhaustion or even in the heat stroke na mas fatal po na mangyayari. So, controlled measure in order for us to protect our workers from this too much heat or too much lower temperature na pwede ma-apekto rin sa kanilang mga health. Okay? Temperature extremes, heat stress may be experienced by workers exposed to excessive heat arising from work. Workers at risk to heat stress includes outdoor workers and workers in hot environment. Especially po guys, yung mga workers natin, kung bago pa lang po nagsimula ang industry. Wala pong proper shed pa yan siya. Foundation work pa lang, masyado po mainit. Ano po yung mga safety programs and policy and protocol na pwede nyo ma-implement po doon? Pwede ba tayo mag-suggest ng shelter or shed from them? Pwede ba tayo mag-request for a time for their break? Can we suggest also to provide a drinking water for them to prevent dehydration? So yun lang po ang pwede natin ma-recommend sa kanila in relation with this too much temperature while doing activity in construction industry. Okay? Sometimes guys, it can also result to hypothermia or yung pagbaba po ng temperatura. Again, if you hear the word hyperthermia, that is excessive temperature produced and then the body will be affected. Hypothermia, if the body temperature reaches less than the normal body temperature. The normal body temperature is 36.5 to 37.5. Kung sila po nagtatrabaho sa masyadong malamig na lugar, pwede po magbaba ang kanilang temperatura na pwede rin pong delikado sa health ng ating mga tauhan. Okay. Guys, aside of that is part of physical hazard, exposure to radiation. Okay? Radiation is energy that is emitted by source. There are two main classes of radiation. Either it is non-ionizing radiation or even non-ionizing radiation. Okay. Who are workers at risk for the exposure of radiation? Mga construction workers natin exposed to emitted low radiation from building materials, sandstone, concrete, brick, natural stone, gypsum, or granite. Or sometimes, yung mga RT natin, no? Yung mga workers natin na nagtatrabaho po involving doing x-ray po sa mga bakal. Okay? They're doing the RT activities, okay, the radiation test activity in nighttime para malit lang po yung tao doon sa construction site na gagawin po nila. Okay? Because they're emitting to a large quantity of radiation to that certain metal to check kung properly bind ba yung metal inside the surface. Okay? Sometimes you're doing it by 1 AM kasi too much, mataas po yung level na radiation na pinuproduce po nila. And there's also some activities rin sa site natin na may nagpuproduce yung equipment natin na radiation. And these people should be protected. Illumination, guys, also is a part of this physical hazard. It is a measure of extreme light falling on a surface. The unit of measuring the light in a certain area is lux. What are the two sources of light? Either it is natural sources or artificial sources. If you hear the word natural sources, it is from the sunlight. Artificial sources, yun pong produce galing po sa kuryente or sa mga mechanical methods po natin. Okay? Example of occupation exposed to inadequate illumination, yung kulang po sa ilaw, mga workers natin sa construction site, not seeing obstruction or on near walking or working surface may cause fall, slip, or trip. Accidental contact with electrical parts or energy sources by electrician, or accidental contact with rotating and moving machineries of machine, equipment, or operator. Safety officers. I will cite you an example po, application po sa site natin. Kung meron activity na gagawin po during night time or inside po sa building that there will be a poor illumination, they should comply a permit to work system. Example nito, may mga worker po na kailangan magtrabaho from 6 PM to 10 PM. Before they will execute the activity, they should comply with a permit to work for night activities in order for us to prepare proper illumination to their activity area. Aside from that, there are some also mga safety control measure aside from that light. But bakit po masyado importante po to provide lighting for them before they will proceed to the activity? Kasi po, if there will be sufficient light, they can focus on the activities kung ano dapat gawin nila. Aside from that, they can identify potential hazard existing in their surrounding to make the activity, the entire shift, safe. Baka po may mga open hole po doon, mga uninsulated, mga electrical wiring, sharp objects, protruding material, na pwede po sila ma-aksidente. That's why please stop in activities during nighttime if there will be a poor illumination. No? Because it can result to physical effect, safety effect, or even to health effect. Katulad sa didiscuss dito sa slide na ito po yung mga trabahante na pwede sila makuryentihan, matusok, mahulog, or mag-direct contact sa mga kuryente po natin or rotating equipment. So guys, do not allow an activity with poor illumination. That is a safety control pa rin. Trabaho pa rin mga safety officer. Okay? But not tayo talaga provide ng ilaw, but to recommend to them, coordinate with the electrician, and let the operation comply with our instruction. Okay, guys? Pressure extreme also is part of a physical hazard. Below or greater pressure, workers on caisson activity or dry under water welding. Because if there will be beneath the water, masyadong malalim po, the pressure is very intense na pwede rin nakasira sa katawan ng ating mga workers. Next example, guys, of a health hazard is involving ergonomics issue. Ergonomics is a process of designing or arranging workplace, products, and systems so that they fit the people who use them. In relation to ergonomic issue, let the activity be adjusted, okay, para po sa tao. Hindi yung tao mag-adjust para sa trabaho. Example of that is, let the activity be performed kung saan po yung working area or levels po sa tao na hindi po siya magduduko, magbibend. or gaining too much pressure po sa paglift po ng beyond sa kanyang capacity. Example of work that exposed to ergonomic hazard, carrying large loads of bricks, working on poorly designed machines, tools, and the workflow, as using a manual screwdrivers over, work like jackhammering, or workers lifting objects, steel bars, and cement bags. Guys, according to the study, female will only carry not beyond 25 kilograms. Si male po siya, kailangan should not carry beyond 50 kg. Kung magsobra na po sa capacity na intended for that standard, kailangan gagamit na po sila ng kahit anong means, such as mechanical or magpatulong po sila sa mga kasamaan po nila. Excessive weight or strength can lead to ergonomic issue. Okay, overturning, bending, carrying heavy object using your back, okay, not using the base of your body, is also an ergonomic issue. And remember guys, this ergonomic issue can lead to musculoskeletal disorder. The number one cause of health effect in relation to all of this health effect is musculoskeletal disorder. No, kailangan natin itong i-control. Another example guys of this health hazard is biological hazard. Biological hazard, it is an agent include bacteria, virus, other microorganism, and even other associated toxin. All living microorganism that can cause infection is considered as biological hazard. Example of this is bacteria. Bacteria are simple single-celled organism. Okay? If there will be exposure to too much bacteria, infection will be occurred. Ang characteristic rin po ng bacteria is kailangan nila magparami even outside the host, and then it's good na lang po, meron po tayong mga antibacterial drug or mga antibiotics that can fight with this bacteria. Okay? Example also of these biological agents are the virus. These are self-replicating molecules that invades host cells to take control to the cell to produce more viruses. Kailangan po ni virus papasok muna sa host po ng cell ng isang host para po sila magparami. No? Kailangan po nila may lapitan po sila ng isang tao, isang hayop, pasukan po nila itong cell nila, and then once ma-invade, dun po sila rami. Compared with the bacteria, not even outside the host or outside the body, kaya nila magparami. Ang characteristic lang po ng virus is masyado mabilis po silang magparami, masyado po mabilis ito mag-infect ng kanilang mga biktima or even the host. The protozoa are very large and diverse group of single-celled organisms that have a cell nucleus. Exposure to biological hazard. Construction workers exposed to biological hazards may occur during demolition, renovation, sewer work, work on air handling system, and other construction work from contact with contaminated or disease-carrying materials. But aside from that, guys, all construction workers right now are very high risk to be exposed with this biological hazard. Example of this is the COVID-19. Na? Kasi dati po, yung mga workers lang po na nag-handle sila ng maruruming bagay, sila lang po ang pwedeng mag-cause ng infection due to bacteria or virus. But right now, even they're not handling dirty activities, but meron sa makasalamuha po na tao na infected with COVID-19, pwede rin silang mahawaan. Okay? Example rin po to, not even these workers, but even other workers and workers na may mga presence po tayo mga stray dogs. No? Yung mga workers po natin na nagtatrabaho po malapit po sa mga stagnant water, and then meron po mga breeding area for the mosquito na pwede makadengue. That is so example of biological hazard na pwede po silang magkasakit. Therefore, housekeeping still is very important to eliminate this biological hazard. Okay. Aside from that, guys, is we consider also the psychosocial hazard and some other references, the psychological hazard. No, kasi dati po, if we will talk about the health hazard, ang ididilang po nila is this physical hazard, chemical hazard, ergonomics, and then yun po. And then right now, they included already the psychological hazard, the biological hazard. And this is caused by stress or even the violence. The stress factor that leading to psychological hazard is this conflict with the managers or coworkers, the poor working condition, or even heavy workloads. Ito mga bagay nito guys, dapat natin itong bigyan ng atensyon sa ating mga workplaces. Kasi once may stress ang ating mga workers natin, ating mga co-employees natin, pwede rin tayo makaroon po ng mga insidente mangyayari sa ating mga construction industries. Okay? Health hazard identification. It is used to systematically identify and evaluate health hazard, evaluate propose hazardous materials, and propose measures to limit control this hazard. As part of activity safety officer is to conduct safety inspection. As part of the safety inspection is to identify potential health hazard in our construction industry. Pag ikot po natin, kailangan wag lang po tayo mag-focus dun sa mga safety hazard na masyadong evident po sa ating mga construction site. Example of safety hazard, yung mga poor housekeeping, presence of materials stuck in very near to the open edge, okay, unsecured open hole. That are example of the safety hazard. But sometimes safety officer ignoring identifying this health hazard existing in our site. What are example of this safety hazard as health hazard rather? Yung mga presence ng chemicals, presence ng mga biological agents po natin, presence of these physical hazards, the illumination, radiation, pressure, too much temperature. Aside from that is presence of any activities producing too much stress. That's why, guys, we need to identify what are these health hazards that are causing harm to our workers at site. We need to systematically identify them, evaluate the risk and the effect of this health hazard if this will not be addressed. Okay. According to the Department Order 136-14, no? This is the guidelines for the implementation of globally harmonized system or the GHS and chemical safety program in the workplace. It is very important, guys, that we should be familiarized about this GHS or globally harmonized system. Kasi this is already uniform sa lahat po ng mga industries buong mundo. No? Na-adapt po natin ito siya dito po sa Pilipinas sa magitan po ni DOLE Department Order 136-14 para we are aware kung anong pwedeng harm na maidulot with certain chemicals once papasok po sila sa ating construction site. No? Example, the globally harmonized system hazard classification. We need to identify kung anong klaseng physical hazard with a certain chemical, what is the health hazard with a certain material, or even what is the environmental hazard na pwede maidulot with a certain chemical once we will dispose with this after we will use this in our process. No? This is example of this globally harmonized system pictograph, guys. No? The chemical safety symbol. And this is already adapted sa buong mundo po. Once you identify this kind of symbol, its example is oxidizer, no? Very irritating, can cause harm, can cause also fire once we are exposed, flammable materials, self-reactive, okay? Self-heating emits flammable gases, explosive, self-reactive, acute toxic, or can cause harm to our health immediately. And it is very severe. May makita kayo, guys, itong bungo, no? With a certain chemical. Ang nito is very toxic siya. Like, may nakita ko doon to sa isang hydrochloric acid or isang muriatic acid. Example of this, guys, is a pictograph related to burn, skin, damages eyes, corrosive materials. A certain gas, compressed gas cylinder with this symbol also, gas under pressure. And then also sa bottom po, guys, may makita po kayo. Ano to lang po. This one. If this symbol will be observed a certain hazard, pwede mag-cause ng itong chemical na to na pwede po siya maka-cancer later on. Very sensitive po once we will inhale this one. If you observe this kind of symbol, a certain chemical, no? Hindi po siya basta-basta pwedeng itapon kahit saan after natin gamitin or mayroon po siya ma-excess sa ating activities na itapon na bitaw sa river, sa tubig or kahit sa ang reservoir because it can cause toxic or environmental harm, no? Or even this one, acute toxicity, harmful to skin, eyes, or respiratory tract. This exclamation point, no? Mild lang epekto nito, but it can also react once we are being exposed. Ito siya, once it is severe, ito po ang kanyang makikita. Okay. So please be familiarized, guys, with this GHS pictograph. Bago para ang sabihin ko na this will be a part also of our toolbox meeting, guys. That example, a group of our workers handling this certain chemical, and this upon assessment, upon investigation, upon doing as an inspection, ito po yung mga symbols na kita natin. We need to teach our people anong klaseng chemical ang kanilang ginagamit para ma-aware po sila sa mga potential hazard na kasama po nila araw-araw habang sila po nagtatrabaho. Okay. Example of the GHS compliant label, na hazard pictograph. Okay. Dito po rin po. Okay, allow me to show this one, no? Ito, you will be aware, no? Flammable, no? Can cause irritation once we are exposed. Tama po. Once this will be inhaled, can cause cancer or very fatal once it will reach in our lungs. Okay, and also this kind of chemical also, no, can lead toxic to the environment when it is not properly disposed to the environment after using it. No, so ito po, kahit a simple picture lang po, it can give us idea how to handle, how to manage with a certain chemical. Aside from that is, okay, is the product identifier, the name of that certain chemical, no? Para pwede rin po tayong mag-research more pa with a certain chemical na i-handle po natin. Isoheptane, okay, may EC number rin po siya, batch number. Supplier identity, okay. The hazard statement, okay. Highly flammable liquid and vapors may be fatal if swallowed and enters airways, cause irritation. In this way, guys, upon reviewing of the certain GHS, of the certain chemical, we can recommend immediately to the user or to our workers anong dapat ma-control measures, no? By using the hierarchy of control. Either we will eliminate this one, substitute this one with others kind of chemicals, or other kinds of substance that is less harmful, but still the effect is same. What are the engineering control to be used? We will put a barrier, a hood, so that the user will be isolated from being exposed to the certain chemical. Aside from that is what is our administrative control upon reviewing with this JHS. Either we will do a special training for them, we will put a special signage for them to be in order them to be reminded. And the last time control is what are the proper PPE to be implemented or to be provided for them in order for them to be protected. So this is very helpful, guys, as part of our safety control measure. Okay, moving forward, safety officer. It is very important also, safety officers, to secure a safety data sheet or SDS. No? Chemical substances entering in a construction site should have their individual safety data sheet. Saan po ito makukuha? It should be provided by the supplier or manufacturer of that kind of substances. Example, mag-order po kayo ng isang paint. Mag-order po kayo ng isang cement. Mag-order po kayo ng epoxy. Mag-order po kayo ng isang solvent. So lahat po na nabanggit ko, kailangan may nakakibat po siyang SDS na dapat i-provide po ng supplier upon delivery of that certain chemical, or pwedeng ipa-advance nila, ipahatid sa inyong opisina para inyo po silang ma-review. Okay? Katulad rin po yan siya ng gamot. Once bibili po tayo ng gamot, meron po siyang drug literature sa loob po ng box. Para anong content na itong gamot na to, anong epekto, anong dapat i-prepare po natin. Same thing rin po sa mga chemicals, substances, or mga kahit anong bagay na pwedeng makaharm po sa atin, dapat may nakakibat po na safety data sheet. Kasi doon po sa safety data sheet, we will review, no, ang kanyang identification of the substance or mixtures of the supplier. Anong pangalan po ng chemicals na iyon? What is the hazard identification? Either it involves with physical hazard, chemical hazard, okay, biological hazard. The composition or information or the ingredients of that certain chemical. What is the first aid measure in case the worker handling it is being exposed? Example is natalsikan ang kanyang mata. Anong dapat gawin aid measure? Nakalagay rin po doon siya sa safety data sheet. What is the firefighting measure? Is this certain chemical na pinasok natin sa site is flammable, combustible, or hindi po? In case po siya masunog, okay lang ba na tubig ang gamitin? Okay lang ba na carbon dioxide fire extinguisher ang gamitin? Or bawal po siya gamitan ng tubig? Nakalagay rin po yan siya doon po sa safety data sheet in order for us to be prepared. What is the accidental release measure? Example is na-open natin bigla yung container and there is a fumes or gas na lumabas bigla. Anong dapat naman control measure natin na dapat sundin? The handling and storage. Saan dapat siya i-stack? Doon pa dapat sa open air area? Sa warehouse na okay lang kahit walang proper ventilation? Kailangan ba ng ilaw o hindi kailangan ng ilaw para masira or hindi masira yung materials po natin? Exposure controls, personal protection. What are the PPE to be provided in handling that certain chemical? The physical and chemical properties of that certain chemical, stability and activity, the toxicological information, ecological information. Makakasira ba siya sa environment? Once itapo natin ito siya kasama ang general waste, disposal consideration. Saan po siya dapat i-dispose? No? Siya, general waste or special waste. Transportation information. Okay lang ba na i-flip to siya? Okay lang ba ganito, whatever? Regulatory information. There are some chemicals na kailangan is ma-inform ang PDEA because pwede ito siyang maging ingredients to make a shabu. What if this certain chemical kailangan i-inform ang PNP? Kasi pwede rin siyang maging ingredients to siya to make a bomb. We experienced that, guys. We had a construction of a power plant doon po sa Sarangani. Meron po kaming chemicals doon na pwede po siyang gawing ingredient how to make shabu. So, nakalagay po sa SDS niya ang regulatory information na kailangan pala mag-coordinate kami sa PDEA upon receiving that kind of chemical para ma-inventory nila na hindi po siya mapuslit, nagagamitin talaga siya doon po sa power plant construction. And other information including information on preparation and revision of SDS. Therefore, guys, it is very important to secure this SDS before this certain chemical or these certain substances is to be used to the field. Para ma-review po natin doon po sa certain chemical preparation, ma-inform po natin yung mga user, and we also prepared anong dapat i-prepare natin na materials, disposal management, proper PPE, and other signages in relation to this certain chemical. Okay? This SDS, kailangan mag-produce din tayo ng copy. Bibigyan natin ng copy si safety office because the safety officer should review the content of this chemical as part of their toolbox meeting later on. We will also give copy to the clinic in order to the first aider and then the nurse to prepare medicine or first aid control measure in case there will be exposure to the worker handling with that certain chemical. Anong gawin niya po once there will be a contamination with that certain chemical? We will also give copy kung saan po naka-stock or naka-store yung chemical and also doon sa warehouse. No? If your supplier can produce this SDS, you can even download this or research nyo po sa internet. Example, mag-order po kayo ng certain chemical, i-search nyo po SDS of the name of this chemical and then i-print nyo lang po yan siya. And that is part of your administrative control. No? Of safety hierarchy of control. No? Reviewing and part of our policy. Okay? So much too much for that, guys, is we will also discuss a confined space safety. No? Kasi this activity is very common in every construction industry. And this confined space safety will deal with this chemical hazard and also physical hazard. And sometimes it will also deal with this biological hazard. Bakit po kailangan natin malaman anong dapat mga safety measures before we will proceed with this confined space activity? Okay, because in every confined space activity, there's a presence of oxygen deficient in the atmosphere environment. What is the meaning, by the way, guys, of confined space? Any area or environment that is not suitable for human occupancy. There is a presence of limited space, okay, limited ventilation, limited access, possible presence of a hazardous chemicals and gases, okay, limited ventilation, limited illumination, and that is very toxic for the workers working inside the confined space. Example of that is doing welding activities inside a vessel. Okay? Papasok po sila sa mga area na masyadong, like example to mga tank po natin. Okay? Mga boilers po natin. Yun, example yan siya sa mga confined space. Limited lang po yung oxygen sa loob. Purging agents such as nitrogen and argons. No? There's already a contamination of these toxic gases inside kasi na-accumulate siya, natagalan po yung pag-stock niya sa loob. poor elimination is very dangerous also. That's why we will not allow any activities inside the confined space area that there will be no sufficient illumination to be provided by the electrician, so that they can identify what are the possible physical hazard inside to that confined space area, or safety hazard. Like example of that is there's an open hole, protruding metals, okay, presence of chemicals inside, etc. Heat exhaustion, masyado pong mainit due to poor ventilation, very close. Presence of electric shock, what if live wires uninsulated, no, uninsulated electrical wirings, and then the vessel is made of metal, or even presence of toxic atmosphere inside. That's why before we will proceed to that confined space activities, there should be a proper control measure to be implemented. Number one is securing a permit to work document. Because as part of the permit to work, there is approval by the authority that they are authorized to conduct confined space to that certain area. Aside from that, doon kasi sa permit to work system natin, sa permit to work document natin, in relation to confined space safety is may checklist po na mga safety control measures that they should tick: complied, none, not applicable. So that mag-guide po yung mga tao ano dapat gawin nila bago sila atraka doon sa confined space activities. Example of that, doon sa confined space permit to work document, nakalagay doon is to conduct gas testing prior to start the activity, in duration of the activity, and after the activity. Oh, what are the possible gases that they should check? The presence of H2S, very toxic to the body, poisonous. Aside from that, the level of oxygen inside. Baka bigla po mag-collapse yung tao kasi wala po proper oxygen sa loob. The presence of flammable gases inside. Kasi po masyadong delikado. What if there is a contamination, stuck air, mga residual flammable gases inside na hindi pa talaga nalabas totally, and then mag-start po kayo ng welding sa loob, no? Pag-start nyo ng welding, there is a spark, and then meron po siya mga thin air, that flammable air na hindi pa talaga nalabas, pwedeng masunog siya sa loob or pwedeng sumabog. So, toxic gases sa loob, na what if there will be no proper ventilation, and then pwede mahilo yung tao. And then yung rescuer natin na not well trained, pwede rin siya ang mag-collapse sa loob. And they should comply all of these things. Aside from that is provision of proper illumination inside a confined space area, proper na ilaw, proper na access, fire extinguisher on standby, proper signage, proper watchman or trained watchman outside the confined space area. Okay, a logbook. Okay, and also a supervisor, okay, that's supervising the interactivity, and also a emergency response team assigned in case there will be an emergency situation to happen to rescue or retrieve those people inside the confined space activity. Okay, because this is an entry space to have a confined space is entry is considered to have occurred when any part of the person's body crosses a plane or opening into the space. Guys, it's very also important, guys, to check, no, yung ating control measure with the confined space entry. The logbook is very important, safety officers, no? Why? You need to log kung sino pong pumasok doon mismo sa confined space area. Okay. Pagpasok sa loob, pangalan, anong oras, lalabas siya kasi mag-ihi, mag-log out na naman siya. And then papasok sa loob, pangalan, time in. Do not allow na mag-alis po yung hall watcher sa confined space entry habang meron pong tao sa loob. Bawal po na ang hall watcher ninyo is aalis kasi mag-ihi habang nagtatrabaho po yung tao sa loob ng confined space area. Okay ha? Kung pwede po, meron pong karelyebo o alternative worker na i-assign po natin doon po sa hall watcher entry natin. No? Ang aming ginagawa sa ibang site namin is, kung sino ang pupasok po sa confined space area, mag-iiwan po siya ng ID doon po sa labas ng entry ng confined space activity, confined space area. Kung ilan pong ID na nakasabit po sa labas po ng bukana ng confined space area, yun po ang number ng tao na nasa loob po rin ng loob ng activity na yon. So that are the some good safety practices that you will be implemented sa inyong mga confined space activities in a construction industry in relation to confined space task. In summary, guys, The industrial hygiene consists of the following approach: anticipation and recognition of the hazard, which involve identifying hazard in the workplace, evaluation of the exposure to hazard, and control of health hazard in the workplace. Industrial hygiene, guys, is identification of different health hazard which is existing in your construction industry, and also a process of assessing the risk of the certain health hazard and doing control measure in order for us to prevent any untoward incident to happen. There are 4 types of health hazard that we should consider as part of this industrial hygiene: the physical hazard, the chemical hazard, biological hazard, or even the ergonomics issue. One of the main duties of a safety officer is to conduct hazard identification in the workplace, which serve as a basis for classifying their workplaces. Okay? Upon going to the site, please open your eyes widely. Identify potential hazard existing. In relation to chemicals, may mga tao bang exposed with these fumes? May mga tao bang exposed with these certain chemicals he is using? In relation to chemical hazard, how many chemicals inside or how many substances we're using in this project? As part of our audit, kompleto ba nating MSDS as our files? Physical hazard. What is our protocol in our workers doing or involving with this vibration activity involving vibration? Kumusta ang ating elimination? No? Kumusta ang ating noise control in our site? The dust control and whatever. And that is a part of the task of a safety officer to identify this potential hazard, assess the risk, and implement control measure to combat with this health hazard upon your identification. Okay. Aside from that, safety officer, health hazard identification is a process. Identifying hazard the workplace can be carried out in a form of inspection, review of records of medical, exposure accident reports, safety data sheet, and feedback complaint from your workers. Please, guys, do not ignore even a simple report or feedback or complaint by your workers, because these workers are directly involved to that certain hazard na sila mismo ang nakakaranas or sila po mismo ang nakakita. Once may ma-report po sila, may makasira sa kanilang health habang ginagawa ng trabaho, please address it. May mga workers na nagko-complain that the gloves you issued to them is not sufficient that can protect their skin upon direct contact with a certain chemical. Please address that issue so that you will be considered as competent safety officer, and then ma-attain natin ang goal natin that zero accident and zero illnesses. Okay. Part of this industrial hygiene, guys, is to evaluate health hazard. Working environment measurement, or the WEM, or the work environment measurement. The work environment measurement shall means sampling, analyzing carried out in respect of an atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements of working environment. This WEM, guys, is a means of measuring if this certain health hazard is in the normal limit or beyond the normal limit that we should address it immediately. Example of that, you observe that there is a too much noise produced by certain activity. You observe that there's a too much noise produced by this certain equipment. In doing this WEM task or this work environment measurement, we will use a measurement kung gaano ba kalakas ang decibels na pinuproduce niya. In order for us to recommend properly, either that worker will be used ear muff, ear plug, or other control measures such as elimination of that noise or equipment or other doing admin control. No? What are the prohibition to practice WEM? Ano yung pinagbabawal po na magsagawa po nitong work environment measurement according po sa COSH Standard Rule 1070? Okay. Establishment should only seek WEM services. Ulitin ko po ha. Any company shall only seek the work environment measurement services from accredited WEM providers. Otherwise, the WEM shall be not regarded as compliant to the rule of 1077. Hindi po kahit sino lang po ang pwedeng mag-conduct ng WEM activity. Dapat po yung internal ninyo na officer to conduct this work environment measurement should have a formal training to conduct this WEM task, or you will seek a service by the third-party organization accredited by COSH Center. No person or organization shall be allowed to hire to provide WEM services unless the requirement of this rule are complied with. Evaluation of environmental parameters. Determination of the magnitude or levels of hazard with the use of the industrial hygiene equipment. Using a proper equipment to measure different parameters, and this equipment should have a proper calibration prior to be used. Analysis of the sample taken from the certain environment, and comparison of the measurement result standard called the threshold limit value. Kung umabot na ba kayo sa maximum point or nasa normal limit pa ang inyong environment. Depende po yan siya sa recommendation ng inyong WEM provider sa inyong kumpanya. Okay. Example nito, itong threshold limit value, no? It refers to the airborne concentration of substances. If you reach already the maximum standard of the concentration of a certain airborne substances that could contaminate your environment, leading to health effects. Aside from that, safety officers is evaluation of permissible noise exposure. Okay? Using a noise meter. And remember, no, the noise should be measured based on the decibel unit. According to the COSH standard, if the noise reaches already 90 decibels, the duration of exposure to that area should not reach beyond 8 hours without proper hearing protection. Okay? If the noise reaches already 92, you should only work not beyond 6 hours with proper hearing protection. If the noise reaches 100 decibels, you should not work beyond 2 hours with proper hearing protection to be used. That we should comply or we should follow. Therefore, safety officers, upon checking the noise exposure of that certain worker, we should measure the decibels produced by that certain equipment or activity and provide proper PPE such as the earplug or ear muff depending on the noise that produced. No? Beyond 90 decibels, there should be proper air protection to be provided. Aside from that, safety officer, these are the standard that we should comply. Kung gaano po kalakas na ilaw ang ating i-provide, depende po sa trabaho na ginagawa with that certain work. Example po, ang trabaho po ni worker is nag-chipping po siya or nag-grinding. Masyadong madilim ang area sa isang construction site natin or portion po ng building. Kailangan po aabot po ng 1,000 lux ang lakas po ng ilaw with that certain area. Okay? Welding work or woodworking or first aid station should reach 500 lux po dapat ang ilaw na ipuproduce po sa kanyang area. Lunchroom, lockers, and restroom, okay lang kahit 300 lux. General construction plants and shops such as barracks or living quarters, mechanical, electrical equipment rooms, the rigging loft or the active storerooms, okay lang po kahit 100 lux ang ilaw na ipoprovide po natin sa kanila. Warehouse, corridor, yung involved yung malaki na talaga na there is no involvement of fine activities, okay lang po kahit 50 lux. So, if we will do the checking of that, there's an equipment to measure the lux or the illumination provided by the light, and then dapat well-trained po ang mag-conduct po ng WEM management po sa ating establishment or sa ating project. In summary, safety officer, according to the 1071, this rule establishes the threshold limit value for toxic and carcinogenic substances and physical agents which may be present in the atmosphere of the work environment. The threshold limit value refers to the airborne concentration of substances and represent the condition under which it believed that nearly all workers may be repeatedly exposed daily without adverse effect. Working environment measurement means a sampling and analyzing carried out in respect of the atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements of working environment for the purpose of determining actual condition herein. And this WEM is an exposure assessment process of measuring the magnitude, frequency, and duration of exposure to physical and chemical hazard. Guys, we already identified potential hazard in our site in relation to the cell hygiene. And now it is our time to implement control measure upon identifying this hazard existing and upon doing this assessment. Okay? The first control is engineering control. As part of engineering control is there is elimination, substitution, engineering. Because sa dati po na reference, we have 5 controls eh. The first control is the elimination control. Second is substitution control. The third is engineering control. The fourth control is the admin control. The last line defense is the PPE. But the new reference, itong first 3, inisa na lang po nila sa engineering control. An example of engineering control is providing proper ventilation. Ventilation refers to the process of removing of stale inside air from a building, rooms, or a confined space and replacing it with natural fresh air. Example, you identified a certain situation that there's accumulation of toxic gases inside. There's a presence of poor ventilation, that there's no proper gas exchange inside. No? Masyado mainit, masyado maliit po yung oxygen level inside the room. Okay, there is a too much production of fumes upon our fabrication activities, gas cutting, welding. There should be proper ventilation provided in that area. Aside from that, guys, even according to the guidelines of DOLE, now that all working areas should have proper ventilation in response with the COVID-19. No? Therefore, we will remove contaminated air and doing exchange of it and producing fresh air outside from the facility going in to that certain area. And that is a ventilation. And ventilation, an example of proper engineering control to be implemented upon identified that certain hazard. Specific engineering controls for specific health hazard. No? Example of this is the radiation. If there is a presence of radiation, we will do shielding. No? Sa amin po sa hospital, if there will be a radiation activity such as doing x-ray, meron po kaming shielding, a LED doors, a LED wall, para yung operator is walang direct contact with that emission of that radiation. No? Aside from that, in construction industry, yung mga RT workers po namin, mga engineers doing x-ray, RT radiation test to the metals, meron po sa proper shielding, nagtatago po yan sila para pag emit nila ng radiation, hindi din sila mapapenetrate ng radiation na pinuproduce ng kanilang equipment. No? Aside from that, guys, is if you identify heat exposure for our workers, we will reduce the manual workload for mechanization. Aside from that, guys, is provision of shelter for them, provision of welfare facility for them in order for that worker to be protected from too much heat produced by the environment. The noise, the damping, okay? Putting shield, acoustic boards, okay? Ergonomics, change the workstation, tools and equipment, conducting trainings for them. That are example of control measure, okay? So, aside from that, safety officer is, and hold on, admin control, guys. No? As part of control measure is reduction of work period, adjusting work schedule, employee information and training, conducting toolbox meeting, conducting retraining for the workers, doing policy, formulation of safety program, imposing of safety disciplinary action, provision of alarm, job rotation. Example sa job rotation, guys, yung exposure of too much vibration, no? Para ma-minimize po yung time, durations na ang tao po nag-handle po siya ng jackhammer, we will do job rotation. Na siya na naman, alternate workers, alternate kayo, guys. Ikaw first 30 minutes, ikaw naman sa second 30 minutes. Ganun po. Housekeeping and maintenance, example also admin control. Provision of signages. Example of that, guys, is yung pag, ano po ninyo, nakita nyo po niyo yung area na masyado maingay because of the noise produced by this generator. Okay? As part of your engineering control is to put barrier na para hindi po makalabas yung too much noise po. Okay. Aside from that, to administrative control is putting signages. Okay? Noise hazard. Okay? PPE, ear muff or ear plug should be worn in this area. Okay? Aside from that, guys, is conducting training for them para alam po nila yung potential hazard and they will identify control measure. Okay? Aside from that, guys, is doing a disciplinary action. Those workers doing an activity producing too much noise and they are not wearing proper PPE, we will issue a disciplinary action such as warning memo, and then suspension, and then turn on. And that are example of administrative control, safety officers. Okay? Aside from that, is the last line of defense is the personal protective equipment. Okay? Mga dapat suotin para ang mga workers po protektado sa kanilang mga trabaho habang sila po nag-expose with this health hazard na ginagawa nila sa ating construction site. Such as wearing of proper gloves, such as the rubber gloves, if they are exposed with this certain chemical, this is very toxic to the skin. Proper wearing of the face, the dust mask or respirator, if they are exposed with the fumes, or if they are exposed with this dust or particulates. The using of proper PPE all over protection, if they're handling the chemicals, okay, if they're using a certain compact gloves, if they're handling an equipment producing too much vibration, whatever. So therefore, safety officer, we are the one to recommend what is the proper appropriate PPE for them to be used. Aside from that, our guidance also to recommend proper PPE is to review the material safety data sheet of the certain chemical or substance. Kasi doon po sa SDS, they will also recommend proper PPE to be used in handling with this specific chemical. Okay? So tayo pa rin mga safety officer is should be the advisory in capacity. Okay? To interpret what is the standard, report it or present it to the management and implement it to the field as a safety officer. Okay? In summary, safety officer, in relation to industrial hygiene. Okay. Ventilation is commonly used to remove contaminants such as fumes, dust, and vapors to provide a healthy and safe working environment. Ventilation can be accomplished by natural means, such as opening a window, or mechanical means such as fan or blower exhaust fans. One of the most important principle of hazard control is involve the worker. Let the worker participate to your program. Inculcate in their mind that safety is everybody's responsibility. Useless pa rin po yung mga policies po natin if hindi po aware yung mga workers natin about it. If these workers are hesitant to follow all our procedures. So therefore, create a safety culture in your construction project. And all of them should participate. Be a safety to your own self. Yun ang sabihin sa ating mga workers natin. Ikaw ang maging safety sa sarili nyo po. And we are the one to guide you because safety is everybody's responsibility. Hierarchy of controls as engineering, admin, and PPE. Provision, applying the proper hierarchy of control upon identifying this potential hazard. Again, let us review what are this hierarchy of control. We have this elimination control, we have institution control, we have engineering control, we have the admin control, and the last line control is the proper PPE. In order us to respond with this different health hazard upon our inspection. Some PPE used in hazardous substances are hand, respiratory protection, and eye and face protection. Okay? So together, let us help together guys, no, mga safety officers na tapusin natin about project natin na walang magkasakit sa ating mga construction industry. No? So do not ignore in dealing with this health hazard existing po. You are not only a safety officer in your site. You are to be called a safety and health officer. In dealing with safety and also with this health problem arising every day in our construction project. Okay? So that's all for our environmental safety or industrial hygiene. Any question, safety officer? It's already 10 o'clock. Okay? If you have an additional question, if you have a question, guys, pahabol nyo po mamaya, please type it sa ating chat box and we will answer before we will start with our next topic. So I think, no, Sir Lucky? So since late na po siya, is it okay that we will start by 10:15 guys to proceed bago tayo mag-proceed po sa ating occupational health topic?
Okay lang po,
sir.
Okay lang, sir.
Okay po. So, sige po. We'll have a 15 minutes break guys and then thank you for listening and then enjoy your snacks. Thank you.
I love you. You love me.
Okay. Good morning once again, safety officers. Hello. Nandito na? Yun. Sir Marlon. Sir Albert. Ma'am Myrel. Yun. Sir Berlito. Okay, so while waiting the others, no, let's have a video about the hierarchy of control upon identification of hazard.
Here's a question that you've probably asked yourself before. What should be put in place to stop people from getting hurt at your work? Introducing the hierarchy of controls. It shows the best ways to control the danger posed by hazards. You will notice that the top category is largest, and as we go down, each category gets smaller. We made it this way to show that as we go down, the controls get less effective. The higher up a control is, the better job it generally does of keeping people safe. To explain this better, let's apply the hierarchy of controls to an actual hazard. Imagine there is a giant overhead lamp in the lobby, and the rope holding it up is starting to fray. This falling on somebody is obviously a hazard. The best thing that you can do to keep everyone as safe as possible is to remove it, right? That is always the safest option. Or replacing it with something safer, like a new light that won't fray. But removing and replacing is not always possible, not always necessary, and honestly, not always worth it. And if that's the case, then you want to move on to the 3 types of controls. The form of control is the engineering control. That's why we gave it the letter A. This is a control that is physically attached to the hazard and will keep people safe no matter what they do. This would be like building a cage around the lamp that will catch it if it fell, or maybe attaching a chain to the lamp that will stop it from falling if the rope fails. A great solution to the problem, but oftentimes this is costly. The next control on the hierarchy is the administrative control. This is a control that is between you and the hazard. This includes training, communication of important information, wet floor signs, things like that. That would be like having pylons set up around the area that it would fall, and a message from management about what to look out for, as well as a regular schedule of preventative maintenance. Maybe it's checked out yearly. Not as good as a cage or a chain, but still something, and a lot cheaper too. The last control on the hierarchy is personal protective equipment. It's the least effective. This control is on the person, reducing the chances of injury when they're exposed to the hazard. Things like gloves, closed-toed shoes, and masks. For our lamp example, this would be like giving everybody in the lobby a helmet, so that when the lamp comes down, it might save them. Yeah, you can see why relying on PPE only is a very bad idea. So those are all the different styles of controls, but there's nothing that says that you can only use one of them per hazard. If you use an appropriate mix of engineering, administrative, and PPE, and get to a point where everyone is adequately safe, that's the goal. The key word is adequate. Do we need a chain, plus a cage to catch the lamp, plus a sign that cautions people, plus pylons, plus a message from management, plus helmets for everybody who walks by just for a light? Of course not. But you should make sure that you have enough to keep people safe enough. And the only way to do that is to make sure that the controls actually work. Here's a question that you've...
Hierarchy of control measures. Tara, pag-usapan natin. Hello mga ka-HSC, my name is Elizardo Mercado. I'm an HSC professional. At sa video na to, pag-uusapan natin ang hierarchy of control. Pero bago yan, huwag niyong kalimutan mag-like at mag-subscribe sa ating YouTube channel para updated ka sa mga bagong nating videos. Ang hierarchy of controls is a step-by-step approach para ma-eliminate natin yung hazard or para ma-reduce natin yung risk. At isa rin itong simpleng process para mapag-provide ng effective control measures. Ang hierarchy of controls ay ginagamit natin sa pag-risk assessment or sa pag-provide ng control measures. It is usually represented by a triangle which start first on the elimination, yung nasa taas natin, yung most effective, pababa hanggang sa PPE which is the less effective control measures. Now, tingnan natin yung mga options at magbigay tayo ng mga examples. Ang una at most effective control measures natin ay ang elimination. Simply, ang ibig sabihin niyan is pagtanggal ng mga hazard o pagtanggal ng mga panganib. Let's give an example. For example, meron tayong cleaner na kailangan maglinis ng salamin. Now, instead the ladder, i-remove natin yung risk from heights by using a telescopic cleaning pole. Diyan, na-apply natin ang elimination. Pero hindi sa lahat ng mga hazard na makikita natin ay possible ang elimination. At dahil dyan, kailangan natin bumaba at try i-apply ang substitution. Kung ang elimination ay pagtanggal ng hazard, ang substitution naman ay pag-reduce ng hazard at mostly nakafocus tayo sa mga materials, equipment at process na mga natin. For example, instead na gumamit tayo ng lead-based paint chemical, palitan natin ng water-based paint chemical. Diyan, na-less natin yung effect ng chemical sa tao. Now, pagdating naman sa equipment or machines, kung masyadong mataas yung napuproduce na noise, pwede tayong mag-recommend or mag-suggest na palitan yung mga machines na may mas mababang emission ng noise. Pero di masyadong practical, di ba? Now, kung nagkaroon lang tayo ng involvement sa procurement process at lahat ng health and safety aspect or criteria ay nakasama bago bumili ng equipment or chemicals, dyan pa lang ina-apply na natin yung substitution, di ba? One thing na tandaan natin is to make sure na sa pag-apply ng substitution, hindi ka nakakapag-create ng panibagong hazard sa process or activity natin. And pag na-figure out mo naman na hindi talaga pwedeng apply ang substitution, pwede kang bumaba ulit at try naman natin ang engineering control. Control is the third most effective means of controlling hazard. Dito naman din natin na eliminate yung hazard, but rather we isolate the people from hazard. Paano? To design of the plant, equipment at process natin. Ang mga example natin ng engineering control ay ang machine guarding, guardrail system, use of local exhaust ventilation para makontrol natin yung dust at fumes, at para ma-minimize natin yung airborne concentrations, isolation and barriers like noise barriers and sound isolation. Ang paggamit ng engineering control ay medyo costly. Pero in the long term, malaki ang pwedeng ma-save ng isang company in terms of process at incident prevention. At isa pang challenge nito ay ang pag-maintenance ng mga ito. Ang next natin is administrative control. Sa administrative control, nililimit natin ang exposure ng isang tao sa hazard, and this can be through management system. Ang mga example natin ay job rotation, safe work practices or SOPs, safe system of work, body systems, alarm, signages, and employee trainings at iba pa. Pagdating sa administrative control, ang biggest challenge natin dito ay yung dependency niya sa human behavior. And lastly, and the least effective control measures natin is yung PPE or yung personal protective equipment. Ang mga example natin ng PPE ay gloves, respirator, safety shoes, safety glasses, hard hat at iba pa. Sabi nga nila ito ang last resort natin kung di talaga natin ma-eliminate o makontrol ng hazard. Bakit? Kasi ito ay nakadepende sa gumagamit nito at kailangan fit siya at nami-maintain siya na tama. At yan ang 5 hierarchy, ang elimination, substitution, engineering control, administrative control, at PPE. At meron pang iba't ibang available na hierarchy of controls. Kagaya na lang ng ERIC PD, PIGRISE, at iba pa. Kung gusto nyo makita ang mga references natin, i-click nyo lang ang description sa baba at huwag nyo kalimutan mag-like at mag-subscribe sa ating YouTube channel.
Here's a question that you
Okay, guys, thank you very much. And that is the level of control upon identification of hazard. Okay, so I hope that everybody understand about occupational health in relation to industrial hygiene. And now our next topic, guys, about medical surveillance. But please allow me, guys, i-download ko yung yung slides ko kasi naka-error po. Please give me 3 minutes lang po. I'll hold on. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's be back to our second topic this morning. So, this morning we are going to discuss about medical surveillance or occupational health. Okay. Sino nga dito sa atin yung nag-practice na po ng pagiging safety officer? Sino yung kanina, yung safety officer natin? Okay, or sino na lang po? Sir Rolando, good morning po. Sir Rolando, do you have any experience po sa project ninyo na meron po nagkasakit dahil po sa trabaho? Na nakuha niya po galing sa work niya po as a construction.
Ano sir, may sa kaming ngayon sir, worker sir na nag-leave siya sir kasi trangkaso siya saka nanakit yung katawan niya sir dahil sa yung gumagamit kasi kahapon siya ng sa shipping hammer. Yung
Okay.
shipping hammer sir ba?
Okay, sir.
Nag-leave siya ngayon ngayong araw kasi absent sir.
Because of the
Yun
chipping.
Sir.
Because of the chipping hammer, Sir Rolando, no? Ano po yung sir? Relationship po yung po ng trabaho yung chipping hammer na nag-lead sa kanyang pagkasakit?
Pardon sir, hindi ko klaro na sir.
Okay, ano po yung factor, sir, na because of the chipping hammer na is nagkasakit po siya, kuha niya sa trabaho?
Kasi sa vibration sir. Vibration
Okay,
ng chipping hammer niya. Kaya nakit yung mga katawan niya dahil sa vibration. Tama sir.
Nawala po yung connection ko. Sir? Guys, can you hear me, guys?
Ano sir, ano?
Nakita niyo ba ako?
Sir, pero yung lang.
I think there's a problem with my connection. Kindly hold on, guys. Yun po. Yun. According kay Sir Rolando, is mayroon po silang kasamahan sa trabaho na nagkasakit because of this too much vibration experience. Shipping hammer. Matagal na po siya gumagamit ng shipping hammer, sir, na nireklamo niya po na nag-cause ng
Bago na sir, I think mga 2 days pa sir siya gumagamit ng shipping hammer, bago lang. Wala pa siyang walang kulang pa sa experience ba, kaya hindi pala yung diskarte paano gamitin yung shipping hammer. Kaya ayun, absent siya kasi sakit yung kamay dito niya, braso niya, yung paa, yung likod. Nagkatarangkasa sir, pero sinabi namin siya, next time, pag gagamit ka ng ganito, huwag masyadong bigyan mo ng force. Gagayad mo lang yung diminution hammer. Para yung force mo, hindi masyadong magamit. Hindi yung sasakit yung katawan mo kasi guide mo lang yung chipping hammer, yung diminution hammer, huwag mong bigyan ng force. Bigyan mo lang konti lang, hindi yung masyadong malakas kasi ang kulang lang sa chipping hammer, guide lang.
Yun.
Guide, automatic naman siya mag-chip sa
Yun.
lang, kaya absent na ngayon, balik niya, baka magbukas. Salamat.
Thank you, Sir Rolando, for that sharing. No? So napansin natin, because of the task involving a physical hazard, no, too much exposure to the chipping hammer, but in reality, if we will conduct investigation, the worker is not really competent in conducting the task because he is not aware how to use or handle that certain chemical and what is the possible health effect na pwedeng mangyari sa kanya once there is a improper handling of the certain power tools. Resulted to musculoskeletal disorder, and then there will be inflammation hanggang nagkasakit na siya, hanggang nagkalagnat, and then na-stop work na siya temporarily. And we should address that problem. Okay? Yun po ang pinaka-importante guys. Kasi napansin nyo, ang effect po niya is hindi gradual. 2 days niya po ginagamit yun and then after 2 days pa lumabas yung sakit niya. That's why minsan nakaligtaan po natin yung mga proper control measure na dapat gawin sa ating mga tauhan. Okay? And that example of a occupational health issue that we should address sa ating mga workplaces. Thank you for that, Sir Rolando, sa inyong sharing po. And now, for our topic this morning is we will discuss medical surveillance, no? And that is very suited masyado sa ating topic ngayong umaga. Medical surveillance in relation to occupational health. Okay. So, officer. The objective of this topic is at the end of the session, you safety officer will be able to discuss medical surveillance and biological monitoring as strategies in examining health condition for workers. Describe different steps in conducting medical surveillance. Discuss also different occupational health programs in the workplaces. And also to identify your role, safety officer, for the implementation of this medical surveillance and occupational health program sa bawat construction projects po ninyo. There are 3 methods of workplace exposure monitoring, no? Na dapat we should be familiarized. We have the WEM of the work environment measurement, the biological monitoring, and also the medical surveillance. Let's define what is biological monitoring. Biological monitoring, it is an examination of materials such as blood or urine that comes from worker to determine if he has been exposed to chemical substances in the workplaces. This is a medical procedure to be conducted para alam natin ang kaniyang current health status or condition habang siya po ay nasa exposure po ng kanyang trabaho habang nag-handle po siya with these different occupational health substances sa kanyang palibot. Example, ang worker po is palagi po siyang exposed with fumes. Palagi po siya exposed with this chemical he is handling upon doing construction project. No? Nagko-complain po siya na masakit ang ganito ko po. Naninilaw po ako. Minsan nahirapan po ako maghinga. But we should dig further kung kumusta na po ang sitwasyon ng kanyang internal organs, kanyang sistema sa katawan, anong epekto na po ng kanyang prolonged exposure with these different factors sa kanyang katawan. Therefore, we will do biological monitoring. Not only by extracting blood or urine sample to do laboratory works, but other factors also. Sometimes we can also conduct an ECG. Kumusta na ang pagtibok ng kanyang puso, no? We will do also other analysis sa kanya, doing X-ray. Baka nasira ng kanyang baga due to exposure of this particulates, this dust na kanyang na-inhale. Blood, baka nasira na po yung too much, nag-elevate na po ang creatinine sa kanyang katawan. Na-expose, nasira na po ang kanyang kidney because palagi na pong nagsasala ang kanyang kidney ng with these chemicals na papasok sa kanyang body. Or even the SGPT, the functioning of the liver, okay, and other factors, also the urine. No? Baka there's already an infection. There's a presence already of other heavy metals na pumasok rin sa katawan. And that example of biological monitoring as part of medical surveillance. Aside from that is, my biological monitoring detects the amount of chemical that has entered the body from all sources of contact, such as skin absorption, inhalation, or ingestion. We will check if there's already elevation of this chemical inside to his body, or if this certain chemical is not normal to the body, but already existing inside, that is a problem to the worker that it should be addressed properly. Aside from that, guys, is medical surveillance. It is an analysis of health information to look for problems that may be occurring in the workplace that requires targeted prevention, or requires a control measure already. It is the analysis, okay, assessment, okay, of health information that we gathered upon the problem or hazard identification or inspection that's already occurring every day in our construction project. And then upon doing this data collection, upon doing this risk assessment, we can formulate control measure in order to prevent the recurrence of same incident or to prevent the occurrence of new incident. The purpose of conducting medical surveillance primarily is to prevent illness or new cases to arise in our project. No? Ako, sabi pa sa mga HSE or mga OSH department natin sa different industries, we should attain the zero accident, zero environmental harm, and zero illnesses. Because it is not normal na meron pong magkasakit ng mga trabahante habang sila po nagtatrabaho sa ating mga construction projects. Therefore, tayo po as a member of the OSH committee, as the safety officer of different project sites, or the safety officer of our construction project, we should have a program in coordination with our occupational health personnel to prevent the arise or development of the new illnesses to happen, or to prevent illnesses to happen inside our project. Second purpose of this medical surveillance is to early detection of work-related health problems and determining its cause, para maagapan agad. Upon doing the WEM or the work environment measurement conducted by the third party, okay, they detected that there is a rising problem that might occur later on. Therefore, upon doing this medical surveillance, in cooperation also with this third party WEM providers, with the cooperation of our OH personnel, nakita agad natin na pwede palang lalaki itong problemang ito na hanggat wala pang nasaktan o nagkasakit, gagawa na pa tayo ng paraan. Okay. What is the role of medical surveillance? It helps promote and maintain the highest degree of physical, mental, and social well-being of workers. It is also the aim of the occupational health. Promotes and maintain the highest degree of physical, mental, and social well-being of workers to make them healthy every day. Guys, safety officer, it is the prime responsibility of the employer or the management to provide safe and healthy working environment to his people. Therefore, this medical surveillance or occupational health program should be implemented properly. Aside from that, prevents worker from departure due to health caused by working condition. Prevent worker to stop them to work because they develop diseases while they're doing activity or doing job in a construction project. Develop and implement control measures to prevent occupational related illnesses or diseases. Develop protocols. Develop programs in relation to occupational health para ma-prevent po natin na mayroon po magkasakit na mga tauhan natin. Aside from that is to help place and maintain workers in occupational environment adapted to his psychological and physiological capabilities, to make them also mentally fit aside from physically fit. Guys, there are determinants of workers' health. We need to identify the workplace exposure, at the same time the individual susceptibility or yung personal factor sa isang trabahante na pwede po siya magkasakit. At saka ano ang meron sa ating workplace na pwede rin magkasakit ang ating mga tauhan. Example of that is the workplace exposure that we should control because this is considered as a safe condition, no? Or either pwede rin siyang sa unsafe act ng ating mga tao. The physical properties such as what kind of chemicals they are handling, what kind of activities they are doing in our site na pwedeng magresulta na pwede siya magkasakit. Frequency of exposure. Palagi ba siya doon? Minsanan ba? Ano ang kanyang di ba, the risk is probability, the risk is the exposure, no? The probability that the person is being exposed. The duration of exposure, the magnitude of exposure, the timing of exposure, and also the multiplicity of the exposure. All factors surrounding the worker existing in the site that can contribute to develop his illness. No? Those are determinants of the health of the worker's health in everyday's inspection in our construction project. Aside from that, we should also determine the individual susceptibility or the personal factor na nakita natin sa ating tao. The health practices. Baka itong tao naman ay maraming bisyo. Itong tao naman is doing unhealthy living. Mahilig mag-soft drinks. Kuyakoy. Sedentary lifestyle. Social factor, personal factors such as occupational status, employment condition, the income, medical history, may mga sakit na po siya. Okay? Family history, inequities in sex, age, and ito na rin pong siya matanda para i-assign siya sa ganyang trabaho. At 62 years old, i-assign mo doon as hauler of heavy materials. That which it could be also be considered. Example, a worker has a medication because he has a respiratory problem. And then i-assign mo siya as housekeeper doon po sa fabrication area na grabe ang fumes na pinoproduce ng mga equipment tsaka anong welding activities. So mas the more po siya pwedeng magkasakit. And those are the determinants in order for us to analyze the health status of our workplace. What are the reasons of conducting medical surveillance? The workers' population is not homogeneous. They are not the same. Iba-iba po ang bawat tao. May kanya-kanyang katangian po yan sila. Merong malakas, merong mahina, may tamad, meron pong masakitin. Okay? May kaya kahit anong trabaho ibibigay mo. Kanya-kanya po tayong characteristics at klase. Monitor of certain high-risk groups. We will also check if we have a vulnerable group exposed to that certain activity, therefore they are at risk to develop this kind of disease. Aside from that, when diseases is in question are associated with particular exposure or industry, the hazard level within safe and acceptable limit do not guarantee that workers won't be affected, and also if we meet the regulatory requirements. There are 7 steps to conduct medical surveillance safety officer. First is to identification of health hazard and exposure. Second is to identify the health effect of exposure to occupational health hazard. What is the possible health effect if a certain person is being exposed to certain hazard? If a person, in item number 1, you observe a worker doing a welding activity without wearing proper. Therefore, you observe a health hazard that he might inhale the fumes produced by that welding activities. Okay? Or there's no proper eye protection that he is seeing or nakikita niya po yung mataas po na glare or mataas po na ilaw ng kanyang paglilinang. And that is example of identification of the hazard. And the second steps is identify the health effect of that certain hazard. Hanggat ang tao naglilinang, walang PPE na ginagamit o walang welding mask na sinusuot, anong pwedeng health effect na pwedeng mangyari po sa kanya upon inhaling those fumes directly from the welding activity? Number 3 is selection of medical screening test. Upon doing or determining the condition of the worker, we will do diagnostic examination. Number 4 is data interpretation and recommendation. By the technical, reading, interpretation of the result by the WEM activities or even this biological monitoring. Communicating the result to the people involved or to the person involved and also to all people involved in the project so that they will identify that this is the potential hazard in this kind of activity, this is the potential health effect, so that they will follow what is the recommended control measure in order for the project to prevent the occurrence of incident or injury to happen. 6 is the record keeping. All documentation gathered should be properly kept so that we have a reference for the future use. We have a preference as our baseline data. And 7th, or the last step for the medical surveillance, is evaluation of effectiveness of control measure. We will evaluate if a recommended control measure is effective or not, or do we need to revise the procedure or protocol. Okay. Already explained this one, no? Identification of hazard exposure, collect, organize, and review information with workers' identification, hazard identification, such as information include exposure monitoring result, industrial hygiene assessment, and medical record. Who are the person being exposed? How are they exposed to? How long they're exposed? Gaano katagal sila na-expose sa that certain substance? How often they're exposed? The duration? Gaano kadalas? How much they are being exposed? Gaano kalaki yung kanya na-inhale, na-contact, na-ingest, whatever. And what is the total exposed population? Yung ma-affected sa kanyang palibot or sa community. The safety data sheet is useful in collecting information on health effect of chemicals. And it is our reference again to determine anong pwedeng potential health effect na pwedeng maranas na isang tao once exposed siya with a certain health hazard. Identifying the health effect of exposure to occupational health hazard. Okay, let's review either if this hazard belongs to physical, chemical, biological, ergonomic, or social hazard, related hazard. Okay, because in every kind of this hazard, there is a different health effect to produce or experience. No? Example, let's review. As part of physical hazard, there is exposure of too much noise, inadequate or too much illumination or light, exposure to too much vibration in long period of time, exposure to radiation, or even too much or intense temperature or low temperature exposure. What is the effect of too much noise? What is the effect if the worker is being exposed with this a very loud noise beyond to the standard given according to the COSH standard? Either the worker will experience a tinnitus or there's a ringing in the ear. Mapansin niyo po yung example yung sa mga sine, may sumabog na bomba. Di ba pagkatapos ng bomba sumabog, ganun. Yun. That example of tinnitus. Neuropsychological disturbance, possible due to a loud noise, there will be a headache, a fatigue or stress to the worker, difficulty of sleeping, or even irritable po siya. Okay? Threshold shift, reduction of person's ability to hear, or even noise-induced hearing loss. There's a damage to the structure or nerves fibers in the inner ear that respond to noise or sound. Either, pwede po mabingi ang tao once prolonged po ang kanyang exposure because of that too much noise sa kanyang na-assigned na area. In a severe instance, too much noise also can affect or can produce or can result to a cardiovascular system problem. Pwedeng magkaroon po siya ng sakit sa puso or sakit po sa daluyan ng kanyang dugo. Pwede po siya magka-high blood or magka-heart attack or other cardiac heart-related problem. Pwede rin po because of too much noise, there will be a production of acid, hyperacidity. That's why yung mga tao pong palagi exposed po sa masyadong maingay na area, masakit po ang kanilang mga tiyan, especially in hyperacidity, epigastric area, dito po banda no, sa above the navel, because of too much production of acid due to the noise exposure. Either it can cause to peptic ulcer or even colitis. How about those people involved in too much exposure to vibration? What are the possible health effects? It can result to hand-arm vibration syndrome, such as white finger because of the poor circulation to that affected extremity, numbness because damaging to the nerves, muscle weakness, no, or even joint damage. For the whole body vibration, because the person is involved in operating a heavy equipment, pwede po siya mag-cause ng low back pain, neck shoulder pain, cervical disc degeneration because there's a spine, okay, as part of our backbone, no? And then yung mga disc natin magka-slip po yan siya, hindi na po siya aligned. Okay, that's a cervical disc degeneration or disalignment. Degeneration is yung mapupurol siya, madudurog na po. Autonomic disturbances or even disorder of balance or gait, or even can result to disturbances in the digestion because of this prolonged vibration. Katulad sa experience po ni sa nakwento po ni Sir Rolando, yung worker niya po is handling that certain power tool, and then improper po yung pag-handle niya ng power tool, and then ngayon po is nagkatrangkaso po yung worker because siguro prolonged exposure of that tool, there's a proper PP provided, hindi po siya trained how to handle that certain power tool. Yun po, systemic po yung sakit na naranas niya po ngayon. How about poor illumination, guys, as part of physical hazard? What are the health effects? Visual fatigue, no? Blurred or double vision, blurry, inflammation or itchiness. Okay? Kasi because if there you will do yung maliliit po na bagay ang inyong trabaho, and then there's no adequate illumination being provided, is magpo-force po yung mata ninyo to focus on that something. Because of that, strain po siya eh. Pinipersa niya po na makita po yun anong dapat makita niya. Because there is a poor illumination. Ang mangyari yan, may strain po yung mga nerves na yung mga mata. May strain po yung muscles na yung mga mata. Therefore, complication will arise. Either mamamaga po siya, either maging blurry yung paningin po ninyo, or even palagi na po kayong nagluluha-luha. Okay? Therefore, illumination is very important in all kinds of activities, especially in nighttime or inside the building. Okay, aside from that, the health effect of this poor illumination is disabling and discomfort to glare, poor in color assessment, incorrect perception or failure to perceive. Hindi niyo po alam kung tama ba yung nakita po ninyo, or strophobic effect. No, parang pong double vision yung pagtingin ninyo, or parang doble na po yung kamay niya habang dalawa lang po or isa lang po siya, ganun po. Aside from that, guys, is the too much exposure to heat, at extreme heat temperature as part of our physical hazard. The minor one is the production of heat rashes. No? Yun pa siya. Yun, diba, ito yung grade 1. Very minor effect lang po to siya. Either there's a redness on that affected skin, okay? Okay, namumula na po siya, medyo masakit na po siya, or nangangati po kayo. Once elevated na po yung init ng inyong surrounding, and then prolong po yung time duration niya, possible magka-heat cramps po kayo. There's a muscle cramps, pain, or spasm in the abdominal arms or legs. Or level, it can lead to heat exhaustion. Okay? Kung heat exhaustion, pwede pa kayong pinapawisan po kayo ng grabe. Mainit po ang katawan ninyo. Dilated na po yung pupils natin. Okay? Ang taas po ng inyong temperature. Nanghihina po yung pulso ninyo. And then there will be a rapid breathing. Because rapid breathing is also a manifestation that you have already a low fluid volume inside your body. No? There's going to shock. No? According pa sa mnemonics natin, kung shock, there is a hypotakitaki, no? Hypotension, tataas yung heart rate ninyo, tataas yung breathing ninyo. And the severe part, if you have a prolonged exposure to a very hot environment, it can lead to heat stroke. That can lead you to die. No? In heat stroke, guys, the person, there's already a dry skin. Unable na po siya to produce sweat. Kasi dehydrated na po yung tao. Ang init po ng katawan niya. Constricted na po yung pupil niya. No? We can assess the pupil kung dilated constriction niya. Yung light po, ipapass po natin yan siya. And then yung black, titingnan natin yung sa mata. Very high body temperature, dizziness, or even confusion will occur. Nausea, yung nasusuka na po siya. The pulse is very rapid to beat. Unconscious na po ang patient. Can lead to coma, or at worst, it can lead to death. Therefore, proper welfare facility should be provided. Proper hydration should be provided to the worker. And then there should be a time exposure to that very extreme temperature environment. It should be applied or being implemented po. How about po sa environment na masyado pong malamig? Hindi lang yung pong mainit ang pwede makaharm sa ating mga tauhan natin. Kung sa abroad po tayo, example sa Russia or sa Alaska kayo, outside the outdoor activities, yun, pwede mag-produce po yan siya ng extreme cold temperature. But here po sa atin, dito sa Pilipinas, if you're involved sa mga storage na masyadong malamig, and there's a proper body protection, it can lead to hypothermia or decrease body temperature to a certain person. Hypothermia is a condition which occurs when the body starts losing heat more quickly than it can produce. It resulted the body's temperature going down rapidly. Okay? The signs and symptoms of hypothermia can lead to confusion, exhaustion, shivering. Guys, ang shivering, guys, is yung nanginginig po kayo, ha? Yun po, nanginginig yung tao. Shivering is manifestation na sa loob po ng katawan ng tao is masyadong malamig. Kailangan po mag-shiver ang tao, no? And then that is, instinct na po yan ang katawan niyo. And you're not the one controlling the shivering method or mechanism. Nag-shiver po ang tao para mag-produce po ng init ang kanyang katawan. Yun po, ha? That's a normal manifestation or response of the body if there is a low body temperature inside the body. So, kailangan mag-shiver siya para magkaroon po ng heat inside the body. Memory loss, drowsiness, or even slurred speech. If you notice any of these signs, immediately call for medical attention or emergency assistance. Aside from that, safety officer is exposure to radiation. Okay. If you're exposed with these ultraviolet rays or the UV light, the possible health effect could be a sunburn, pain or inflammation of your eye, leading to temporary blindness, increased risk of skin cancer, or even premature aging of your skin. If you are exposed with these visible lights, an example of non-ionizing radiation, it can result to disabling glare or even permanent eye damage. If you are exposed to too much infrared, it can result to redness and burn to your skin, retinal burns, or even development of eye cataract. How about if you're exposed with these microwaves? No, as part of the non-ionizing radiation, it can lead to internal heating of the skin, internal organ damage, and also it can be fatal. For radiation, it can cause internal heating of the skin, same with the microwaves, and also internal organ damage. At the same time, it can be fatal in too much quantity of exposure of these radio waves as part of non-ionizing radiation. How about guys example of ionizing radiation? No? The acute effects of this ionizing radiation are the radiation sickness such as nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. Nausea means is nasusukak po kayo. Vomiting is sumuka na talaga kayo. And then there will be a diarrhea or LBM. There is a blistering and ulceration of the skin, anemia, and reduced immune system response. Pwede rin kayo mabaog once exposed with this kind of radiation. Acute effect, guys, meaning acute is short term of exposure. What is the counting? Less than 6 months. Chronic effect, guys, long term po na pwede ma-experience, no? There are to a long term exposure, therefore it can result to long term health effect also, such as cancer, genetic mutation, and also birth defects. Once buntis kayo, pwede yung baby niyo maapektuhan, abnormality or physical deformity. Example, guys, as a review, is the chemical hazard as part of health hazard. No, exposure to solvents, acid, gases, dust, and heavy metals. No, their classification of toxic effects, the site of effects, either local or systemic. If we hear the word local, there is direct exposure to a certain body part. Systemic po is either na-inhale po natin, okay, na-ingest po natin siya, na-inject or na-puncture tayo, sasama po sa circulation, and the effect of the toxic will be systemic to the entire part of their body. The timing of development of signs and symptoms, either is it acute in short-term induration or even the chronic or long-term induration due to the exposure of the certain chemical. Example, guys, of local toxicity upon exposure to this chemical hazard. It occurs at the site of chemical contact due to no barrier at all. The common points at which substance first contact the body are the skin, eyes, nose, throat, or lungs. Kasi sila po yung direct expose eh. No? Hindi agad ito papasok sa buong katawan. But kung sinong unang na-expose niya or the first degree exposed siya, yun ang unang masusunog. And that is a local toxicity. If we hear the word systemic toxicity, distant site from the point of contact may involve many organ system already. Example of this is you ingest a certain chemical is very toxic and hazardous. No? Na-ingest mo siya, pumunta sa GI, pumunta sa system, and then sasalain po siya ng ating atay, sasalain ng kidney, even the kidney and the liver, as part of the essential or vital organs, will be damaged also. Okay? Pupunta po sa lungs natin, sa brain, or the entire system, or even sa ating mga dugo. And that's part of the systemic toxicity. Okay? The timing and development of signs and symptoms. If we hear the word acute effects, it is a short-term exposure to a high concentrated chemical. You are being exposed with a certain concentrated chemical, and then the effect will be immediate. Health effects show up immediately as soon after the exposure. Symptoms manifested may vary from minor irritation to a more serious impact like such as eye damage or loss of consciousness. But if we will go to a chronic effect due to the exposure of these substances or the chemical hazard, it is a continued or repeated exposure to toxic substances over a long period of time or in months. There's a prolonged exposure, and sometimes the effect will be also prolonged. You will experience prolonged health diseases. Health effect may take years to become noticeable. No? Napansin mo is, bakit naninilaw ako? And then upon investigation pala, you were exposed to a certain chemical pala 2 years ago pa, and then ngayon pala siya nagka-epekto. Serious illness like cancer or organ damage pwede maapektuhan mangyari sa atin. That's why ito yung answer na bakit minsan nakaligtaan ang health hazard, because of the chronic effects na the person will be experienced. Matagal pa po siya, it takes time. Okay. Example of health effects to some chemicals, no? Example, acetic acid, exposure to acetic acid. Sino po mga industries involved with this? Plastic, soft drinks bottle manufacturing plant, photographic film. What are the health impact? Severe allergic reaction. If we are exposed with this formalin, sino yung mga involved nito? Yung mga embalmers natin or nasa laboratories or doing this, the manufacturing of paper, plywood, and fertilizer. What is the health impact if you're exposed with this formaldehyde or mga formalins natin? Eye and respiratory irritation or even cancer. When I was in, yung bagong nurse pa lang po ako, is when I'm working with the City Health Office, tinawag ako ng aming isang doktor. Yung isang doktor namin is a medical officer. Siya po yung nag-autopsy sa mga patay. Meron kaming pasyente dito sa Jensen na binaril po siya. And then kailangan hanapin po yung bala. Kasi dito siya, kasi yung taong yun is, merong kaso. Ay, hindi siya kasi napag-initan. And then yung nag-drive po siya ng kotse niya, may lumapit sa kanyang gun for hire, nilapitan siya sa kotse, dito po pumasok yung bala. And then lumabas ang bala is dito sa likod. Hinanap po namin, hindi pala lumabas ang bala. Dito siya binaril, and then hinanap po namin yung bala sa loob. So we conducted a autopsy. Kasama ko yung medical legal officer o yung doctor. Ang trabaho ko lang po is ako mag-assist. Pagpasok namin doon sa morgue, ang daming patay. You will really inhale yung formalin doon mismo sa morgue. May patay doon sa floor, doon sa table, ang dami sa chair. And then ang sangsang po, mas ma-feel mo yung sangsang po ng formalin compared sa sangsang ng patay. And it is very irritating, and then masyadong maanghang. You know, ang experience mo talaga if you will inhale that certain formaldehyde or formalin. Okay, tama po ito. The health impact is eye irritation talaga. And then masakit, tsaka irritating talaga sa throat once you will inhale that formaldehyde. Okay? Carbon monoxide, who are exposed to this, those people handling vehicle maintenance, okay, or operating a vehicle because of this, napuproduce po ng tambutso, there's a carbon monoxide. And then the health impact is acute carbon monoxide poisoning. Aside from that, there is a biological hazard, guys, as part of this health hazard. Exposure to virus, bacteria, parasite, or even fungi. Okay, let's have an example, guys, of diseases involving this biological hazard. The health effect of biological agent. Let's discuss HIV or AIDS. Ang virus po na mag-cause po ng AIDS is the human immunodeficiency virus. This is a virus that attacks slowly or destroys the immune system of the infected person that leads to immunodeficiency. Once you have infection with the HIV, ang tawag po sa sakit ay AIDS. This is acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Ito pong kaibahan po ng tao, ng pasyenteng may AIDS at wala. Ito po yung worker mo, stress, palaging late umuwi, may bisyo, walang vitamins. Pwedeng babagsak ang kanyang immune system down. Once babagsak ang immune system niya, madali po siyang mahawa na ibang sakit na nakapalibot sa kanya. May ubo sa katabi niya, may lagnat sa katabi niya, may sipon sa katabi niya, pwede ka mahawa agad-agad. But if this certain person will have again a normal lifestyle, matutulog ng maaga, healthy diet, healthy living, vitamins, pwedeng babalik ang immune system niya into normal level. Pero ang tao po merong AIDS, because of this HIV infection, your immune system will be attacked by this virus. Babagsak po si immune system po ninyo. Since babagsak si immune system ninyo, once may tao sa palibot nyo na may sakit, madali ka lang po madapuan ng sakit niya. Question, sir, kung mag-health sakit na AIDS, pwede bang babalik ang kanyang normal level of immune system? No. There's no chance na babalik sa normal level ang kanyang immune system. Babagsak na babagsak na babagsak talaga ang kanyang immune system. But the DOH is issuing or giving medication for those people with AIDS. Ang trabaho po ng gamot na binibigay po ng DOH is not to cure the AIDS, but to help the immune system na hindi po mabilis yung pagbagsak ng kanyang immune system. Mag-healthy siya babalik sa normal, but dahan-dahan lang po siyang babagsak. Pero once wala po siyang gamot na i-take from the DOH or whatever medication is that, is ang bilis niya pong mabagsak. So, mamamatay po yung taong may AIDS because of the opportunistic diseases na nakapalibot po sa kanya. And that's example of a viral infection as part of biological hazard. Okay? How can this AIDS be transmitted? Either unprotected sexual contact, no? Kahit sino po ang ka-jerjer po ninyo, there is no proper PPE, okay? Pwede po kayong mahawa po ng AIDS, no? That's why safety first talaga tayo. Use proper PPE even though it is the last line of defense, no? Yun, ang mga safety officer, kailangan maging maingat po. But safety officer are loyal naman po tayo, no? So wala yan sa atin. Okay? Pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding. Yes, because it can pass through to your child. Kung buntis po tayo or even sa breastfeeding, sa gatas, madadala po yan siya. Injected drug use because contaminated yung needle used by infected person and then gagamitin ng kanyang kabrad niya, same needle, pwede po mag-pass po yan siya ng AIDS. Occupational exposure, yung mga sa medical frontliners po natin, because they're handling people that are infected with AIDS, pwede po needle prick, matusok po sila ng mga needles with infected with AIDS also, pwede sila mahawa. Blood transfusion or organ transplant po, pwede po sila mahawa rin po ng AIDS. What are the ways to prevent this AIDS or the prevention? Abstinence, no? Be mutually faithful to partners. Ito mga safety officers talaga ito, no? Mutually faithful to the partners. Okay, tama to siya, sir? Sir Marlon, no? Ito po ating mapanlaban natin, no? Consistent or correct use of condom, and don't share needles, don't do drugs, and then educate people. Early detection or testing. Guys, ha, ang AIDS po is not mandatory. It is a voluntary test po, no? Kung pwede tayo mag-promote sa ating mga kasamahan sa trabaho. Okay? Guys, there is a Department Order 102-10. This is a guidelines for the implementation of HIV and AIDS prevention control in every workplace. No? It is mandatory, guys, that all private workplaces to have a policy on HIV AIDS and to implement a workplace program. There shall be a collaborative effort from the management and workers representative in the development and implementation of policy program. Kung pupunta po si DOLE sa inyong construction site and magkakandak po ng audit si DOLE, hahanapan po kayo. Okay? Meron po ba kayong AIDS prevention control policy sa inyong project site? Your answer should be yes. Because once no, there will be a findings. Hahanapin po yung policy niya. Saan niyo po yan makuha? You can download it po sa website po ni DOLE, Bureau of Working Condition. Just find a template of that HIV AIDS prevention control in workplace. Download that template, fill out that form, sign that safety officer, and be approved that by your management. And then disseminate that to your people, submit that to DOLE, and now you have your policy internally to be submitted, to be complied by DOLE instruction. Okay. Aside from that, guys, example of this biological hazard is the exposure to tuberculosis bacteria. Okay, the bacteria causing TB or tuberculosis is a Mycobacterium tuberculosis. It usually attacks, but they can also damage other parts of the body. Okay, how this Mycobacterium tuberculosis be transmitted? Through sneezing, spits, sings, cough, talks, or even by laughing. Okay. What are the signs and symptoms that you have this kind of disease? The tuberculosis. There will be a coughing up of blood or there will be a hemoptysis. No? Pag ubo po ninyo, ang inyong plema, may kasama po siyang dugo. There will be a fever because you have already infection. Guys, fever is not a disease. It is manifestation that you have ongoing infection in your body. Sweats. No? Sa gabi po, grabe yung pag-sweat. Or yung fatigue. Body weakness, body malaise, unintentional weight loss, hindi ka man nagda-diet pero babagsak yung inyong timbang, chills, loss of appetite, chest pain or pain upon breathing or coughing because there is a lung infection, and coughing that lasts 3 or more weeks. Those are the signs and symptoms of tuberculosis. How to prevent this disease? Do vaccination. That's that all babies kailangan talaga magpa-vaccine ng ng anti-TB vaccine, no? Or this TB vaccine. Training, education, information dissemination to our people. Always cover your mouth with tissue when coughing or sneezing. Same po ito kasi ng COVID. This is a droplet precaution po, no? 1 meter social distancing. Okay, cover your mouth and mouth, coughing etiquette, ganun po yan siya. Proper diagnosis and treatment of infectious cases. Wash your hands after coughing and sneezing. If you have workers that are positive with TB, please recommend to undergo the TB DATS program by your RHU. And there is a medication for them for 6 months. It is free of charge. And then if the certain worker is taking the medication for straight 2 weeks, the person is not already contagious or communicable to other people. Guys, it is also mandatory that every establishment should have a TB prevention and control program, okay, as according to DOLE. Same procedure pa rin po. No? You can download the template of this policy so that you have your own internal policy for TB program. Okay? Go to DOLE, Bureau of Working Condition website, download that policy. Okay? Let you safety officer sign it, disseminate information. Guys, useless po ang policy kung hanggang paper lang po. All of your workers should be aware what is written or what is included in your internal policy. You should make an attendance sheet na yun po katibayan po natin ito na orientation sa ating mga tauhan. Kasi titingnan po yan siya ni Dole. Okay? Same thing also with safety program. Safety program, hindi lang po yan siya for compliant. But before the project starts, we will do the CSHP. But all part of the CSHP should be disseminated also to our people para aware po sila sa ating mga internal policy in relation to occupational safety and health. Another example, guys, of this biological hazard is this hepatitis B. Very common po ito, especially po sa mga food handling industry. It is a potentially life-threatening liver infection caused by a hepatitis B virus. It is high risk of death from cirrhosis or even can lead to liver cancer. Now, example, cirrhosis means, guys, scarring of the liver. Yung parang scarring is yung peklat po. Yung peklat po sa inyong atay, that is a cirrhosis, and then can lead also to liver cancer once it will not be managed immediately. Okay? What is the mode of transmission? Same thing with AIDS pa rin to. Blood, direct to blood contact. Okay? Mother to child during birth. Tattoo piercing, rubbers, okay? Yung mga unsanitized materials na there is a contact with body fluids or blood to a certain person and then mapasa po sa ibang tao, that is a mode of infection. No? Unsterilized healthcare practices, or even, guys, unprotected sex again. No? There's still a risk pa rin na pwede po kayo mag-Hep B. Guys, dati po walang gamot ang hepatitis B. But ngayon, there is already a medication or management for hepatitis B, but the management is very expensive, masyado pong mahal. And then once you have a Hep B, and then may plano po kayo mag-abroad, like mga seaman kayo or whatever, OFW, once you are positive, kasi or carrier of that virus, posible hindi po kayo makapunta sa abroad. Or kung kailangan niyo po talaga pupunta doon, you need to have under the management by your doctor. Kaso, ang mahal po talaga. Therefore, we should be protected of having this kind of disease. It's better siguro hepatitis A. Makukuha po yan siya sa contaminated forming pagkain. The problem with Hep B is blood to blood kasi ito. No? So, and then matagal po siyang i-treat compared to hepatitis A na madali lang po siyang i-treat. What is the prevention? Prevention means wag para hindi po tayo mahawa o magkasakit ng Hep B through vaccination again. That's why yung mga newborn babies immediately mandatory po mag-vaccinate po sa kanilang hepatitis B vaccine. Training, education, information dissemination, toolbox meeting, special training. Yan po. Mga pamphlets po natin, mga IEC po natin na bibigay sa ating community o sa mga workers. Practice safe sex, avoid direct contact with blood or bodily fluids, avoid sharing needles, razors, and other sharp objects. No? Guys, it's very important. We should have internal guidelines in relation to TB prevention and control policy. No? Same procedure pa rin. DOLE, Bureau of Working Condition website, download it, and then fill out that form. Okay. Another health hazard, guys, as part of occupational health is the ergonomics hazard. Ergonomics hazard is result from improper lifting procedure, awkward positioning, prolonged standing or prolonged sitting, or even overreaching. That's why, guys, there's some corporate company as part of their occupational health na they should battle combat this ergonomic hazard issue sa kanyang workplaces. Example po nito, isang company po, ang trabaho nila is sa work desk lang nila, nag-computer. In every 2 hours, they will open a music for 3 minutes. If they hear the music, all of them should stand and do stretching or do exercise. Ganun po. No? Katulad sa atin ngayon, no, we having a prolonged sitting because of this online training. So that's why 2 hours, magkaroon po tayo ng break. You should stand, go to the CR para ma-prevent natin itong mga ergonomics hazard or issue na we can experience that can result to musculoskeletal disorder. Okay. Prolonged standing, guys, no? What are the health effect of this? The prolonged standing can reduce blood supply to the loaded muscle. That's why, no, yung sa mga groceries, yung mga kahira po nila, nakatayo lang po sila, wala silang upuan na pinoprovide. That is very dangerous po, no? It is an ergonomics issue. It can also inflame the veins, leading to varicose, no? Or even musculoskeletal disorder. Ang sa varicose problem kasi, usually ang common ito mga babae. Sa varicose vein kasi, it can be developed because the valve of that vein will be damaged because hindi po siya masyado nagagamit yung ugat ninyo. Improper mobilization. There is a poor blood flow. Once there's a poor blood flow to your vein or blood vessel, masisira po yung valve po natin. No? Kasi ang valve natin is, example, sa vein, papasok po yung, one direction na kasi yan siya. Ito ang blood vessels natin. No? Meron siyang valve. One direction po yan siya. Once there is meron po kayong palagi activities, palagi po nagamit ang ating, there will be a good blood flow or circulation to that affected area. And then, mas nagamit na maayos itong ating valve. Pero once stagnant ang trabaho natin, the valve will be compromised, masisira, maging weak. And then instead the one way lang siya, pwedeng babalik ang ating valve and then ma-stuck po yung dugo. Instead, aalis po siya, papunta po siya sa heart, papunta po siya sa lungs para mag-oxygenated, may stuck po yan siya. That's why, common po sa babae, ang magkaroon po ng varicose vein. Varicose vein due to a lack of activity to that certain area, and then it can result to the damage or impairment of the certain blood vessel. Okay, so yun ha, prolonged standing is an example of a ergonomics issue. Prolonged sitting, guys, sa opisina, sedentary lifestyle, no? It can also lead to musculoskeletal disorder. It can also lead to obesity because there are poor physical activity po. Diabetes mellitus, no? Mag-increase po ating blood sugar level, anxiety, or even increase the risk to die from due to cardiovascular disorder. Bakit po pwede tayong magka-heart problem and can lead to die? Because sedentary lifestyle, full lifestyle, walang activity, pwede magkaroon tayo ng obesity. Pwede tataas ang ating blood sugar. And then if tataas ang blood sugar natin, pwede mag-complicate ang ating heart. Tataas po natin ang ating BP or blood pressure and can lead to heart problem. It can lead to heart attack and can lead to death. Okay. Prolonged standing versus prolonged sitting, guys. No? Prolonged sitting or standing both come with a health risk. Okay? Kung sitting po kayo, pwede kayo magkaroon ng straight neck, back pain, heart disease, poor circulation, colon cancer, lower back pain, joint pain. Ito po mga sakit, no? But if you have this prolonged standing activity, ito rin po mga sakit na makuha po natin. Human are designed to move. Human beings evolve as a walking entity, exploring the world on our feet. No? Therefore, do not do a prolonged sedentary activity. Galaw-galaw naman po konti para di ma-stroke, guys, no? Kasi once naka-prolong po tayo sa ating ginagawa, maging stagnant rin po ang ating blood organs, ating mga vital organs, ang ating dugo, no? Ang ating mga vital parts, ang ating mga ugat, maging stagnant din sila. Kung hindi natin sila gagalawin, baka forever po tayo hindi na talaga gagalaw. Okay? So kanina pa tayo po nakaupo, guys, no? I'm request everybody to please stand po. 1, 2, 3, stand, guys. Okay? Baka makaano tayo, no? Economics issue. Okay? And then please sit down. Sit down. Okay, galaw-galaw. Stand. Stand lang for the last time. Okay. And then sit down. Yun po. That's example. That are example, guys, of the safety activities also to prevent this any untoward health effect na mangyari sa atin. Guys, no? We should be participative with this health and safety activities. Kasi po, we are the one to implement this program to our people. No? Tatlong bagay lang kasi yan para magiging effective safety officers po tayo, mga safety. Number one is safety eye. No? Safety eye means once we will go out to our site, we can easily identify potential hazard. Uy, delikado yan. Uy, unsafe act yan, unsafe condition. Uy, that is occupational health related issue. Number two is a good documenter. Whatever is our activity, it should be written, well documented. If there's a problem, we will investigate. No? That is a second skill. And number three is, dapat tayo mga safety officer, makakapal po ang mukha. Because we are the one teaching our people, doing trainings, implementing programs. Kung tayo mismo ang mahiyain, kung tayo mismo ang hindi mag-participate sa mga safety program, do not expect na sila rin po, susunod po rin sa atin. No? Example nito, every morning there should be a toolbox meeting. And then in part of the toolbox meeting sa site natin is to conduct a exercise. Tama po ba? Pero si safety officer, habang exercise, nakatingin lang sa kanila. So ako si worker, susunod ba ako sa exercise? Hindi po. We should be a model to them in order for our program to be well implemented and to achieve our goals. No? To make our site safe and healthy workers. Okay. Next. According to the DOLE Department Order 184-17, health and safety and health measures for workers who, by the nature of their work, have to spend long hours sitting should provide workers with regular 5-minute break every 2 hours from sitting. According to these DOLE guidelines, kung ang trabaho nila is involved with this too much spending in sitting, such as offices, we should provide a 5-minute break every 2 hours from sitting. Redesign the work tasks, organize health promotion activities, conduct awareness raising the health effect of prolonged sitting, and conduct medical surveillance who are at risk resulted from that prolonged sitting activity from their work. No? So tayo mismo yan, mga safety officer, gagawa po ng polisiya, mandato, programa, and pa-implementin natin sa ating mga tauhan. But it should be approved by the management. Safety and health measurement for workers who, by nature of have prolonged standing na po, no? Yung mga workers naman na in long period of time is nakatayo lang po. According to that department order, implement rest period to break the time spent on standing. Install appropriate floor or mats. Provide table or work surface with adjustable heights. Provide readily accessible seats. And implement the use of footwear which is practical and comfortable. That's why, kung pwede lang po, bawal po mag-high heels ang isang worker or empleyado o ang trabaho po niya involved with a prolonged standing activity. Okay? It should be a closed shoe protection. Okay. The last example of the last part of a health hazard is the social hazard, the psychological hazard, no, or the psychosocial hazard, because it involves the presence of stress, bullying, office politics, sexual harassment, aggression or violence in the workplace, or even substance misuse at work. All of these things should be addressed. Okay. If we define stress, it is a physical or emotional state always present in the person once influenced by various environmental, psychological, and social factors, but uniquely perceived by the person and intensified in response with environmental change or threat occurs internally or externally, and the person must respond. What is the effect if you are exposed with too much stress? Okay ha? Sino ba dito yung mga stress na masyado sa trabaho? Yun. Si Sir John. Sir John. No? Sino pa? Aside from Sir John, yung stress na sa work. So dapat may team building, no? Si Sir Rolando rin. Stress na si Sir Rolando. Yun. So ano pwedeng mangyari sa atin once we cannot manage the stress that we are experiencing? In short-term stress daw, Sir Rolando, pwede daw magkaroon tayo ng feeling worried, nervous, or unable to switch off. Pwede palaging kinakabahan daw tayo. Or even, there will be a tachycardia, increased heart rate. Heart beats harder and faster to pump more blood to the major muscles. Remember guys, too much increasing of heart rate can lead to hypertrophy of the muscles of the heart. It can result to heart enlargement, guys. No, so hindi yan siya okay. Breathing quickens to send more oxygen around the body. So there will be a takip niya. Mabilis po yung paghinga po natin. The normal breathing it should be 12 to 20 breaths per minute. Pwede abot tayo ng 30 breaths per minute kung palaging stress. No? Your tummy issue due to rush or stress or hormones. Pwede kayo mag-diarrhea, pwede mag-constipation. Your skin becomes more sensitive and oily. No? Problems between the shifts, yung pag-ihi po ninyo pwede maapektuhan, and your muscle tense after they are preparing to make run for it. How about if you have a long-term stress? Okay, you will experience already a headache or even a migraine, or even can result to mental health problem, serious heart problem. Kasi nung short term pa siya, mabilis yung pagtibok ng heart ninyo, hindi siya naagapan, in a long term or chronic cycle or stage, it will become a serious heart problem already. You have a respiratory problem also. You can develop trouble in breathing, hyperventilation, or panic attack, or even it can result to a hyperventilation to asthma, no? Skin or hair condition such as acne or hair loss. And then there also a high risk to develop a type 2 diabetes. The type 2 diabetes, that is a lifestyle diabetes that can develop if you are in age already. No, that is a non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. Or even pwede tayong mabaog kasi palaging stress. Delikado. So wag magpa-stress guys baka upaw po daw, baldness. Maubos na ating buhok. Ako, tama si Rolando kasi stress na rin ako. Ubos na yung buhok ko na rin, no? Pwedeng malagas na yung buhok po natin. So wag po tayo magpa-stress. Si Sir Marlon po, hindi pa siya na may stress kasi makapal pang buhok niya. Si Sir John Markley and also Sir Henderson. So wala pa yung problema. Tayo, Sir Rolando, stress na siguro, no? Problemado. Don't worry, sir. No, it can help us to develop our skills. No, professional development din yung minsan may involved tayo sa stress, but we should manage it immediately before it will become a mental problem or even to heart or respiratory problem. Ingon pa. Ay kabala ka na, Sir Rolando, no? Kanaingon pa nila, no? At least taas tag pananaw, no? Taas tag pananaw kay grabe daw ta maghuna-huna kay nangahurot ato mga buhok siguna-huna. Okay. Okay, moving forward, safety officer. According to the DOLE Department Order 2820, no? This is a guidelines for implementation of mental health in workplace policy and programs for the private sector. As part of this policy, as per Department Order of DOLE, we should increase the workers' awareness on mental health and other common conditions, promote healthy lifestyle and work-life balance, establishing mental health programs to support the workers and the workers' achievement and effort recognition programs. We should help our workers not only with physical fitness, but also they should be mentally and psychologically fit. Okay? Kaya once maapektuhan po ang kanilang pag-iisip, they are so depressed and so stressed, their output of the activity, no, will be affected already. And it can affect also the entire image of the company. So kailangan there should be a program in relation to mental health in every establishment, no, in recognizing the achievement of the workers or helping them with their crisis. In some point, stress may lead to substance misuse at work or using abusive drugs, or even you will become a drunkard, no, abused to alcohol consumption. What is the effect? If you're exposed with too much use of illegal drugs or using illegal drugs or too much use of alcohol intake, late attendance, increased absenteeism, no, reduction in quality of work, reduction in work rate, dishonesty, theft, Pwede na pa tayong magnakaw para makuha lang ating mga bisyo. Irritability and mood swings. Konting problema, magalit agad. Konting instruction. Okay? Deterioration in working relationship. And this will be a great effect sa operation po ng ating mga industry. No? A simple problem in relation to mental disorder or mental stresses. No? Mental health. But if we not respond this one, this is the effect, or these are the effects of that, and then the image or the corporate output will be affected. We have also, guys, a DOLE Department Order 37-03. It is a guidelines for the implementation of drug-free workplace and policy program for every private sector. It is mandatory, guys, that all establishment, all example, more than 10 people, no, especially if you have a numerous number of workers, you belong a corporate or a project base, you should have a guidelines in relation to drug-free workplace policy. Same procedure pa rin po. Please download the template that from the DOLE Bureau Working Condition. Okay? Let you sign safety officer, approved by the management, and the policy should be disseminated to your people at site. What is the content of your policy? Okay? There should be a mandatory drug testing randomly to be conducted. There should be a validity of drug test result in every 1 year. Treatment, rehabilitation, and referral system or program by your company. Advocacy, education, and training in relation to combat this drug abuse problem in every workplace. Aside from that, safety officer is the how to deal with this poor nutrition for our workers. Poor nutrition can also be referred as a malnutrition in undernutrition. It is a serious condition that happens when your diet does not contain a high or rich amount of nutrients. This can lead to serious health issues like obesity, heart problem, or can increase the risk of some cancer. You should take proper diet, no? Not too much carbohydrates, not too much of fats, not too much of protein, no? So we should be proper balance po. We should promote, be advocate that our workers should eat balanced diet by intaking fruits and vegetables, bread, rice, and potatoes and pastas as a source of carbohydrates, meat, fish, eggs, and beans as a source of protein, high in fats and sugar, because we also need to intake fats, milk, and dairy foods as part also of fats and protein. So dapat balance po yung tini-intake po natin. Not only that is, as part also of the COVID prevention control policy, there's also a salient point or an element that to make our workers fit and healthy physically and also mentally. Yeah, so yun po. Promotion of proper health diet for our workers. Aside from that, guys, is we should also respond, control problem in our workplace. That our workers should not be abused with the exposure of this vice of smoking. What are the possible health effects of smoking if it is not controlled? It can result to oral health problems, dry skin, risk of increasing the blood pressure because there already a contamination of this nicotine. Okay, it will result into atherosclerosis, narrowing of your blood vessel, and can lead to hypertension or increase of your blood pressure in your body. Scarred lungs, no? Makasira-sira na po yun o makapunit-punit or masugatan po yung lungs po natin. Emphysema or even lung cancer. This is a critical or a high stage of diseases in relation to respiratory problem. Aside from that, guys, we need also to deal with the physical inactivity of our workers. This is the term used to refer the inability to achieve the recommended level of physical activity for health. The health effect if our workers or our co-employees are exposed to sedentary lifestyle, it can result to type 2 diabetes, obesity, increasing of blood pressure, or even it can develop the atherosclerosis or narrowing of the blood vessel, or even other heart diseases, or can lead to stroke. No, blockage to the blood vessel or part of our brain can lead to stroke. No, so kailangan healthy living pa rin. ano po tayo, may mga team building na ginagawa, no? Mga basketball o mga palaro, whatever, para po makombat at physical inactivity ng ating mga tauhan. The third part of this medical surveillance is selection of medical screening test. Difference between medical screening and medical surveillance. If you hear the word medical screening, it is a method for detecting disease or body dysfunctioning before an individual would normally seek medical care. The purpose of this medical screening is for early diagnosis and treatment. Okay? Si medical screening po, ito po yung laboratory test, urine test, x-ray, etc. Para ma-detect po natin ang kalagayan ng health ng isang tao bago po ito maglala. But if you hear the word medical surveillance, it is the analysis of health information to look for the problem that may be occurring in the workplace that requires targeted prevention. The purpose of this medical surveillance is to detect and eliminate underlying cause. Part of this medical surveillance is to identify potential hazard at site, assess the risk, and to do control measure focusing on occupational health. Okay? But technically, as part of medical surveillance, we will conduct medical screening. Okay? That's a good example. Allow me to cite example of medical screening test. Example of that is audiometry, conducted by sometimes the ENT doctors. No? It detects occupational hearing loss. Titingnan po ng isang doktor sa pamamagitan po ng audiometry test kung kumusta na ang pagdinig ng isang tao habang siya po exposed doon sa isang maingay na area nating workplace. Conducting chest x-ray to detect problem in the lungs, to prevent the, especially if the person is exposed with too much dust, no, or other fragments na pwede po niyang ma-inhale. Pulmonary function test to measure the lung volume capacity, the rates of flow and gas exchange. Yung pulmonary function test, minsan is spirometry po yan sila, yung may binoblow po siya na parang ball, titingnan mo yung capacity ng lungs niya kung kaya pa siya mag-blow ng malakas, and then yung capacity po niya na pa-inhale po yan ng air. That is example of occupational health medical screening test. Neuro exam, to examine your balance, muscle, strength, and other functions in the nervous system. And also, lipid profile through blood testing to check your liver function test. Either it is SGPT, ALT, or SGOT, to check the enzyme if your liver is well functioning. The liver, ang function po ng liver is also to filter toxic substances, chemicals that we ingested or pumasok, not only ingested, but even po na-inhale po natin, lahat po ng pasok sa ating katawan, tutulong po yan si liver tsaka si kidney natin sa pag-filter po ng mga toxic. The more sila exposed to filter the toxic, the more po mag-inflame ang liver, the more po tataas yung mga SGPT na, ALT, whatever. Okay. The fourth steps for this medical surveillance is the data interpretation and recommendation. The results are interpreted against a reference or value. No? Confidentially of medical information is always important. Patient's right po yan siya to preserve the confidentiality of a certain person. The types of medical examinations are the following: the pre-employment medical exam, the annual medical exam, special examination, and separation from employment examination. Okay. For the pre-employment medical exam is to determine the physical condition of the prospect employee at the time of hiring, to prevent the placement of the worker on a job where he may be dangerous. Titignan po natin yung isang trabahante, ang kalagayan ng kanyang health bago po siya ma-deploy sa kanyang bagong trabaho or bago po natin siya i-deploy sa kanyang area of assignment. Okay? Usually po, ginagawa ito sa mga newly hired employees. Periodic annual medical exam to follow up previous findings kasi may previous data na po tayo. Either kung bago, we will do the baseline sa pre-employment niya, or kung matagal na siya, dun sa last year annual exam po niya. To allow early detection of occupational and non-occupational diseases, titingnan po natin siya kung meron ba siyang na-develop na sakit habang siya po exposed with a certain na trabaho. To detect the effect of exposure to employees to health hazard. How about a special exam? This requires where there is undue exposure to health hazard. Example nito is anytime it can be done. Kung gusto natin malaman ang extent ng kanyang exposure, kung may na-develop na bang sakit sa kanya or bakit po siya nagko-complain na meron siyang health problem already habang dyan po siya na-assign na sa kanyang area. Separation from employment exam to determine if the employee is suffering from any occupational diseases na nakuha niya habang siya po nagtatrabaho sa atin. To determine whether he is suffering from any injury or illness which has not completely healed, and to determine whether he has sustained an injury while he is connected to our company. Okay. The fifth steps is the communication of result. The importance of communicating medical results are the following. To continuously evaluate the OSH program, if it is effective or not. To provide a mechanism for continuously improving OSH performance. To align our OSH policy and program, kung match pa rin ba siya, especially if there's a new updates already. To inform workers of the current status. No? Example, the worker is being called because he undergo special exam. So we will relay the information to that certain person. But we see to it that all information gathered from him should be kept confidential. Okay. Confidential record should not be disclosed to anyone unless authorized by the employee. It should not be shared to everybody unless that you will cover the name or you will be keep the confidentiality of the owner of the data. The following records are to be filed and kept. We should keep this record, medical records, the annual medical record, the medical history of the person, the physical examination and the diagnostic reports, and the interpretation. Aside from that, it should be kept confidential. Evaluation of exposure, either it is biological monitoring or work environment assessment. Aside from that is the report of control measures modification. Okay. All employers shall maintain and keep an accident or illness record which shall be open at all times for inspection to authorized personnel as per OSH standard. All records should be open anytime if there be inspection to be conducted, especially by DOLE or OSH Center. It is recommended to keep records with exposure to any toxic substances or harmful physical agent cases for 30 years. No? So i-keep natin yan siya. 30 years ang keeping natin ng mga records. Medical records, whether in electronic or paper format, shall be stored for 15 years and lifetime for medical legal cases. Guys, we have also this annual medical report that should be submitted to DOLE every January. For cases of occupational accident injuries, please refer on your accident injury logbook or work accident illness report. Di ba meron tayong monthly reportorial to DOLE, this WAIR form, to be submitted to DOLE every month? So lahat po ng ating annual medical report, ang ating reference po nito, yung mga WAIR na ginagawa po natin monthly sa ating mga projects. Or dun po sa logbook, pwede rin gamitin yung easy logbook natin. Count the case for female and male and the total number of case of female and male. The summary of the entire health status of your project, and that is the content of your annual medical report. For evaluation of effectiveness of the control measure safety officer, hazard control must be evaluated to determine their effectiveness to assess if the intent of that control is being met. We need to evaluate if all of our control measure being implemented at our site are effective or not, or updated pa po sila based sa mga guidelines na pinapalabas po ng OSH Center ni DOLE or even by DOH due to this COVID pandemic. If there are some things that you should be revised, we should inform the OSH committee and seek approval by the management. And once we have a new revision and already approved, we should submit a new record to new policy to DOLE. At the same time, this report should be disseminated to our people and have an attendance sheet that we conducted this kind of activity, the information dissemination. Safety officer. We have a different rules for the implementation of medical surveillance program. You, safety officer, should understand the process of medical surveillance. You should also monitor the compliance and performance in the implementation of this program to solicit management commitment and employees' participation in the program. Kahit gaano pa tayo kagaling mga safety officer, if there is no approval or cooperation by the management, it is still useless. So we should convince our management to approve all our presentation, to understand our point in dealing with the safety program to be implemented at site. Once this policy already approved by the management, it is now our task also to inform our workers about it, okay? To have their support in order to develop safety and health culture in every workplaces. Because inculcate in their mind that safety is everybody's responsibility. Please convince them that the safety should start from themselves by complying all safety and regulation that we laid from them. Safety officers also should assist in the hazard identification and control and employees training and program evaluation, as part of our task. And also to monitor the effectiveness of control measure input as recommended by the occupational health personnel and hygienist. Safety officer, the OH personnel, your OH nurse, your doctor, or even your environmental hygienist should work hand in hand in dealing or implementing this environmental safety or occupational health program in our establishment or in our different workplaces. Okay? So, in summary, safety officer, the purpose of this medical surveillance in occupational safety and health is prevention of illness rather than to respond na nagkaroon na po ng arise na isang sakit habang tayo po nag-ooperate. Biological monitoring and medical surveillance are strategies that monitor the workers' exposure to hazardous substances. You, safety officer, must classify the risk of the hazard before implementing control measure to correct them. Control and preventive measures should be evaluated to check its effectiveness. In conclusion, occupational health is a basic element and constitutes a social and health dimension of the principle of sustainable development. We should deal occupational health at all times. We should not ignore it because the life of the workers is at stake once they will be not be prevented by being exposed of these different health hazards. The company policies and programs are very important to protect and monitor our workers' health. Our company health policy and program should be at all times be parallel to the occupational safety and health standard or to the new guidelines as laid by the Occupational Safety and Health Center. Laws, standards, and guidelines exist to promote health and well-being of the workers. Remember guys, it is the prime responsibility by the management, in cooperation by the safety officer and also by the workers to have a safe and healthy workplaces every day in our construction sites. Okay? So together, let's work hand in hand to promote safety and health culture in our projects. Okay? And that's all for our medical surveillance and for our occupational health topics. Thank you very much. And now, do you have any question? Gutom na po kayo. Gutom na daw. Okay guys, it's already 5 minutes before 12. So if you have any may mga questions po kayo na ma-remember niyo mamaya, please chat it sa chat box po natin. And then we will answer that before we start our discussion this afternoon. We have 4 topics more to go this afternoon. So we will discuss elimination safety, PPE, COVID-19 in workplaces, and also safety inspection. Okay guys, thank you very much for your listening. For listening also, enjoy your lunch. Be back by exactly 1 o'clock. Ang malate po mamaya, meron pong penalty. Yun, maraming salamat. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you so much, Sir Ian, and dear participants. You may have your early lunch, and please be back at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you. Ingat, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Once again, good afternoon, dear participants. May I request everybody to please to turn on their cameras so we can check the attendance and later on proceed with our activity. And then also, may I ask our participants to please to turn off their microphones if that being told to avoid distraction on the part of our speaker. Okay po, let's open our camera so we can check the attendance po. At isa pong, alam niyo po ba yung Korean heart? Sino po nakakalam ng Korean heart? Ayan, sige po. Hingin po tayo sa camera at isang Korean heart para po ma-check natin ang inyong mga attendance. Ready po? 1, 2, 3, go! Ayan, isang Korean heart po. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Thank you so much po. And then, nandito na po ang ating speaker, Sir Chris. Good afternoon po.
Hi, Sir Lucky. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our afternoon session. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Kumusta po yung lunch natin? Yun, busog. Ang iba, ang tahimik. Anyway, guys, this afternoon we're going to discuss 4 topics pa po. So we are going to discuss COVID-19, prevention, control in workplace, and also PPE. And then the third topic will be safety inspection. And our last topic will be demolition safety. So we'll end by 5. So please bear with me sa ating mga lecture this afternoon. And then mamayang hapon, I will view naman ating screen kung sino po yung inaantok. No, kanina daw, sir, hindi kami inaantok kanina, sir. I'm sure this afternoon may aantokin talaga. So screenshot natin, Sir Lucky, no? And then dapat mag-TikTok siya mamaya bago tayo matapos.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll have the screen. Please, guys, watch this video.
The novel coronavirus, or COVID-19, is a respiratory illness that can spread from person to person, usually when an infected person coughs or sneezes, or through close contact with them. People may also become infected by touching surfaces or objects contaminated with the virus, and then touching their mouths, nose, or eyes. People with COVID-19 have had a wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild to severe, and include fever, cough, shortness of breath, or difficulty breathing, chills, muscle pain, headache, sore throat, and loss of smell. In order to be safe and maintain ongoing construction operations, employers should develop a COVID-19 prevention, preparedness, and response plan that outlines the steps every employer and worker should take to reduce the risk of exposure to and transmission of COVID-19 on the job. Protecting all construction workers will depend on following basic infection prevention measures, such as practicing good personal hygiene and following job site safety practices to prevent the spread of the virus, including staying home if you have a fever or are sick. Do not work. Anyone on the job showing symptoms of COVID-19 should be asked to leave and return home. Limiting job access to only essential workers. Practicing respiratory etiquette. Cover coughs and sneezes. Cleaning your hands often. Wash hands frequently. Or use alcohol-based hand sanitizer containing at least 60% alcohol. Limiting all in-person meetings and conduct business by telephone when possible. Avoiding close contact by social distancing to increase personal space to at least 6 feet between yourself and other people. If social distancing is not possible on the job, consider covering your nose and mouth with a cloth face cover when others are around. Minimizing ride sharing, and while in vehicles, provide adequate ventilation. Avoid sharing tools or equipment with coworkers if possible. Regularly cleaning and disinfecting frequently touched surfaces such as door handles, handrails, toilets, cell phones, tools, equipment controls with EPA-registered household disinfectant or properly diluted bleach solution. Always follow the manufacturer's instructions using all sanitizing products. Using proper personal protective equipment or PPE when cleaning and disinfecting, also in accordance with manufacturer's instructions, such as gloves and eye or face protection. If N95 respirator masks are not available for protection from non-COVID-19 hazards, minimize dust and airborne contaminants by using engineering and work practice controls. Finally, if a worker shows symptoms or tests positive for COVID-19, they should self-quarantine away from work and only return after being cleared by medical personnel or a healthcare provider. Following these COVID-19 basic infection prevention measures will help keep you safe from coronavirus and to help flatten the curve for everyone.
Okay. Okay, guys, welcome back. So, welcome to our first topic for this afternoon session. We're going to discuss COVID-19 prevention and control in workplaces. Yun. So, timely talaga tong topic na ito because we are now facing this severe, catastrophic biological hazard that all of us are affected already. Hindi lang po yung mga sa healthcare facilities, but lahat po ng mga industries, apektado na po itong COVID-19 threat. Okay, safety officers, sino ba sa atin dito, out of 20 sa atin, sino na dito yung naka-experience na nagka-COVID positive na or COVID infected? Wala pa. Very good. So please retain that one. Sino na sa atin dito yung na-vaccinate na po ng COVID-19 vaccine? Very good, no? So, actually, guys, I had my vaccination already. My fully vaccination was May this year. I belong to an A1 category, pero I had my COVID infection last month of August po. So, lahat ng pamilya namin nagka-COVID-19. Ang critical lang po is yung father ko because he is with comorbidity, but the rest of the family members are nasa mild cases naman po. Yun ang kagandahan sa vaccine kasi malaki ang tsansa na hindi po kayo ma-hospital or malaki ang tsansa na you will not go into a critical case of COVID-19. Okay? So, dati po mga safety officers, ang goal po natin is tapusin ang buong araw, buong shift na walang maaksidente sa atin. Makauwi tayo every 6 o'clock or 5 p.m. na walang masugatan, walang mahulog, walang makuryantihan, walang maipit, wala mabanggaan ng sasakyan sa loob ng construction site. But right now, safety officer are one of our goals, no, is to end the shift every day na hindi po tayo mapasukan ng COVID-19 sa ating project site. And it is our main responsibility, safety officer, to be the number one implementer of this COVID-19 prevention and control protocol sa bawat construction industries, no? Kung saan man tayo na-assign, not only in construction industry, but all workplaces, tayo po number one implementer po with this internal policy about COVID-19. Okay, so this is my picture when I have my vaccination. I'm encouraging safety officers, no, to promote vaccination sa inyong workplaces po. And then you should be the one, the role model po, na kung nagpabakuna kayo, para susundin din po tayo ng mga kasama natin. This is our number one lang po na remedy sa ngayon to fight with this battle. Because itong si SARS-CoV-2 po, itong virus na nag-cause ng COVID-19, hindi na ito siya mawawala talaga. This will be forever. And then to end this problem is we should have the immunity. We will develop the herd immunity that all of us will be protected na once you have this virus, magiging ordinary sickness na lang ito siya because we already developed an antibodies in our body since we're already vaccinated. Aside from that, guys, is huwag kayo maniwala sa mga fallacy, sa mga fake news na marami pong nakaka-harm because of COVID-19. According po sa data, it is a fact that 99.82% ang mga nabakunahan ay hindi nakaranas ng mga side effects, ng mga major side effects talaga, or even namatay po sila. No? Only 0.0017% ang mga fully vaccinated na nireport na nagkasakit po ng COVID-19 na severe cases. Okay ha? It doesn't mean po na you are vaccinated, walang tsansa na po kayo magka-COVID. May tsansa pa rin tayo magka-COVID. Pero malaki ang tsansa na hindi na po tayo ma-hospital, ma-critical case, or pupunta po sa ICU or even mamatay because we will develop already the antibodies. According to the report, safety officers, no, in a certain hospital po sa US, okay, sa lahat po daw na hospital because of COVID-19 case, okay, only 6% daw doon ang fully vaccinated. And 94% of all COVID positive sa hospital are not vaccinated people. According also to the study, sa inside ICU, sa lahat po daw na nagka-COVID, only 3% doon ang na-fully vaccinate. And 97% ay hindi po nabakunahan. Ang nahupo sa ventilator, only 3% lang nabakunahan, and then 97% ang hindi po nabakunahan. So to sum up this one, is malaki talaga ang protection once we are vaccinated because we will have the protection inside our body, no? Either we will put attenuated virus inside the body or even a protein spike, no? Para po magkaroon po ng antibodies, ma-develop po siya to fight the actual virus once we will have the actual infection na to happen. Okay, moving forward, safety officer. What is this COVID-19? Okay, what is this coronavirus? Okay, coronavirus is a large family of viruses which may cause illness in animal and also to human, causing common colds or even more serious infection. Si coronavirus is a type of virus that have a protein spike na nakakatulong po sa kanya para mabilis po ang kanyang paglapit, okay, pagpasok po sa isang healthy cell ng host na kanyang madapuan. Okay, para po itong ganito. Ganito siya, no? This is a virus, no? And then itong red na nakikita po niyo, that is a protein spike. Just like a corona, no? Na tumutulong po yan siya para pag-attach doon po sa cell para siya po makapasok. Kailangan po ni virus pasukan ang isang cell para siya po magparami sa loob ng katawan. Unlike with bacteria na even outside the body, kaya niya magparami. Pero si virus is kailangan pa niyang pumasok sa isang cell, either ng hayop o ng tao, i-mutate niya, i-invade niya itong cell na ito, i-mutate niya para siya po magparami ng kanyang kapamilya. Okay, itong si COVID-19 virus or other known as SARS-CoV-2 is a type or came from a family of coronavirus. Okay? Ang tawag po sa virus na mag-cause po ng COVID-19 is SARS-CoV-2 or Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus 2 is belong to the class of coronavirus. Once you have an infection of the SARS-CoV-2, once pasukan po tayo ni SARS-CoV-2 virus sa ating katawan, infection will be occurred. And then magkaroon po tayo ng sakit na tawag po ay COVID-19. This is an infectious disease caused by the most recently discovered coronavirus, the SARS-CoV-2. That's why po, if we will have the RT-PCR or even the antigen testing, ang hinahanap po nila ay yung presence po ni SARS-CoV-2 para maklasify tayo that we have ongoing infection inside our body. This novel coronavirus or this COVID-19 virus is a new strain of coronavirus that has not been discovered previously. This is called novel coronavirus. What do you mean by novel? Sensational, kakaiba, bagong-bago. It was discovered lang po noong December 2019 sa Wuhan, China, and then kumalat agad sa iba't ibang countries po na masyadong mabilis. No? So that's why tinawag po siya noong February 12, 2020 as per World Health Organization na once may sakit po kayo, infected kayo with the SARS-CoV-2, ang tawag po sa sakit sa inyo ay COVID-19 or coronavirus disease 19 because it was discovered December 2019 in Wuhan, China. As of yesterday, mga safety officer, October 5, 2021, meron na pong 235,805,910 ang nagkakasakit ng COVID-19 sa buong mundo. Umabot na po sa 4.8 million ang namatay sa atin. Sa buong mundo, top 1 pa rin sa pinakamaraming kaso si USA, si UK, si India, Turkey, Brazil, and Russia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alam nyo ba si Philippines nasa top 7 sa pinakamaraming kaso sa buong mundo? But luckily ngayon, mabuti na lang ngayon po, it's medyo bumababa na po ang COVID-19. Tinitingnan ko kasi ang trending everyday sa DOH. No? So nasa 9,000, as of yesterday, October 5, we have only 9,055 new case ang nadagdag lang po sa atin. Compared to other weeks and the other weeks and the other month na everyday nasa 20,000, 19,000, 18,000 ang positive na nagdagdag everyday. No? Malaking tulong kasi na marami na pong dumadating na mga bakuna and majority na rin po dyan sa NCR or even other provinces na nag-start na sila to extend the coverage of this vaccination campaign. Unlike before na A1 category lang po yung mga frontliners natin, the A2 yung mga seniors, may mga comorbidity rather, yung may mga sakit po, may mga maintenance, etc. The A3 is yung mga senior citizen, okay? And then the A4, yung mga ating mga essential workers natin, no? Correct me guys ha, the A1 is the healthcare workers, the A2 mga senior citizen, A3 yung may mga sakit po na mga adults, and then the A4 yung mga essential workers. Hopefully po, na majority of us mga safety officers ngayon is nabilong kayo sa A4 para kayo po yung mabakunahan na. No? So, yun po, ang gagandahan po ng mga resulta ng trend ngayon sa COVID-19 is sa NCR, medyo bumababa na po ang kaso ng COVID-19. Kung meron man nagpa-positive is hindi na talaga sila napupunta sa hospital because they already built an immune system inside the body. But there are some provinces outside NCR na tumataas ang kaso like Davao Region, Cagayan de Oro, Palawan, Cebu, na minsan exhausted na ang kanilang medical facilities. That's why sa ngayon, dumadating ating bakuna, it's good no, mga Pfizer pa dumadating ngayon, Pfizer tsaka yung mga tawag nito, AstraZeneca, Moderna. That's a good vaccine already. So sila na yung mga nabibigyan ngayon ng mga bagong napapabakuna. But guys, if you will ask, what is the best vaccine bag, sir? Ano sabihin mo? So, pwede ba sir na wag lang ako mag-Sinovac kasi made in China? Pwede mag-antay ako ng Pfizer? Guys, the answer is, whatever is available, that is the best vaccine. Do not wait to kailan po darating yung mga 95 efficacy, yung mga 80% efficacy. Ayaw ko ng Sinovac kasi maliit na efficacy niya. No po. It's better to be 60% if protected rather than zero at all. No? Mag-aantay ka next month, magdating yung bakuna mo, and then you don't know what happened tomorrow or next week. Baka next week po, ma-expose na po kayo ng COVID-19. And then ma-hospital pa kayo bago kayo mapabakuna. So whatever is the vaccine available in your community, please grab it. Protect the elder and children in your community also. No? Guys, as of yesterday po, there are 600,000 na po ang nagka-COVID sa buong Pilipinas. The effectivity rate natin is nasa 19.3. Okay na to sa akin. Kasi dati po ang positivity rate rather. The positivity rate natin dati is nasa 23%, 24%, minsan na 29%. That is not good record. The acceptable positivity rate should not reach beyond 5%. The meaning of positivity rate, guys, is among 100% po na nagpa-test ng COVID-19, dapat po not beyond 5% ang dapat magpositibo. Pero itong 19.3, medyo mataas siya sa 5 talaga, pero it is lowering na compared to the other weeks natin na mga trends of cases of COVID-19. So, improving na po ito para sa akin, safety officer. Okay? As of October 4, guys, no? So, masyadong malaki pa rin ang ating, if you will analyze po, classification, mas marami po mild symptoms. And then, yung nasa critical case natin, nasa 1.2%, and then the severe is 2.7%, moderate is 5.1%. So, ito mga critical case natin sa severe cases, ito yung nasa hospital ng mga pasyente natin. Mostly sa kanila is may mga comorbidity or unvaccinated people. And among the trend kasi, guys, out of 100% po nagpa-positive, only 20% ang kailangan talaga magpunta ng hospital due to difficulty of breathing or critical case na sila. And 80% of all positive is kaya po ma-recover lang po sa bahay. But still, they are still infectious. Mag-ingat. Kung pwede lang po, kung naka-isolate, huwag lalabas po sa bahay. As of October 4, mga kasama, top 1 sa pinakamaraming cases pa rin si COVID-19 because this is accumulated data, no? Since Calabar Zone, Central Luzon, Ilocos Region, Cagayan Valley, okay, Western Visayas, and then Dakar. So top 1 pa rin, no? Ito yung mga cases natin. Kung titingnan natin yung data sa pinakamaraming mga new cases saka mga active cases as of now. Active cases is yung hindi pa sila nag-graduate sa kanyang isolation. They're still infectious. Okay, they are not recovered. Okay. So yun ang mga active cases natin, mga kasama. Guys, saan ba nanggaling itong si COVID-19 virus or si SARS-CoV-2? According to the studies are the most likely source of this COVID-19 virus. It is possible that this virus originated from animal before infected to human. However, the specific source of this COVID-19 virus is not yet been confirmed. Until now, ongoing pa po yung research natin. There are some instances, according sa kanila, na ang COVID-19 virus daw galing daw to sa paniki, sa Wuhan, China, kinain ng isang insect, and then nagka-COVID, napasa sa tao. Meron ng isang story na this is a laboratory-made virus, no? And then ginagamit nila as bioweapon. We don't know. Ongoing pa po yung study na ginagawa po natin ngayon. The important right now is, guys, is anong pwedeng gawin natin as a simple person, as a human, as a Filipino, anong pwedeng maitulong ba natin? Okay? Ano po? Just follow the minimum health requirement and participate in vaccination program, and that is already a part of the solution, not to add into the problem. Okay, safety officer, what is the incubation period of this COVID-19? If you hear the word incubation period, it is the time that you are infected or exposed to a certain person that is positive to the time that your first symptoms will come out. Example nito, Lunes, na-expose po ka po sa taong positive with COVID-19. And then, pagka Thursday, doon po lumabas ang iyong ubo tsaka sipon. So therefore, you have 3 days incubation period. According to the study, the common incubation period of COVID-19 ranges from 5 to 6 days. Pero pwedeng umaabot daw into 14 days. Depende po sa immune system o resistensya po ng tao. The more weak ang iyong immune system, the more early lumalabas ang iyong simptomas. The more strong ang immune system nyo, kaya pa siyang labanan ng inyong body, and then, kung kailan kayo nag-weak, doon lalabas ang inyong simptomas. That's why, ang iba, from the exposure, minsan umaabot pa ng 10 days bago sila lumalabas yung lagnat nila o whatever. Okay? So that's why you need to have the 14 days quarantine in order for you to wait. Okay? When is the first day of symptoms will appear? Dito po sa COVID-19, mga kasama, mga safety officer, okay? Ito po mga bagay na dapat tandaan po ninyo. Kailan yung unang araw na possible na expose kayo? Number 2, kailan yung araw na unang lumabas ang iyong simptomas? Ubo, sipon, lagnat, sore throat, etc. Number 3, kailan ang last day na nag-stop ang iyong symptoms? Number 4, anong araw kayo nag-positive sa RT-PCR? Yung mga 4 na bagay lang talaga ang huwag niyong kalimutan. So that you will know, you will compute anong araw kayo already recovered, or you will compute na anong araw kayo hindi na po infectious. Okay. This is why people who have been exposed to the virus are advised to remain at home and stay away from others for 14 days in order to prevent the spread of the virus, especially when testing is not easily available. These are the common symptoms if you have this COVID-19 disease. Lalagnatin po kayo because you have ongoing infection. Ang lagnat po guys is hindi sakit. That is only a manifestation that you have infection inside your body. Once napasukan kayo ng infection because kay virus or bacteria or ano pa man yan, automatic, papainitin na inyong katawan ang inyong loob. Ang inyong papainitin po na inyong sistema, ang inyong katawan para mamatay po ang young microorganism inside your body. But it's not good at all times kasi too much heat naman na produce sa yung inside your body can cause naman damages to other vital organs sa inyo. That's why if we have a fever, pinapainom tayo ng paracetamol. Aside from that guys, dry cough, very common talaga. Once you have a COVID-19, you will have a dry cough. That is a very common first symptoms na lumalabas. Dry cough and then sore throat. Dahil madali kayong mapagod, exhausted, or even mga less common symptoms, masakit ang kasukasuan, masakit ang katawan, may sipon kayo, masakit ang ulo, and then means diarrhea. That is very common. When I had my COVID last month, nag-LBM po ako palagi. And then nawalan po ako ng pang-amoy, panlasa, skin rashes, some other cases also, and discoloration of fingers and toes. Guys, there's no specific treatment for COVID-19, especially for us na tayo po nabakunahan na. And then especially for us that we're taking vitamin C with zinc. So strong immune system natin. Once we will be infected, we need to isolate ourselves lang tapos treat the symptoms. That is a palliative care. So just boost your immune system if you have COVID-19 guys. Mag-take lang po kayo ng vitamin C with zinc and then yung para sa ubo po ninyo and then do not do self-medication, mga antibiotics until there's a prescription by doctor. Guys, alam nyo ba, very effective. This is not recommended by DOH ha, but I tried. Effective masyado ang tuob. Ang ginawa ko po is nagpa-boil ako ng water, nilagyan ko po yan siya ng tanglad, nilagyan ko ng asin, luya, and then Vicks or efficacent, and then yung steam po ng boiling water, I expose my nose and my mouth, and then I cover with towel. I'm doing it 3 times a day. Because of that practice is, ang bilis po bumalik yung pang-amoy ko tsaka panglasa. Okay? Aside from that guys, once meron po kayong ubo, example, positive na kayo ng COVID, meron kayong ubo, that is dry cough kasi kung pwede lang po, wag muna kayong kumain ng mga citrus fruits. Di ba akala natin kung may ubo tayo, kakain agad ng oranges, dalandan, kalamansi? But according to the doctor, no, this citrus fruit is very acidic, can cause irritation to our throat, causing us to cough more. Because this is not naman na yung mga productive cough, but this is only a dry cough, irritating cough. So wag mo nang kakain ng mga irritating food. Example of that is citrus fruits, dalandan, oranges, wag mo nang kakain. And also banana guys, iwasan nyo po talaga ang banana once inuubo kayo. Kasi sticky masyado ang banana na pwede po siyang mag-band po dito sa lining ng ating throat na mag-cause ng mas matagal pang mag-stop ang ating ubo. Okay? Based on my experience, I stop all of those fruits and then nakatulong po kasi nung meron akong symptoms po, in just 5 to 7 days, nawala na po yung symptoms ko with COVID-19. But it doesn't mean na wala ka ng symptoms, you can go out na. Still continue your 14 days isolation. Okay ha? Isolate pa rin kayo. What is the mode of transmission? Paano po kayo makahawa sa ibang tao? People can catch COVID-19 from others. Disease spread primarily from person to person through small droplet from nose or mouth which are expelled. 19 sneeze, cough, or speaks. It is therefore important, guys, to maintain a distance of more than 1 meter away from any person who has respiratory problem. This is a droplet precaution. Okay? The virus, okay, pwede po niyang gawing vessel ang iyong laway, okay, or mga liquid from your mouth and nose and can reach beyond not more than 1 meter. That's why we need to sustain the social distancing of more than 1 meter para hindi po tayo aabutan nitong mga fluids containing the SARS-CoV-2. But if you are in an area or room with poor ventilation, pwedeng maging aerosol po si COVID-19. That's why guys, kami po sa medical, iniiwasan po namin yung positive with COVID-19. Siyempre nahirapan maghinga, tapos mag-nebulizer po kami. Kung pwede lang po is once mag-nebulize tapos positive siya COVID-19, magdistansya kayo. because the virus will become aerosol. Magiging siya eh. And then sasama yun siya sa mist na pupunta doon sa atmosphere. That's why we are discouraging sa closed area, mag-nebulizer yung positive and then may makasama kayong iba na walang proper PPE. Okay. How you considered that you are a close contact with COVID positive? Paano malaman na ikaw ay masabi natin na, uy, si Rolando, ano po kayo, close contact kayo na positive? Sir Albert, considered kayo as first degree exposed, so dapat mag-quarantine kayo. Paano nyo maklasify kayo that you are a first contact with a COVID positive? Kung meron kayo interaction with that person within 1 meter, more than 15 minutes. Kahit po naka-PPE po kayo, sir, basta kasama po kayo within 1 meter of more than 15 minutes, considered po kayo as close contact. Or had direct physical interaction with a positive patient. Kasama kayong kumain, kasama kayo sa sasakyan, considered kayo as first contact. Or may interaction kayo sa pasyente na positive with COVID na walang PPE or siya po naka-PPE ka naka-mask even more than 1 meter basta isang room. Therefore, example no, kasama ko sa room. Ako po is admin ako and then si Sir Rolando is admin na isa si Sir Albert admin rin siya. Positive ako. And then there will be a contact tracing to happen. Tatanungin ako, sino yung nakausap mo sir within 1 meter and then more than 15 minutes? Si Rolando po. Si Sir Rolando po, kasali rin siya sa quarantine for 14 days until there is no result. Sino yung kasama mo sa kwarto, sir? At that time, kasama ko po si Sir Albert, sabay kaming kumain. So si Sir Albert rin, considered siya as first contact. Kasi during contact tracing, the contact tracer will ask, who are your close contact or with interaction para sila rin po i-swab test rin po natin. Okay, anong gawin natin sa mga taong considered as first contact or close contact or first degree exposed? Okay, if you have been exposed to someone that is COVID positive, you may become infected even though wala pa kayong simptomas. After exposure to someone with COVID-19, please do the following. Tawagan nyo agad ang inyong barangay emergency response RHU. So very important mga safety officer, kung saan nabilong ang inyong project, dapat meron kayong coordination or contact kung saan ang pinakamalapit na RHU, kung saan nabilong ang inyong construction project. At the same time, even sa inyong bahay, as kayo ang pamilya, as kayo ang safety officer ng family, dapat may contact number kayo sa inyong health center or RHU. Kasi sila po dapat ang tawagan natin, first choice natin tatawagan in order for us na i-guide nila tayo sa proper protocol. Example, si Sir Geraldo, no? Meron positive sa kanila na worker nila. So dapat si Sir Geraldo ang tatawagan niya agad ang pinakamalapit na RHU para mabigyan po siya ng instruction anong pwedeng gawin po nila, no? So please include your RHU sa inyong emergency hotline number. Number 2, call your healthcare provider or COVID hotline to find out where and when to get the test. Usually po kasi, once we are positive or we have exposure, and then na-inform na po si RHU, ang gagawin po ng RHU is, sir, pwede kayo sa bahay or meron ba kayong area na saan pwede kayo mag-quarantine? Kasi po, ngayong araw is Wednesday, ang schedule nyo po is Saturday. Susunduin namin kayo dyan, dadalhin namin kayo doon sa testing facility. So you need to have a quarantine today until Saturday kung kailan sila magdating. So that means wala na po kayong dapat may interaction with other people. Okay? Cooperate with contact tracing procedure to stop the spread of the virus. If testing is not available pa po, kasi minsan sa daming-dami po mga taong titest ngayon, minsan matagal pa po kayo ma-RT-PCR. Kung gusto nyo talaga mag-RT-PCR na mabilisan, you can do naman your own as private sa mga company, sa mga hospitals. Pero gusto nyo lang libre, mag-antay kayo sa schedule ng inyong barangay. Stay home and stay away from other people for 14 days until there's no testing to happen. While you are in quarantine, do not go to work, to school, or even public places. Ask someone to bring your food or supplies. Ang ginawa ko po dati, sir, yung quarantine po ako is, doon ako sa kwarto ko. Naglagay po ako ng chair sa labas ng door ko. Doon po nila nilalagay yung mga pagkain ko. And I'm eating inside my room. Para mismo sa loob ng bahay ko is wala ko interaction with other people. Sa ngayong panahon kasi mga sir, I don't know sa inyong lugar po, dito sa amin maraming positive. Punuan na po kasi ang facilities namin. That's why ang aming RHU, ang aming city health office, nag-aalaw na po kahit sa bahay lang kami mag-isolate. Basta sa kwarto lang namin. Okay? Huwag kayong lalabas or may sarili po kayong CR. Okay lang po yan siya. Ito pang problema mga safety officer. Kung sa bahay lang po kayo mag-isolate as you are positive with COVID, walang tanod din nakabantay. So pwede kayo maglabas-labas sa inyo. Because example ako, sir, no? Dito ako sa bahay kasi my father is in ICU that time, last month. And then sinamahan siya ni mama kasi positive si mama, asymptomatic. So siya nagbabantay kay papa doon sa hospital. Ako po dito sa bahay na isolate ako. I have a chance na pwede ako maglabas. Pwede ako ng pharmacy, but still, I am under isolation. I am still positive with COVID. Depende na po yan sa inyo. The problem is kung wala tayong konsensya, labas ng labas kayo, what if ang kasamahan nyo sa labas, sa mall or sa pharmacy, buntis, nahawaan nyo siya, namatay, and then you will become a murderer already. Therefore, guys, comply with the government protocol. Kung nag-trust sila sa inyo to have your personal isolation sa bahay ninyo, please comply it. Huwag po matigas ang ulo. Ulitin ko po, we should be part of the solution, not be a part of the problem. Okay? Keep at least 1 meter social distancing from any other people, even from family members. Wear mask to protect others, okay? Including when you need to seek medical care, and clean your hands frequently. Aside from that, guys, no, example ha, nag-aantay kayo ng result or nag-aantay pa kayo for testing, stay in separate room from other family members. And if not possible, wear medical mask. No choice na talaga kayo. No, wala kayong separate room. Mag-mask na lang kayo kahit 1 room kayo sa inyong kapamilya. Okay? Keep the room well ventilated. If you share room, place bed at least 1 meter apart. For any symptoms for 14 days, and stay away from keeping in touch with loved ones by phone or online and by exercising at home. What is the diagnostic procedure in order for us to know that we are COVID positive? The gold standard for it is the RT-PCR. This is a test, most accurate, okay, most sensitive. This is a real-time polymerase chain reaction. It is a test to detect genetic material from that specific virus. The test detects the presence of virus if you have the virus at the time of the test. That test could also detect fragments of the virus even after you are no longer infected. Ito po, ang pinaka-reliable po na testing ngayon is the RT-PCR. Very accurate and very sensitive po to sila. Example, no, nag-positive kayo sa rapid test na antigen. Ngayon, once you are positive with antigen, you should have a confirmatory test. Once positive po kayo sa RT-PCR, you are confirmed positive already. And then the doctor will inform you that, okay, finish the 14 days quarantine. And then on the 14th day, you are considered recovered already. Guys, okay, do not do retesting of RT-PCR. Because even though you are considered recovered, you are still positive with SARS-CoV-2. Bakit positive? Because even the remnants of the virus can be detected on the RT-PCR. So hindi po siya, recommended na magpa-retest po kayo ulit. Ha? Example, August 1, positive ako. August 14, graduate na ako sa isolation. Considered ako recovered, may clearance na ako. Doc, okay lang ba, Doc, magpa-retest ako ng RT-PCR para alam ko po, Doc, kung safe na ako, not infectious? Kasi meron akong isang case meron kaming engineer. Positive po siya, sir. And then, ni-isolate ko po siya doon sa staff house. Tapos kasi sa ibang province nakatira po yung family niya, after 14 days, graduate na siya sa isolation. Sabi niya, sir, pwede ba ako, sir, magpa-repeat RT-PCR, sir, on the 14th day? Kasi uuwi ako sa bahay namin, pwede ba ako mag-sex sa asawa ko or mag-gerger sa asawa ko? So kinabahan ako, sir. 15 days niya sa isolation, recovered na. Safe na ba mag-gerger siya sa asawa niya? So magpa-retest daw siya, Sir Rolando. So hindi ako nag-allow na mag-retesting kasi kung magpa-retesting po siya, positive pa rin po siya. No? So according to the doctor is, later on guys, I will teach you paano nyo ma-consider infectious anymore. Okay? Kasi magpa-retest kayo, positive pa rin kayo. Depende sa tao. Meron po kahit meron ng case nga Sir Rolando na even after 1 month and a half or even after 2 months, even though they are recovered already, nagpo-positive pa rin sila sa test. No? So ang titingnan talaga natin is kailan nag-stop ang kanyang mga simptomas. Okay? So moving forward, safety officer, no? We have also a test. This is antigen, this is rapid testing. Those specified places with rising cases of COVID-19 wherein RT-PCR is lacking. Okay. aside from the safety officer. Guys, please excuse me for a while. I'll just get water. Okay, guys, sorry for that interruption. No? So, what is the difference between the quarantine and isolation, guys? No, both isolation and quarantine are the method, okay, of preventing the spread of this COVID-19 virus. If you hear the word quarantine, it is used for anyone who is in contact with someone that is infected with the SARS-CoV-2, caused this COVID-19 infection, whether the infected person has a symptoms or not. Quarantine means that you remain separated from other people because you have been exposed to the virus and you may be infected and can take place in the designated facility or at home. For COVID-19, this means staying in the facility or at home for 14 days. Sometimes, no, quarantine is used, the word quarantine is used for those people na exposed with this COVID-19 waiting for the result or waiting when the symptoms will come out. Example, no, ako po merong exposure with a friend with COVID-19. I immediately go for quarantine while waiting kailan ako ipa-RT-PCR. I will go for quarantine until I'm waiting kailan po lalabas ang aking simptomas. Usually, ginagawa ito sa bahay lang or sa mga facilities lang po. But if you hear the word isolation, is used for people with COVID-19 symptoms already or tested positive na. Being in isolation means being separated from other people, ideally in a medical facilities where you can receive clinical care. Nangyayari po sa isolation sa mga taong nagpositive na po sa test or meron na po sila talagang simptomas. Usually nangyayari ang isolation sa mga hospitals. If isolation in the medical facility is not possible, you are not in a high-risk group or developing severe disease. Pwede rin po sa isolation gawin po sa bahay. Basta away from any other people. Sir, example po, ang kasama ko sa opisina is positive with COVID-19. Ngayon, I need to go for quarantine. Pwede na po ba? Meron ka bang simptomas? Wala po, sir. Kasama ko lang siya kumain kanina. Positive kasi siya eh. Pwede na ba ako, sir, magpa-test ngayon? The answer is no. Pero kung gusto mo talaga magpa-test, you can go. Bakit no ang answer ko? Kasi too early of testing can result to false negative because you have an insufficient viral load pa sa iyong katawan. That's why I am recommending if you are exposed, go for 7 days quarantine muna. On the 7th day, doon po kayo magpa-test. I'm sure you have already developed the sufficient viral load. Parang result niya talaga accurate, either positive ka or negative. But example, sir, on the 2nd day or the 3rd day from being exposed, meron ka ng simptomas, go ahead, proceed for testing. That is already hinog na ang inyong viral load. Pwede na kayo magpa-test. And that is the proper protocol. Sir, is there a medication for this COVID-19? Until now, there is no specific medication for COVID-19. Ang ginagawa po natin ngayon is kung ano ang kanyang simptomas na pinapalabas, yun ang ating tinitira. Sir, bakit po ang iba, sir, nag-antibiotic po or antibacterial po siya sa hospital or sa bahay upon doctor's prescription? Yes, nag-antibiotics tayo kasi may nakita tayong secondary infection sa kanya, either pneumonia or other respiratory problem na we should treat it. Sir, bakit kayo nagbibigay po ng antiviral drug? Okay? Kasi po, we are doing other method just to kill this virus, baka pwedeng tatalab sa kanya. But the answer for, is there any treatment specific for COVID-19? Wala pa po. We are just doing the palliative care. Whatever is the symptoms or complication, we are treating that one. And then let the immune system help that body para siya po ay makarecover, may eradicate po si virus sa kanyang katawan. Okay? Scientists around the world are still in development stage pa rin po in research. Kumusta na ang status ng ating mga vaccines natin ngayon? No? So binibigay natin mga vaccines but still we are, sir, nakakabaog ba ang vaccine, sir? Wala pa pong makakasabi niyan. No? Kasi ongoing pa ang ating study and research. But one thing for sure, nakita natin na ang magandang epekto ng bakuna since nag-start tayo last year na medyo bumababa po ang kaso ng COVID-19, may mga countries na po ngayon nag-o-open na sila back to normal because majority of their people ay nabakunahan na po. No? So ongoing pa po ang research. Titingnan rin natin kung pwede na po ang mga bata. Yes, approved na po. Pwede ang bata siya except Pfizer at Moderna from 12 to 18. But kailangan gawin po sa hospital para once if there is a negative reaction, ma-address agad natin. Kung lower than 12, wala pa po tayong approval kung pwede sa kanila. Okay? Sir, totoo ba sir na after 2 years sir, magiging zombies yung mga tao sir after vaccine? Okay? Wala pa po nakakasabi noon kung magiging zombies po tayo. Sino ba dito yung hindi po nabakunahan? Yung hindi pa nabakunahan po, taas ang kamay. Yun, si Sir Albert. Okay. Sino pa po? Yun, si Sir Roberto. No? Sino pa? Tingnan ko ba? Sino po hindi na-vaccine? O si Sir Rolando. Si Sir Rolando hindi pa rin na-vaccine pala. Okay, the rest na-vaccine na. Very good po. So ngayon, mga safety officer, after 2 years po na magiging zombies tayo, hanapin natin sila Sir Rolando. Sila ang ating kakainin. No? Kasi sila yung maiiwan kasi eh. No? So we will just after 2 years. But that's only a fallacy guys ha. That's only a fake news. In every facts po dapat, there should be a basis or data to back up the statement. Yun ang ating paniwalaan. Kasi sa ngayon po, ang bilis mag-analyze, magbigay ng opinion yung mga tambay tsaka kumare sa bahay, sa community. Na kunwari ito daw. But yung mga doktor talaga nag-aaral na nagbibigay talaga ng facts, hindi nila sinusunod. Okay? Sabi pa nila sir na ayaw namin pa-vaccine sir kasi 2 years lang yung buhay namin. No, narinig niyo yun Sir Marlon? 2 years na lang ang buhay once nagpa-vaccine. That's why takot po sila magpa-vaccine. No? So Sir John Lee, 2 years lang mag-vaccine, 2 years lang buhay. No? So that's why ayaw nila. Opo. Paano magiging 2 years na kasi po ang ginagawa po nila after vaccination, pupunta doon sa tarpaulin. Nagsi-selfie agad sila. I got vaccinated. And then ang sign na siya ganito. Yun, di ba? This is 2 years. So that's why 2 years na lang ang ma-retain sa buhay nila. That's why po, kung magpabakuna kayo sa Rolando, gawin mo ganito 10 years. No? So, para tataas, yung na ganito po sa selfie, mag-count na kayo. 1 year new next year, and then sunod 1 year. Ako rin, ito ginawa ko sir, ganito talaga ako. No? Para 10 years. Yun rin ang sinasabi ng ating mga kapitbahay na hindi dumaan sa research. Okay? So, ongoing pa po ang treatment, tsaka study natin ngayon, how to confront this COVID war right now. No? But it's good na dahan-dahan na po bumabagsak ang ating trend with this COVID-19 problem. Okay. Yun. Ito po mga kasama. According sa World Health Organization po, no? The timeline of discharge from isolation. Makinig po kayo. Paano nyo ma-consider that you are not infectious anymore? Okay. Case number 1. May isang tao nag-positive with COVID-19 pero sa buong duration ng kanyang sakit, wala po siyang pinakitang simptomas. Therefore, he is considered asymptomatic. Ito po ang protocol ni World Health Organization. Ang day 1 niya ay yung araw kung kailan po siya nag-positive. Okay ha? And then, you are going to wait for 10 days isolation. Dapat po, within 10 days from day 1, wala kayong simptomas, either kahit konting sore throat, kahit konting ubo, kahit konting lagnat, totally wala. Because you're vaccinated. On the 11th day, you are considered graduate na or recovered. Hindi na po kayo infectious. Okay. Naintindihan nyo po. This is the scenario number 2. In scenario number 2, nag-positive kayo sa RT-PCR day 1. Pero, nagkaroon po kayo ng simptomas. Naglagnat, nag-ubo, nagsipon. Pero ang iyong lagnat, sir, nasa 3 days lang. Ang ubo mo, sir, nasa 5 days lang. Kailan po kayo considered as recovered? So ito po, no? Sa day 1, consider kayo positive. And then 10 days kayo naka-isolate. And then you are going to count 3 days. 1, 2, 3. That will be day 11, day 12, day 13. On day 14, you are considered as recovered. Because meron kayong 3 araw na hindi po kayo, 3 araw na straight na hindi kayo nag-manifest ng any symptoms. Okay ha? Ulitin ko po. Day 1, nag-positive. Pero in 10 days, sir, may symptoms po kayo. Pero sa 11th day, 12th day, 14th day, wala na kayo mga simptomas. Dapat on the 4th day, pwede na kayo mag-graduate. Sir, what if po, sir, 20 days po ako nagka-simptomas, sir, from the day that I am positive with RT-PCR. Kailan po ako considered as recovered? Okay. Day 1, nagpa-test po kayo. After day 1, 20 days po kayo nagka-simptomas. Pagka 21st day, no symptoms. 22 day, no symptoms. 23 day, no symptoms. Pagka 24th, you are free to go. No need for retesting. Okay ha? So, ang basihan po natin ng ating recovery is 3 straight days that no symptoms at all. Total, lahat po, even small sore throat, small cough, considered symptoms pa rin yan siya. Dapat totally wala siya. 3 straight days straight. Okay? Safety officer. How can I protect myself from COVID-19? Just follow the safety protocol. Wear your face mask and face shield. Sanitize your hand or do hand hygiene. Practice 1 meter social distancing at all times and ensure good ventilation and air flow sa bahay or even sa workplace or sa sasakyan. Plus, participate the vaccination program. Hugas, mask, iwas, ventilation, and then vaccination. Ito po yung sinabi ko kanina. What is the prognosis of this COVID-19? There are, among 100% that positive with COVID-19, 80% of them recover without needing the hospital treatment. And only 20% of those 100% need for hospital management due to difficulty of breathing, severe complication, severe symptoms na minsan napupunta pagka-ICU or even namamatay po sila. And those people usually, yung mga matatanda, mga bata, may mga problem or mga immunocompromised or even not vaccinated people. People of all ages who develop severe symptoms should seek medical attention immediately. Self-isolation for people of all ages who develop minor symptoms should be performed. Guys, this Delta variant is the one responsible. That's why tumaas po ang kaso natin ng COVID-19. It's good na lang po ang ating management with Delta variant is same also with the normal strain na na-develop nung nagsimula pa si COVID-19. Ang Delta variant po ay tatawag rin nating B16172 variant. COVID-19 virus which first described in India. It is said to be associated with invading immune protection, reduced antibodies neutralization, and increased transmissibility. Tinitira po ni Delta variant ang ating immune system at ito po'y mabilis pong magpakalat once tayo po ay atsing o walang social distancing na pong gagawin. Usually po, nangyayari po ang mutation inside cell by the host. Bakit nagkaroon po ng new strain or a new variant? Saan po sila ito nagde-develop? Di ba sinabi ko kanina, si virus is pupasok po sa loob ng cell ng host. Once nakapasok po sila, there's some chances or instance na sila po ay nag-mutate po sa loob po ng cell na yan ng isang tao. And then they will create a new variant in order for them to become more stronger, more resistant with the other factors, to build defense, and to develop another feature for them. That's why po, yung mga tao pong nabakunahan na po or meron na pong silang antibodies inside their body, maliit po ang tsansa na the new variant will be developed. How contagious is this Delta variant? The original SARS-CoV-2 can infect in 2 to 3 people in one shot. But this Delta variant can infect 5 to 8 people in just one shot. Therefore, it is very highly contagious kind of strain. Safety officer, it is very important that you should make your own internal guidelines in relation to this COVID protocol in your workplaces. Dapat po, meron kayong pulisiya, programa, paano nyo po sugpuin ang COVID-19 na hindi po siya papasok sa inyong mga construction projects or sa inyong companies. Your internal policy for COVID prevention control should be in parallel to the DTI and DOLE interim guidelines. And also, it should be parallel to the guidelines or the executive order issued by your LGU. So you, safety officer, should be updated whatever is the new protocol issued by your local IATF. Dapat updated po kayo at all times. Kasi your policy should be open for revision upon discussion with your OSH committee, upon approval by your project management. According to the DTI and DOLE interim guidelines, no, your internal policy should have these 4 elements: increasing physical and mental resilience, reduce the transmission of COVID-19 in your workplace, minimizing contact rate, and also reducing the risk of infection from COVID-19. Let us discuss this one by one. Okay, kindly hold on. Good. Increasing physical and mental resilience. Safety officers, sa panahon po kasi ngayon, ang ating kapital para labanan si COVID-19 ay sa ating health lang talaga. No one is excused by having this infection. I am teaching COVID-19 since last year, pero napasukan pa rin ako ng COVID-19. I belong to A1 category. Nung nag-start ang bakuna, nagpabakuna agad ako. Pero napasukan pa rin ako ng COVID-19 last month. Therefore, all of us are at risk of being infected. Sa panahon lang ngayon, is we will invest in our health para once tayo ay karoon po ng infection, we can battle it immediately na magiging asymptomatic lang tayo or mild cases. Therefore, we will make a occupational health program to make our workers healthy at all times. Encourage them to eat nutritious fruits, nutritious food, well-balanced diet, and well-cooked foods. A lot of fluids. Iwasan ang mga bisyo. And then have adequate rest of more than 8 hours. Do exercise regularly. Be active at all times. Enjoy companies to provide medication, free vitamins, medicine, and then provide referrals to workers needing counseling or preventing them from mental health concern. Aside from that, guys, is we should make means also on how to reduce transmission of COVID-19 na kung pwede lang, hindi tayo mapasukan. Dati kasi mga safety officer is ang ginagawa natin is nagti-thermal scan even until now. Kung may lagnat, hindi pinapapasok yung may lagnat because they are a carrier of the virus. But right now, guys, huwag magkumpiyansa. Kasi even those asymptomatic people are carrier of this virus. Especially if they didn't complete the 40 days quarantine. No? Even you don't have fever, you can still be a carrier of the virus and then you can pass it from one worker to another worker. Therefore, huwag magkumpiyansa na, okay lang magtagal ako ng face mask. Nag-thermal scan man si guard dun sa gate. I'm sure lahat ng kasama ko sa opisina ngayon, walang COVID-19. You don't know saan siya galing kahapon o kagabi. Pumunta ba yan siya ng inuman, ng birthday, or sa mall? And then nagtanggal ng mask, may nag-atching sa kanya, nakuha niyang virus, and then asymptomatic siya kasi maganda ang kanyang immune system. Ikaw dito, masyadong stress, weak immune system mo, pwede ikaw po ang mahawaan. Therefore, guys, bear in your mind, consider all people surrounding you as COVID positive. Bakit po? Bakit masyadong harsh? Because if that is your mindset, if your mindset that all people surrounding you as COVID-19, I am very cautious of not removing my face mask. I am very cautious of doing social distancing at all times. I am very cautious of doing hand hygiene. I am very cautious to follow proper ventilation in my workplace or even at home. No? Maging proactive tayo rather than reactive. Antayin ba natin na maging biktima tayo ng COVID-19 bago tayo maging stricto sa protocol? No. Safety officer should be proactive at all times, doing action before the incident will happen to us. So safety officers, please intensify your control measure. Inform all people entering your establishment or project to wear face masks at all times. No? Accomplishing the health declaration form, answer it honestly, have your temperature checking. Usually baya, yung mga engineers, yung mga ano natin, mga boss natin, supervisors, ang worker nagpapa-thermal scan pero once sila dumadaan doon sa guard, excuse, ano kayo, mga immune sa virus? No. No one is immune. All of us should be equal in following this COVID protocol. Spray alcohol, no, to both hands and provide foot baths at the entrance if applicable. Another thing, guys, I would like also to give advice to you. Please discourage those workers or staff wearing a face mask with vents. Ito nakita nyo sa screen nyo ngayon, yung may vent talaga, yung may o bilog-bilog. Please discourage this kind of mask because those people wearing the mask are protected. But those people, okay, surrounding that person or user, hindi po sila protektado. Kasi once yung user, pag inhale po niya, filtered yung hangin, napapasok ka sa buwanga sa ilong. Pero once pag exhale po yan siya, lalabas directly yung hangin niya sa mask niya and then malanghap agad ng mga tao sa palibot niya unfiltered. Okay? So there should be a two-way protection. Protecting the user and protecting those people surrounding you. But this one, this mask with vents, only a one-way user to siya. Just protecting the user, not the people surrounding to that user. Okay. This example of health declaration form, you can download this to any search engine sa Google. Answer, this is very useful, guys, sa ating contact tracing purposes, sa ating screening, no? Kung meron ba siya mga symptoms, etc. Para masala talaga natin kung sinong papasok sa ating mga health establishment. Nagpalabas po ng memorandum si DOH sa lahat po ng mga trabahante, workers o sino man papasok sa establishment should be under screening prior to enter the establishment or go back to their work. Returning employees, okay, shall be screened for symptoms of COVID-19, including fever, cough, cold, or other respiratory problem, or even with relevant history of travel or exposed to a certain positive person last 14 days. Okay. If a person do not manifest any symptoms within last 14 days before the date of going back to work, that certain worker or employee can be cleared and go back to his work. So clear po siya, walang problema ha. Basta walang symptoms, walang exposure, hindi po siya high risk. Pero if that person is tested positive, guys, kindly hold on, guys, ha.
Sir, naka-freeze po yung slide.
This one, guys, okay na? Hello, Sir Lucky.
Hindi pa, sir.
Sir, hindi pa.
I think I need to leave the group and then go back. Babalik ako, no? There's a problem siguro sa connection. Hold on, guys. Hello? Okay na po, Sir Lucky? Okay na po. Okay na?
Yan, sir, try niyo pong mag-share screen na.
Okay. Sorry for that interruption, no? Ganyan talaga ako online class. Sorry po. So, can I proceed, Sir Lucky? Okay. Sir John Lee, can you hear me? Okay po, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Okay, so can I proceed na, no? Okay na po connection natin.
Okay po, sir. Go ahead na po.
Okay, so yun po guys, no? Sana ka. Yun. If a certain worker is tested positive, no? That worker should be isolated and should not return to work. Okay? If found negative naman, the returning worker can resume. Pero po, yung mga kasamahan po ng mga worker na classified po as first degree exposed o may direct contact with that exposed person, kailangan po rin po silang paalisin o palabasin po natin sa workplace natin sila. No? Okay. Aside from that, guys, disinfect equipment or vehicle entering the operation hub. May mga good practices na ginagawa yung mga other companies na lahat po ng mga materials, documents na pupasok sa kanilang offices nila is disinfect po nila yan. Lahat po ng mga materials na na-purchase nila and then upon arriving sa warehouse, before they will dispense it sa mga workers na gagamitin sa project is they are disinfecting it. Okay? Kasi pwede kasi yan siya mag-transmit from surface to person. Instill physical distancing 1 meter at all times, inside or even inside our workspaces. Clean and disinfect at least every 2 hours, all work areas and frequently handled objects. Provide sufficient clean water and soap in all washrooms and toilets. Encourage also, guys, to wash their hands at all times or bring alcohol with them. Provide sanitizers in corridors, conference rooms, elevators, stairways, and other areas where workers pass. And then also, guys, please instill. We should appoint also this COVID marshal in our establishment. Example, tayo po na belong sa construction site, no? And then we have, meron tayong mga safety aides or safety marshals. We will appoint also them as a deputy safety marshals, COVID marshals natin, na sila po yung magpa-implement ng 1 meter social distancing at all times. Common masyado ang pag-violate po ng social distancing sa construction site talaga. Sa canteen, yung sa pupasok po sila sa mga pantry, yung during the toolbox meeting, pag time in, pag time out, inspection sa guard, yun, walang social distancing na nangyari nun. So that is a great challenge for a safety officer to implement that protocol. And also, communal eating is discouraged. Sabay-sabay po magharapang kumakain. We should also make a plan how to control this thing na walang malapitan, walang magtatanggal ng mask na nagkaharapan po sila. Ensure that physical distancing is maintained if eating in dining areas, dispose waste regularly or properly, clean and disinfect regularly canteens and kitchen. Sa mga canteen at kitchen naman po, or sa mga pantry, kung pwede 30% lang po muna ang ating occupy, even po sa mga conference rooms po natin. Minimizing contact rate. Adaptation of alternative work arrangement or shift work or staggered work hours or even work from home, especially those people belong sa mga immunocompromised category. Yung mga workers natin na mga matatanda na, buntis, o may mga sakit, okay? May mga cancer, may mga maintenance, gagawa tayo ng arrangement for them. Kung pwede is, not 7 days talaga, o 6 hours, 6 days talaga magtatrabaho sa atin, o mag-work from home na lang sila, mas ang output, same pa rin dapat. Discourage prolonged face-to-face interaction between workers and the client, or even staff to staff. Kung pwede nga lang i-promote natin yung telecommunication ng palagi, email, phone calls, okay, Zoom meeting o whatever. Minimize natin yung taong papasok po sa conference room, 30% lang po para walang interaction. The client should have the appointment through phone calls or email or video conferencing lang sila. Suppliers, hindi papasok sa opisina. Meron sa waiting area outside is open ventilation. No? So, ma-promote natin na ma-prevent natin yung contamination ng ating opisina from outsiders. Arrange the office tables to maintain proper physical distancing. Design workstation layout to allow for unidirectional movement in aisle, corridors, or even walkways. Limit number of people in enclosed spaces, especially sa elevator or other closed areas. Ang ibang ginagawa ng mga establishment, mayroon silang mga sticker marking sa floor kung saan na sila pwedeng nakatayo. Mas magandang ano yun siya, practices, no? Sa mga sa mga time in time out natin ng mga equipment, no? Doon sa mga body clock. Kung pwede lang po is there is a sticker kung saan lang sila tatayo so that we will maintain the social distancing. And also a lot of signages, admin control, a lot of signages to promote, no? To promote COVID prevention control sa workplaces natin. Masyado kasing yung istorbo sa operation, sa opisina, sa kumpanya. once magkaroon po ng COVID infection sa loob natin ng operation. There will be stop work. Yung mga example, yung accounting, involved sila, ang sahod maapektuhan. No? And other means also. Encourage the use of stairs with physical distancing. Kung pwede lang po, unidirectional if possible. Encourage highly use of online system for clients needing assistance from offices, including the use of video conferencing. Roving guards. The roving safety officer should be the #1 implementer also of this COVID-19 protocol. Reducing risk of infection from COVID-19. Worker is a COVID-19 suspect. No, anong gawin natin sa kanya? The worker shall immediately proceed to designated isolation area and never remove his face mask. Guys, sa construction site niyo, please make an isolation facility or area na doon natin ilalagay once we have a COVID suspect while waiting kung saan po siya dadalhin. This isolation area, kung pwede lang po, meron siyang CR or saan po siya pwedeng mapalikuran niya, and then merong bed for him and the proper ventilation. Okay? Clinic personnel attending the worker should wear appropriate PPE. If needed, require the transport of the affected worker to the nearest hospital. And then there should be testing to be conducted. Sa decontamination, guys, workplace shall be decontaminated with appropriate disinfectants. After decontamination of the work, the activity will resume in 24 hours. Workers present in the work area with suspect COVID-19 shall go 14 days home quarantine. Ito po gawin po ninyo. Example, merong opisina po na merong isa sa kanila na COVID positive. Okay, example sa accounting. Yung na positive, automatic isolation yun siya. Lalabas. Yung mga direct contact with that positive, immediately quarantine din natin. No? Lumabas na sila sa ating site. Anong gawin natin doon po sa opisina? Okay, this is the protocol. Upon knowing that there is already a contamination in our office, please do first 24 hours lockdown. Lockdown tayo. On the second 24 hours or just day 2, disinfect the area. In doing disinfection activities, please open all windows and doors. On the third day, okay, on the third 24 hours, lock down again the section or office or area. On the fourth day, pwede na mag-resume to work. So you have only 3 days of lockdown. Okay? Question, sir, sinong pwede magtrabaho doon? Pwede na po kayo mag-assign na mga mag-augment sa operation. Basta yung mga tao na exposed, dapat wala sila doon kasi ongoing quarantine. Pero opisina na po na disinfect, pwede na po silang pasukan, pwede na po mag-resume ang operation doon after 3 days lockdown. Okay? That should be the protocol. You can have your own disinfection or ask for third-party disinfection po. May mga third-party naman dyan. Search in the Facebook, no? Mga disinfection services, etc. But meron yan po sila. Marami yan sila, no? Okay. How about the workers at sick? Okay, manifesting fever, but they are not COVID-19 positive or they are not related to COVID. Employer must advise the worker to take prudent measure to limit the spread of this disease. Stay home and keep away from other people. Take adequate rest and plenty of fluids and practice physical hygiene to prevent the spread of the disease. Seek appropriate medical care if there is a persistent fever already, difficulty of breathing, or even body weakness. Guys, it is the prime responsibility of your employer, your management, to provide safe working environment to you and a healthy workplace to you. Okay? To sustain your goal of achieving the zero accident, zero environmental harm, and zero illnesses. Therefore, it is mandatory that your company, your management, in coordination with your safety officer and the COSH committee, to formulate your internal company COVID-19 prevention control policy. Okay? This policy should be parallel with the DTI and DOL interim guidelines and also with the LGU IATF protocol. Okay? Provide resources and materials needed for this campaign, disinfectants or other materials needed. Trabaho po ni company na panatiliing ligtas ang kanyang mga trabahante araw-araw. What is the responsibility of the employees? Kayo po, mga workers. The responsibility of the employees, the workers, should comply with all workplace measures in place for the prevention and control of COVID-19, complying all safety and health protocol. Observe proper respiratory etiquette, cough and sneeze into tissues or into shirt sleeves, dispose used tissue properly, and disinfect hands immediately after coughing or sneezing. To make it in short, it is the prime responsibility of the workers and the employees to follow all safety and health protocols at site. Most at-risk workers and vulnerable group. Employers are highly encouraged to allow most of at-risk workers and vulnerable groups to do work from home arrangement. Okay? Especially yung mga elders natin, buntis or may mga sakit. Para po sila pangalagaan natin na wala po silang direct exposure sa mga tao. It is also open na yung mga government agencies natin such as the DTI and the DOLE, they are have open arm to help us, private sector. Once gagawa po kayo ng mga internal policy ninyo with this COVID-19 or even safety and health protocol, the DOLE and DTI are very willing to help us, to guide us in making this policy. They have already a template for this. They can guide us technically on what to do. No? So just go to the office or communicate them through email or call them kung anong dapat natin gawin. And then once you have your policy, disseminate that to your people at site and give copy also to DOLE. The employer also, the management, in cooperation with the safety officer, should submit our monthly reportorial document to DOLE. We have this COVID-19 prevention and control compliance report. This form should be submitted to DOLE every end of the month or every 30th of the month. This form can be downloaded to the DOLE Bureau of Working Condition. Just send this through email or hard copy to them. Kailangan makita nila kumusta ang inyong implementation sa COVID-19 program sa inyong mga construction sites natin. Okay. The ACC also approved, no? Once magka-COVID tayo in work-related instances, we are well compensated. Depende na rin po if it is well properly documented. Don't worry guys, it will discuss it on Friday. The Employees Compensation Program in relation to COVID-19. Kasi babayaran nila tayo once tayo po mga COVID na nakuha po natin sa trabaho. Okay? In summary, safety officer, coronavirus disease or COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2 or SARS-CoV-2. The best treatment we have right now is the prevention. Wearing the mask properly can help prevent both transmission and infection and may reduce the severity of illness if you have contact with COVID-19. Your internal guidelines to COVID-19 in workplace prevention will reinforce your safety program at site and policy of your organization for better implementation of safety and health control measure and preventive approach. The most high-risk workers and vulnerable group in your company, your management are highly encouraged to adopt flexible work arrangement for them. Together, let us fight COVID-19. Magtulungan po tayo kasi hindi po natin ito kaya kung tayo-tayo lang po. Inculcate in their mind that mas maganda po that we should be proactive in battling with this COVID-19 rather than be reactive. Antayin pa ba natin na marami maging biktima with COVID-19 bago tayo mag-stick to sa workplace? No. It's the mindset of the safety officer na bago po mangyari isang bagay, gagawa na po tayo ng safety and health measure. Okay? And that's all for our COVID-19 prevention and control in workplace. Any questions, safety officers? Yun. May tanong po tayo? Sir Rolando, may tanong po Sir Rolando. Opo, go ahead, sir.
Sir, about to sa ano sir, yung mga recovery sir na sinasabi na sir. Sabi nila may recovery tayo.
Okay. What's your question?
Sinasabi na hindi sila totally recovery sino kasi wala pa naman tayong gamot na nabigay sa mga pasyente.
Okay.
Please, not totally recover.
Okay. The meaning of the recovered sir is they are not really infectious and there is no symptoms already. Okay? So ang ano na sa definition na sa recovered sir is ang tao po na classified as recovered are not infectious or that can transmit the virus to other people or not manifesting any symptoms at all. Yun. Okay, thank you Sir Rolando. Another question guys. Sir Henderson, go ahead po.
May clarify lang ako. Sir, nabanggit nyo kanina about dun sa, correct me if I'm wrong, yung pang 14 days parang graduate ka sa quarantine. On the first day, nag-positive ka sa RT-PCR.
Yes, yes.
Then, the following days, wala ka na masyadong naramdaman.
Okay.
Asymptomatic ka. Then,
Okay.
tama po ba, on the 14th day, parang graduate na siya sa quarantine. Tama po ba yun?
Okay. Okay. So, magandang thank you for that question, Sir Henderson.
Follow up po, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Sir Henderson.
Doon po, ang concern ko kasi, sir, di po nabanggit nyo rin na kahit na graduated ka na sa quarantine, may traces of COVID-19 ka pa din na hindi advisable na magpa-repeat ka ng RT-PCR. Kasi sa work namin, sir, may mga subdivision or may mga lugar na kayo, province, na nagre-required sila ng
RT-PCR.
Yes. Paano pag yung engineer namin ay nagka-COVID, then need namin siya sa ganong site? Anong may advice yung another 7 days?
Okay, thank you for that, Sir Henderson. Okay, good. I will answer the first question of Sir Henderson. Okay, on the day 1, okay, ang counting kasi natin is ang day 1 considered as yung positive test yung RT-PCR. Example is you manifest symptoms for 7 days lang. Okay, less than 10 days. Okay, you should have straight 3 days before tayo ma-consider as fully recovered. Example, no? On day 1, nag-positive po kayo. On the day 2 to day 7 is nag-symptoms, but nag-stop na totally. You should complete the 10 days quarantine isolation, Sir Henderson. After 10 days, wait again for another 3 days straight. Okay? And then the 14th day, you are considered as recovered. Basta, intended lang siya sa mga taong nag-symptoms of less than 10 days. Okay? Pero once ang symptoms nyo po is more than 20 days straight, mag-antay talaga kayo ng 3 days straight na walang symptoms. On the 4th day, you are considered recovered. Okay. So okay ba sa first question mo, Sir Henderson? Okay. On the second question is, meron po silang staff na nag-positive. Tapos on the 14th day, considered recovered already. Binigyan po siya ni RHU ng quarantine clearance. Ngayon, kailangan niya pupunta sa other project. Requirement po na other project is kailangan clear ka with RT-PCR. Karoon. Kailangan namin clear. So, ang pwedeng gawin nyo, sir, is pwede nyo pong magpa-RT-PCR siya ulit and then i-attach nyo po yung quarantine clearance na he is recovered. At the same time, para sure po kayo, no, kasi magkaroon pa rin ng remnants detection. No? Because that's very accurate. Pwede po si doctor ninyo request for the CT value of that RT-PCR. If the CT value is beyond 35, you are not infectious anymore, even though the result is positive with RT-PCR. Okay? Ang ginagawa, yan po ginagawa sa mga hospitals. Yung mga critical cases po natin, para ma-discharge sila sa hospital, nagpapa-repeat RT-PCR ang mga doctors nila. Pero hindi na titingnan yung si SARS-CoV-2. Kasi SARS-CoV-2 detected pa rin ang result. Titingnan nila si CT value. Sir Henderson, itong CT value, hindi yan siya nilalabas sa lahat po ng RT-PCR. It is a special request by the doctor. Yun, ha? So example, magpa-test po kayo ngayon, walang CT value yan siya. Kasi yung ang nakalagay na doon, SARS-CoV-2 detected, not detected. But si CT value should be specially requested by the doctor para i-indicate ng ating mga medtech. Beyond 35 para hindi po tayo infectious. Okay. Okay lang, Sir Henderson?
Yun. Salamat. Ngayon malaman nyo. Salamat.
Thank you. Other question, guys? Good. Na-lesson nyo po sa akin yung portion. Thank you. Sir Mark, thank you for that comment. Another question, guys? About COVID-19? Yun po. Okay. Sir Conrad, may question po tayo? Thumbs up lang si Sir Conrad.
Wala, sir. Wala, sir.
Okay, thank you po, Sir Conrad. Okay, guys, I think there's no other question now. You can have the question naman later on. Just type it sa chat box natin and then i-relay lang sa akin ni Sir Lucky. Okay? Before we will proceed to our next topic, guys, please, I will allow you to have 10 minutes break. No? And then we'll proceed to the next topic, the PPE. And then, para straight na po tayo. Thank you for listening and then enjoy your break po. 10 minutes. Thank you.
tak so ada yang baru. Berapa liangan update status baru. Kita tanya, kia mana begitu? Masih sayang jongana, bosan lihat apa kita. Sorry sekarang, tak so ada yang baru.
This is the mix of DJ
Oh harapannya cuma aja habis di pulsa. Kan datinya pecinta cuma pura-pura. Kita cuma aja basa-basi biar nanda dengar. Ini hati so kabar kurang tiap hari ngana bekeng agak. Sekarang so ada pasangan baru. Jadinya usah ngana mau baganggal. Sekarang so ada pasangan baru. Jadinya usah ngana mau baganggal. Cuma aja habis di pulsa. Kan datinya pecinta cuma pura-pura. Kita cuma aja basa-basi biar nanda dengar. Ini hati so kabar kurang tiap hari ngano bekeng agak. Kita sekarang so ada pasangan baru. Coba dengar nih lagu.
This is the mix of DJ
Oh harapannya cuma aja habis di pulsa. Kan datinya pecinta cuma pura-pura. Kita cuma aja basa-basi biar nanda dengar. Ini hati so kabar kurang tiap hari ngana bekeng agak. Sekarang so ada pasangan baru. Jadinya usah ngana mau baganggal. Sekarang so ada pasangan baru. Jadinya usah ngana mau baganggal. Cuma aja habis di pulsa. Kan datinya pecinta cuma pura-pura. Kita cuma aja basa-basi biar nanda dengar. Ini hati so kabar kurang tiap hari ngano bekeng agak. Kita sekarang so ada pasangan baru. Coba dengar nih lagu. Status baru. Kita tanya, kia
Y Alessi, párame la pista. Mami, lo que te pasa, te siento media aburrida. Actívate, que aquí estamos locos todos, que aquí estamos locos todos, que aquí estamos locos todos,
Tira par de pasos, ponte me
que aquí
suelta.
estamos locos todos, que aquí estamos locos todos, que aquí estamos locos todos.
Tira par de pasos, paso, paso.
Levanta la mano, muéveme los pies. Llama a tus amigas para señales que lo que es. Yeah. Levanta la mano, muéveme los pies. Llama a tus amigas para señales que lo que es. Yeah. Si tú quieres fuego, yo tengo fuego. Vamos a darte fuego, que ese cuerpo pide fuego. Mami, si tú quieres fuego, yo tengo fuego. Vamos a darte fuego, que ese cuerpo pide fuego. Yeah. Enséñame tu movimiento. Contigo bailo agresivo lento. Enséñame tu movimiento. Dame movimiento. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Tírame paso, pónteme suelta. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Tírame paso. Quieres candela, toma candela, con poca tela, voy a romperla. Quieres candela, toma candela, pónteme de espalda, dale modela. Levanta las manos, muéveme los pies. Llama a tus amigas para enseñarles que lo que es. Levanta las manos, muéveme los pies. Llama a tus amigas para enseñarles que lo que es. Si tú quieres fuego, yo tengo fuego. Vamos a darte fuego, que ese cuerpo pide fuego, mami. Si tú quieres fuego, yo tengo fuego. Vamos a darte fuego, que ese cuerpo pide fuego. Enséñame tu movimiento. Contigo bailo agresivo lento. Enséñame tu movimiento. Dame movimiento. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Tírame paso, pónteme suelta. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Que aquí estamos locos todo. Tírame paso. Quieres candela, toma candela, con poca tela, voy a romperla. Quieres candela, toma candela, pónteme de espalda, dale modela. Levanta las manos, muéveme los pies. Llama a tus amigas para enseñarles que lo que es. Levanta las manos, muéveme los pies. Llama a tus amigas para enseñarles que lo que es. Y Alessi, párame la pista.
Okay, safety officers. Yun. Okay, please turn on your camera. Yan. Ang iba kasi mahina daw yung signal sa kanila eh. That's why, yun po. Okay guys, thank you for your cooperation kanina sa ating mga topics. So we have 3 topics more to go. So but before that, let's have an intermission, icebreaker muna. And I'm hoping that all of us should participate guys ha. Okay, so sino man hindi ma-participate, yun. Ibabagsak din Sir Lucky sa exam mamayang hapon. Okay, so please follow this video. Wala munang KJ, lahat muna tayo mga bata dito ngayon. Dapat lahat muna naka-on ang camera. Sir RJ, Sir John Lee. Okay. Yung iba po. Sir Warlito, Sir Rolando, saan kayo?
Si Rolando sir, nag-fail pa sandali sir.
Okay, it's okay sir. Okay, no problem po. Okay guys, before we proceed to our PP topic, please follow this video. Okay,
Take it down. It's up, up, take it down, take it down. Up, up, take it down, up, up. One
Ready, guys,
side.
go.
Out, in, change. Out, in. Good. Out.
Wait lang po ha, parang walang nagpa-participate po mga kasama, mga safety officer. Okay lang po sa akin kita abot tayo ng alas 8 ngayon hanggat walang sasayaw, no? So ngayon lang po ito, parang walang antukin po. Okay? Sige, ulitin natin from the start. No, Sir Lucky, please help me to monitor po kung sino magpa-follow. Okay, let's proceed. Go!
It's up, take it down, take it down. Up, take it down, up. One side. Out, in, change. Out, in. Good. Out. We're going to keep the feet the same, add the arms. Push, pull it in. Push, pull it in, change. We're going to have a nice easy sway. Snap it. We're going to get ready to cross our shoulders. It's going to be nice and easy. Trust me. Here we go. It is cross, shoulders, swag it out. Cross, shoulders.
Looking like an angel, but you're savage, love. When you kiss me, I know you don't get to, but I still
punch it up. Up, take it down, up.
You could use me.
Start from the top. Out, in, change. Push, pull it in. Easy sway. Feel it. We're gonna go back to that cross. Here we go. Cross, shoulders, rock, rock. Cross, shoulders, rock, rock. Punch it up. Good. Work it, work it. Knee lift. Slow. Slow. We're gonna cross. Good. Punch it up. Wind it down. Hey, I am so excited to announce the chairwoman.
Yun. Congratulations, guys. Sana yung camera ko. Okay. Kalimutan na. We have a next video.
Personal protective equipment, or PPE, is important for every construction worker. Every worker on the job site should have and use the appropriate PPE. It minimizes exposure to a variety of hazards while working on the job site, such as protecting against sharp edges, falling objects, flying sparks, and chemical splashes. PPE that is typically used on construction job sites includes your hard hat, safety glasses and face shields, gloves, work boots, earplugs and muffs, and respirators. Hard hats protect you from falling or flying objects, and some are rated to protect against accidental head contact with electrical hazards. You should put it on from the moment you set foot on the job site until the time you walk off. And make sure you check the hat's ratings to ensure it's the right hard hat for the tasks at hand. It should be worn with the visor, the bill in front, according to manufacturer specifications. Hard hats are made up of two basic parts, the shell and the suspension. The shell protects you from the impact, while the suspension serves as a shock absorber, and both are necessary to provide full protection. Hard hats must meet ANSI standard Z89.1. The suspension has a headband that's adjustable for a comfortable fit. Adjust your hard hat using the clip or the ratchet. Keep your hard hat in good condition. Don't drill it, paint it, or try to clean it with solvents. Routinely inspect your hard hat to make sure it's in good condition, checking for dents, cracks, or deterioration. The hard hat suspension needs to be replaced yearly, per most manufacturers, and the shell replaced every 5 years if it never fails an inspection. Harsh chemicals and extreme temperatures can make a hard hat degrade more quickly and must be replaced more frequently. If the hard hat has taken a blow or electrical shock, it must be replaced immediately. Being able to see workers is important for safety. This is especially true for workers working around vehicles or mobile equipment. In an effort to prevent accidents from struck by hazards, workers should wear high visibility garments that help alert vehicle operators of their presence, especially in low light environments. It's a good rule of thumb to wear a high visibility safety vest at all times when on the job site, no matter what the task. Eye protection and face protection should be chosen based on what tasks are being performed and hazards encountered, such as impact from flying objects, chemical splashes, harmful dust, or radiation from welding. You must wear impact-resistant safety glasses anytime you could be exposed to flying material, even if you are not working directly with that material. All eye and face protection must meet ANSI standard Z87.1. Goggles should shield the eyes against flying fragments, paint, or chemical splashes and spray particles. Keep in mind that some goggles aren't made to take impacts. Face shields protect the entire face against exposure to impact hazards, flying objects, wood chips, and chemical splashes. Always check the shield impact ratings to make sure it can withstand impact hazards. Foot injuries like nail punctures, twisted ankles, and crush injuries are common in construction. PPE for your feet can lessen or sometimes prevent these injuries. On the construction site, you should wear shoes or boots with slip-resistant and puncture-resistant soles, and safety-toed or steel-toed footwear to protect toes from falling objects and crushing injuries. Safety footwear must meet ANSI Z41 or ASTM standards. Tennis shoes are not acceptable footwear on the job site. In construction, you may also be exposed to many tasks that require hand protection from sharp or rough objects, chemicals, electricity, and flames. Wear the right gloves for the task at hand and make sure they fit properly. The most common gloves worn on the job site include knit gloves with a rubber palm to provide basic protection from minor cuts or abrasions. Chemical-resistant gloves when working with wet concrete, mortar, adhesives, or solvents. Welding gloves made of leather for use around heat and flame. And rubber insulating gloves and sleeves when exposed to electrical hazards. Some jobs on the work site are loud and may require hearing protection to reduce the amount of noise that gets through and lessen the risk of long-term hearing loss. You should use earplugs or earmuffs when using tools like drills, powdered actuated tools, pneumatic nailers, grinders, and other heavy, loud equipment. The noise reduction rating, or NRR, is used to determine the effectiveness of hearing protection. The higher the noise reduction rating, the more reduction in sound exposure. When using earplugs, always make sure to follow the manufacturer's directions on how to properly wear them. On the job site, there are some common materials like paints, lacquers, insulations, sealants, and dusts that can harm you if inhaled. This is one of the most common ways chemicals can enter the body. When used, respirators can remove contaminants from the air. The most important steps in using any kind of respirator is to ensure a proper fit to protect yourself from harmful dusts, mists, gases, vapors, and sprays getting into your respiratory system. Using the right PPE is one of the most important safety tips to prevent serious injuries when working on the job site. So be smart and be safe.
Okay, welcome back again, guys. This is our next topic for this afternoon session, the proper use of personal protective equipment. Be smart and be safe according sa kanina, no, sa ating video na nakita, no? So PPE or the basic personal protective equipment, mga dapat suotin para tayo po protektado sa trabaho. It is the obligation of the company or the management to provide proper appropriate PPE for his worker free of charge, no? According to the Republic Act 11058, to the COSH standard, and also to the IRR of that safety law, the DOLE 108-18, that in violation of provision of PPE to his worker in free of charge, there is a penalty. And you know what, guys, how much is the penalty? If you will not provide proper PPE for your workers or may nakita po silang salary reduction, that is 50,000 per day. Ang iba po mga companies natin is nagtitipid sila sa pagbigay po ng mga PPE para ang workers less protektado sa trabaho. Pero hindi nila alam, once meron pong aksidenteng mangyari and then they found out that because there's no provision of PPE or nakita nila there's a salary reduction, possible po hanggat hindi makorek ang kanilang findings within the appropriate time, pwede po silang ma-penalize by DOLE amounting 50,000 per day until they will comply to that findings. Okay? Aside from that, the PPE is the last line of defense. It doesn't mean that you observe any potential hazard at site. Upon doing the risk assessment, you will immediately introduce PPE. You should again use the hierarchy of control. The elimination, substitution, engineering, admin, and the last is the PPE. But still, you can add this PPE method from other hierarchy level of control. Okay. At the end, okay, the module of this discussion is we were going to outline legal requirement for the use of proper PPE, determine the appropriate and approved type of personal protective equipment needed in the construction workplace, and also outline the advantage and limitation of different PPE intended for the workers. Okay, personal protective equipment refers to a protective clothing, helmets, goggles, or other garments or equipment designed to protect the wearer's body from injury or infection. The hazards addressed by protective equipment including physical, electrical, heat, chemical, biohazard, or even the airborne particulate matter. It is the prime responsibility of the employer to provide safe working environment to his people or to his employees. Therefore, in order to abide to that principle, PPE should be provided to their workers. Example, this is the certain hazard of that certain activity. And then upon assessment, the recommended control measure is the provision of this kind of PPE. Therefore, it is obligated that it is an obligation of the company or the management to provide that appropriate PPE intended for that worker. Example of that, exposure to a certain chemical hazard, a liquid hazard, and there is a risk of skin contact. Okay, the company will provide a cotton gloves. Is it right or wrong? It's wrong because according to the law, appropriate PPE intended for that specified hazard being identified. Therefore, we will provide the rubber gloves for that certain worker. PPE, mga dapat natin suotin para tayo po protektado sa trabaho araw-araw. Okay, according to the DO 198-18, it is the worker's right to have our personal protective equipment. Every employer, the contractor, or even the subcon, if any, shall provide his workers free of charge PPE for any part of the body that may be exposed to certain hazard. Any part of the body that has a potential to be harmed upon giving this instruction. Therefore, it is an obligation of the employer or the contractor, or if you belong to the subcon, to provide that certain PPE intended for that worker or staff. Aside from that, according to the DO 13 of Section 6, no, every employer shall provide at his own expense, furnish his workers with PPE, provided free. Aside from that, according to the COSH Standard, Rule 1080, no, specifically discussing about PPE, all personal protective equipment shall be of approved design and construction appropriate for the exposure of the work to be performed. Approved design. Therefore, it is the obligation of the safety officer to determine what is the appropriate PPE intended for the task. And therefore, you safety officer also should check for the manufacturer if that manufacturer dumaan ba sila sa pag-check na Occupational Safety and Health Center na pasado ba sa kanilang standard na ipagamit yung certain PPE para sa worker. It doesn't mean na anong PPE pwede na ipagamit. Kahit bibili tayo dyan sa Divisoria na wala approval naman siya o center. That is still unsafe and then inappropriate for the safety officer. That's why tayo pa rin po ang mag-screen kung pasado ba itong certain PPE na ipapagamit natin sa ating mga tauhan. According also to the Standard 1081.03, the employer shall be responsible for the adequacy and proper maintenance of the PPE. Tayo rin po ang magsiguro, no? The employer, the management, no? Kung yung proper PPE ba is appropriate pa rin ba na gagamitin pa rin sa site. Example is the full body harness na ibabaro po nating worker doing working at heights. We should see to it that it's still safe to use. We are the one also to keep it and maintain it in a good condition. Another thing, according to the COSH standard, no person shall be subject to expose to the hazardous environment condition without protection. You cannot give instruction to that person to perform that task without any protection being provided to him. According to the safety law, if the worker has the right to refuse any instruction na nakita po niya na can cause harm to himself, no? Pwede po silang hindi po sumunod sa kahit anong instruction that can cause imminent danger or can even na hindi po siya protektado sa ganong task. Okay. In selection of PPE, no? We need to have these four factors to be considered. Identify the hazard. Siyempre po, the activity should be identified and we should do assessment of what are the following hazards being present to that certain activity. And then upon doing the assessment, we can do immediately the recommendation of what is appropriate PPE to be used by a certain person na mag-perform sa kanyang trabaho. Understand the effect. Okay? If there's no protection for this certain hazard, recommend the proper equipment to be used by the worker and train on the proper use and maintenance of the PPE. Okay? This is the sequence. Again, upon identification of that certain task, you need to identify potential hazard of that certain task. Understand what is the safety and health effect. If there's no control measure to be performed, recommend appropriate PPE to be used of that certain task in order for that worker to be prevented by being exposed to that certain hazard, and to train the person on how to utilize and how to maintain or keeping of that certain PPE being issued to that worker. Where PPE required? Condition that can cause injury or impairment by being absorbed, inhaled, or physically contacted, such as hazard on the process, no, or induration of the operation. Environmental hazard, kung pwede siya ma-expose doon. If there is a presence of chemical hazard, a presence of radiological hazard, or even mechanical hazard. Kung makikita ko yung mga ganong klaseng delikado, na may potential po siya magka-harm po sa tao, the worker should be protected by providing proper PPE for him. Okay. What type of PPE to be given? Example of that is for head and hair protection, we should give face and eye protection. Okay? Hearing protection. Okay? Hand and arm protection. Torso protection, the body. Protection, protective ointments or even a barrier. Respiratory protection. Foot protection. Fall protection, the shields or even restraint. The basic PPE provided first is the using of hard hat or provision of proper hard hat. according to the OSH Standard Rule 1084.01. We should take into consideration if this hard hat is impact resistant. We should also check, no, kung a certain supplier ba o manufacturer of the certain hard hat is accredited or undergone test by the OSH Center. Kung pupunta po kayo sa website ng OSH Center, makita niyo po yung mga listahan ng mga approved na mga PPE na dumaan po sa kanilang testing. Kasi mayroon po mga kliyente sa ibang projects na kailangan nilang certification na lahat po ng mga PPE na in-issue sa inyong mga tauhan, dumaan ba sa testing or accreditation by the OSH Center. Aside from that, if this certain hard hat is electrical class or resistant, the total weight of complete hard hat should not more than 0.45 kilograms or not beyond 16 ounce. Protection from impact, penetration, from falling and flying objects, blows, and from limited electric shock and burns. Okay? You should also check also, kasi may markings dyan kung sino po na manufacturer na itong hard hat na ito. Or even yung expiration po ng hard hat. Kasi meron yan siya parang bilog po sa kanyang hard hat. Makikita nyo po yan siya kung kailan po siya na manufacture. Month tsaka year. Usually po, nung nabasa ko sa international reference, if the hard hat is being exposed every day in a very hazardous environment, the hard hat could last from 3 to 4 years. But if the certain hard hat will be exposed sa offices or mga low risk lang na mga environment, it can last for 5 to 6 years. Titingnan nyo po ang shell life ng inyong hard hat po. Yung bilog po na parang clock po siya, kung titingnan po ninyo, nakalagay po siya anong year siya manufacture, anong month po siya manufacture, and then you gonna count. Kung sa construction, 3 years, okay? So low risk po sa opisina, nasa 5 to 6 years lang po yan siya. And also, it should be ANSI certified. That is international standard naman according to OSHA. No? Iba yung ANSI serial number po para sa hard hat, sa face protection, or etc. But if there's an ANSI certificate, ANSI markings, that means is dumaan po siya sa testing and then it is certified that is safe standard to use. Kasi ang dami po mga China ngayon, no? Mga Divisoria or saan man, na masyado pong soft yung hard hat na pinapagamit natin sa ating mga workers. Okay? There should be proper suspension to resist it from any hard object. Aside from that, safety officer, no? Please make into practice also to use your chin strap. Kasi napansin ko po dito sa Pilipinas is seldom lang po yung mga construction sites na gumagamit po ng chin strap. It is a part of a complete feature of hard hat. Para po once aakyat po tayo or may masagi tayong hard object sa uluhan po natin, hindi agad basta-basta mahulog si hard hat. Sometimes kasi, a hard hat without chin strap or not wearing the chin strap could also a source of accident. Example, aakyat kayo sa ladder and then nahulog nyo po yung hard hat ninyo kasi wala pong proper chin strap protection. Nung nahulog po si hard hat, ang gagawin po nyo, isaluin nyo rin po si hard hat para hindi po siya mahulog directly sa ground. Since na overreaching kayo, pati kayo mismo, nahulog na rin. Therefore, please make into practice, especially you safety officer, even though you are working at the ground level, be a role model to utilize all safety features of all PPEs we are using. No? So therefore, at all times, upon going out from our office, please use the chin strap para maging model tayo sa ating mga workers. Once may sisitahin po tayo, makita nila na tayo mismo is nag-abide kung anong dapat gawin or dapat sundin sa ating mga protocols. Okay? The earplug safety officer, no? Kindly hold on, safety officers. Earplug is used for the hearing protection, especially if we are exposed with this physical hazard, the too much exposure of noise in our surrounding. Okay? Especially guys, if you are buying a hearing protection such as earplug or ear muff, please check what is the NRR, no, the noise reduction rate. No? The noise reduction rate, the higher the NRR rate of that PPE as a hearing protection, therefore the higher the noise, it will be deducted from the existing noise produced by a certain equipment or environment. The earplug is disposable in nature. At the same time, it should be unhygienic in nature also, that it should not be used by other people. Once it is issued by the warehouse, kailangan individually issued na rin po yan siya sa kung sino mang user yan siya. It is made of soft absorbent material and fit into the ear. Reusable and disposable. It is single or molded. No? So this is the method of using the earplug, mga safety officer. Okay? Firmly hold the earplug between your thumb and forefingers. Okay? Parang i-squeeze nyo po siya. Okay? Once flattened na po siya, reach over the head and pull your ear up and then and out to open the ear canal with the opposite hand. Okay? And then push the rounded tip of the earplug completely into the ear canal. And then here is the reusable earplug properly positioned into the ear canal para po may proper protection po tayo. May ibang instances rin kasi na nag-earplug sila at the same time nag-ear muff para mas lalo na po kung nag-work sila sa isang environment na masyado na rin maingay. Example, the noise is reaching beyond 150 decibels. The ear muff again also, no, upon having this ear muff, please check what is the noise reduction rate. No, I'm sure this ear muff has the higher NRR compared to earplug. Usually we're giving this ear muff, especially in an environment reaching beyond 100 decibels. Ear muff resembles stereo headphones with adjustable foam filled or liquid filled plastic cushion that covers the entire ear. Okay? That is used as a hearing protection. Not only that, before jumping to the giving of this PPE, please recommend other also control measures such as provision of acoustic board, putting signage, and also conducting training on how to utilize this ear muff. Okay. How about eye and face protection? According to COSH Standard Rule 1082, we have the safety goggles, safety spectacles, safety shields, and welding shields. Okay? So ito po si, hold on. Okay? This is the safety goggles, safety spectacles, the welding shield, and then the face shield, industrial face shield. These safety goggles and safety spectacles were completely protecting your eyes, no? And then this face shield and welding shield will cover your face and also your eyes, or even directly exposed to the fumes that it will be produced, especially in doing hot work activities. Do not allow your workers to use passion glasses in construction sites because it is very dangerous, no? Compared to this wearing of the safety goggles or safety glasses or safety spectacles, because it can resist any impact from the activity produced, no? Example is biglang natapon po yung nail or merong isang debris na tapon during your drilling activity. Once magsuot po yan siya ng fashion glasses, pwedeng mabasag po yung glass na sinusuot nila and can cause another injury again sa kanilang mga mata, compared by using the safety goggles or even the safety spectacles. Guys, all activities using also hot work activities as grinding, okay, gas cutting, no? Please use a full face shield, no? Gas cutting, we can also use the welding shield. Grinding, okay, we can use the industrial face shield. Okay. The use of respiratory protection as per COSH Standard Rule 1083. It is a primary corrective measure in the control of occupational diseases caused by the harmful dust, fogs, fumes, mist, gases, smokes, spray, or even vapor shall be prevented to be contaminated inside our respiratory system. Either we will use a tight-fitting face piece or even a loose-fitting face piece. Okay? Respiratory protection is very useful if we are exposed to a certain hazard that can cause inhalation toxic to our body. No? Example po, mag-produce po yan siya ng gases, ng fumes, foul odor, dust contamination, biological hazard, no, that can even enter the nose or mouth. This respiratory protection should be used appropriately. Okay? Example of a respirator. Okay? There is a filter or pre-filter traps particles. Usually this is a carbon made to filter yung mga ano natin, mga residue na parang hindi po siya directly ma-inhale po ng ating mga users. Okay, sometimes these filters, okay, there's a cartridge of this, it captures a certain gases or vapors. Sometimes is we can change it anytime. Kasi may nabibili po tayo mga cartridges na filled pa rin siya with carbon para maganda yung filtering mechanism na ginagawa po natin. This is also a part of a full face mask adds eye protection. And then a face shield keeps contaminants out of the mask and traps hold the mask snugly in place. Okay, so the example of a respiratory protection. Guys, for safety shoes or safety boots, this is used to protect our feet from any impacts, electrical hazard, slippery, mga slippery hazard, physical, mga safety hazard po natin, no? From tripping hazard, slipping hazard, or etc. From nails, from puncture. And these safety shoes or safety boots are protected by a tube. Ito mga ano natin, yung mga steel tools. Okay? Example, kung may mahulugan na matitigas na bagay, okay, maipit, so protected po ating mga tools natin. Yung sa sole po niya, it is also protected from any puncture, from nails, and also resistant rin ito sa mga oil, mga grease, or even sa mga electrical hazard na pwede nating ma-encounter sa site. Mga tubig, and then there's insulated wire, and then hindi tayo agad makukuryentehan. So guys, safety shoes should be provided free of charge also to our workers. Okay? Uses of safety shoes. Workers shall be provided approved safety shoes and leg protection whenever necessary as determined by the nature of work. In selection of safety of foot protection, we should take into consideration if is it a impact resistant, compression resistant, or even puncture resistant from external forces or mga contaminants po natin. The general guidelines for the employer's responsibility, no? Performing a hazard assessment of the workplace, identifying and providing appropriate PPE for the employees. Because upon doing assessment, upon doing safety inspection, you will identify what are the potential hazard that the worker is being exposed. Therefore, upon doing also the risk assessment, we can determine anong dapat na PPE ang ating bibigay sa ating mga tauhan. Training the employees in the use and care of the PPE, because it is also the responsibility of the worker to the user to take care of the PPE being issued to the user. Maintaining and replacing worn out and damaged PPE. You should make also, guys, a policy kung kailan po kayo dapat mag-replace ng mga na-issue nyo ng mga PPE. There are some instances kasi that you will provide, kasi kumpiyansa yung mga worker that it is free of charge, may mga instance kasi na sisirain agad ng worker ang PPE para mapalitan sila ng bago. Sir, pwede ba kami, sir, na on the second issuance is charge namin sa mga workers? Hanggat naka-charge po yan siya, that is a violation. But if you will make a policy that you will replace this kind of PPE in this duration of month, no? Okay? And then part of the policy is to return the damaged PPE prior for the reissuance of new PPE, pwede po yan siya. Example of this, nakalagay po sa inyong policy na in every 1 year, you will provide a brand new safety shoes. And then after 2 months, tas hindi naman very high risk ang kanyang task, nakita nyo na sira-sira na po yung safety shoes and then pina-replace sa inyo. Pwede ba yun, sir? Yes, I can charge that to the worker because upon investigation, hindi niya po ginamit ang PPE doon po mismo sa trabaho niya sa site. Ginamit niya po sa everyday, even sa pagpunta niya sa labas, no? Sa mga activity niya, sa mga personal na po. That's why madali nasira ang kanyang PPE. No, it is not for the interest of the company. Therefore, the worker is violating the protocol or the procedure or policy na pinirmahan po niya. So okay lang po yun siya. Protection for the employer, for the management, please make a policy intended for your PPE issuance. Kung kailan po kayo mag-reissue ng bago sa kanila. But guys, please insert it to return the damaged PPE. But once nag-return po sila ng damaged PPE, na hindi pa po umabot doon sa duration na dapat mag-replace kayo, conduct investigation kung ang work niya talaga ang nag-cause na pagkasira ng kanyang PPE. Okay? Maintenance and replacing worn or damaged PPE, periodically reviewing, updating, and evaluating the effectiveness of the PPE program. General guidelines also for the worker's responsibility in relation to this PPE. The worker has obligation or have a task also to wear the proper PPE at all times. Attending training on the session of how to use the PPE and its maintenance, caring for it, cleaning and maintaining of it, informing a supervisor of the need to repair or replace the certain PPE. Aside from that, kung merong other mga hazard na pwede ma-expose ang worker na kailangan niyang additional this kind of PPE, the worker also should open up it to the supervisor or even to the safety officer para makapurchase po sila ng additional PPE needed sa kanyang worker. Okay. These are example of non-compliance with PPE. Guys, not wearing or inappropriate wearing of PPE is considered as safety violation. That is unsafe acts. Encompasses the 88% of all accident. Diba? According to the theory of all accident, there are 98% are preventable, and out of 98%, 10% is unsafe condition, 88% is unsafe act, and ito pong non-compliance to PPE, not wearing of proper PPE, is considered as unsafe act and compasses into 88% of all accident. Tingnan niyo po siya. Naka-chinelas. No, there is a presence, posible po, pwede siya ma-puncture ng mga pako dyan. Okay? Pwede po siya maglublob doon po sa tubig. The worker should use safety boots. Even though there is no falling objects sa ganyang area, consider pa siya as construction activity. The worker should wear hard hat. At the same time, wearing the working gloves. No? And this is the obligation of the employer to provide those PPEs. Remember guys, that in the entire project cost, there should be intended budget for the implementation of the Occupational Safety and Health Program. Doon rin po natin kukunin ang ating budget for the procurement of PPE. In accordance to the DO 13. Okay. Yun. Working at height, elevated area. Okay, masonry work, filing of CHB. No. Sleepers, no safety shoes issued. Okay? No hand glove protection. The worker is not wearing face mask because we are still in COVID pandemic. The worker is not wearing a hard hat. If the worker is working beyond 1.8 meters elevated, there should already be a fall protection for him. Okay. Aside from that, in the second picture, no, the worker is working at elevated area. Titingnan natin ha, mga violation po niya. Okay, tingnan niyo po ito. No, ito siya. Okay. The worker has no fall protection. The worker should have a full body harness, proper anchor point to be provided. All of them are not using working gloves. All of them are not using hard hat. No? Why hard hat? Because pwedeng dadaan sila sa ilalim po ng scaffolding installation na pwede po sila mahulugan. No safety shoes issued. Okay? Ang mask din nila considered as PPE, not worn properly. Okay? Aside from that, not related to the PPE there is no proper access for that scaffolding installation, and the scaffolding installation is very unsafe. Yun. So marami po tayong makikita dyan ng mga safety violation. Okay? Obligado po dapat si company, si management to provide PPE for them kahit gaano pa po kamura ang project na nakuha po nila. Kasi it is responsibility of the employer to the or management to provide safe working environment to the people. Nagtrabaho po sila para gawin po ang bahay na iyan, gawin ang building, hindi po sila pumasok dyan para po mag-military training na kung pwede ang daming hazard. Sabi nila, ay normal lang po sa construction ng aksidente. It is not a normal po na magiging part po ng construction activity ang aksidente. Okay? PPE program elements, no? So, ito po, hazard identification risk assessment. Upon selection of proper PPE and proper issuance of PPE ito selection of appropriate control, selection of appropriate PPE fitting, education and training for those who are users so that they will identify potential hazard to their task. Okay? And we will introduce to them what is the appropriate PPE to be used in every task they will perform. Aside from that, how to use appropriately this kind of PPE. Okay? And how to take care of the PPE being issued to them. So yun po ang i-include natin sa training and education sa ating mga workers. Hindi lang po yung after orientation, bigyan ng PPE, they don't know how to use it. Okay? It is part of our obligation, safety officer, to educate them the proper using of PPE, the proper carrying of PPE, and how to identify potential hazard at site. Management support. Yes, this is very important, especially in the use of PPE and assurance of PPE. If there's no management support, how can we purchase the appropriate PPE intended for our workers? The maintenance, in cooperation also with the warehouse and safety department. Okay? Because we will also do the monthly inspection, especially for the lanyard of the harness, monthly inspection of the PPE. If it is safe to use pa rin ba, we will put a color coding for the month intended. No, example for the month of October. And then on the last week of August, we inspect all the PPEs, and then if it is safe to use, we mark it as yellow. And then we expect that all PPEs to be used this month of October, there's a marking of yellow. That is only example, guys, as a safety practice. There's a markings of yellow. That means nag-undergone po ito ng testing, ng test evaluation that is still safe to use for this month of October. And auditing of the program if we comply for the policy intended for the PPE protocol, issuance, and maintenance. Okay. In summary, safety officer, personal protective equipment includes articles such as eye protection, face protection, head and extremity protection, protective clothing, respiratory devices, protective shields and barriers for mechanical, chemical, and radiological and other workforce environment hazards. Yes, guys, there should be a proper checking, not only for compliant purposes only. Kailangan ng hand protection, bibigyan agad ng cotton gloves. Please check if that cotton gloves is appropriate for that certain activity. What if ang hawakan po niya is liquid? So useless pa rin po ang pagbibigay niyo ng PPE. According to COSH Standard Rule 1080, DO 198-18, or even Endolent Department Order number 13. These are a common laws that regulates the use of PPE in the country. And it's very clearly stated in these laws, no, in these guidelines, legislations, that PPE should be provided by the management, by the company, free of charge to the workers and undergo testing by the OSH Center. PPE should be provided free of charge as required by the standard by the employer. The employer primary duty is to provide and train personnel on the proper use of PPE for their protection against the hazard in the workplace. So therefore, guys, safety officer, please utilize this last line of defense. Okay? So that's all for our personal protective equipment. Okay? And now, let's have again 5 minutes break. Yun, mag-break agad siya. Kasi I'm sure naihi ng iba, no? Again, 10 minutes break, and then we will proceed to the next topic, the safety inspection. Thank you very much, guys, for listening. Okay, guys, welcome back to our discussion this afternoon. Okay, so our next topic will be safety inspection as one of our major role or tasks as safety officer in our construction industry. Okay, so please allow me to show this video.
Health and safety inspections by the labor program help to ensure that federally regulated workplaces comply with the Canada Labor Code and the Canada Occupational Health and Safety Regulations. Inspections are conducted regularly or in response to specific issues and help prevent incidents, injuries, and illnesses. Through a critical examination of the workplace, inspections help to identify and record actual and potential hazards posed by buildings, equipment, the environment, processes, and practices. Record any hazards requiring immediate attention. Determine whether existing hazard controls are adequate and operational, and recommend corrective action. Health and safety inspections are a critical component of good accident and occupational disease prevention. Occupational health and safety inspections are essential to ensure that workplaces comply with the Canada Labor Code and the Canada Occupational Health and Safety Regulations. As an employer, you must follow the regulations. It's vital to understand the inspection process, your rights, and responsibilities when health and safety officers visit your workplace to conduct a health and safety inspection. Let's start. Health and safety officers may enter any workplace at any reasonable time to conduct an inspection that will help to identify and record hazards for corrective action. Upon arrival, the officers will explain the reason for the inspection. The officers will also request that a health and safety committee member or representative be present, and the inspection will begin immediately. During the inspection of the workstations, the officer may ask for the employer's general policy concerning the health and safety of employees at work. As of January 1st, 2021, Workplace Harassment and Violence Prevention Policy. Committee minutes, if the employer has a health and safety committee. First aid certificates. Forklift operator licenses. And previous inspection records. Under the Canada Labor Code and its regulations, employers also have administrative duties. Employers are obligated to provide Part 2 of the Canada Labor Code and the Canada Occupational Health and Safety Regulations, the names, workplace telephone numbers, and work locations of the Health and Safety Committee members or representatives. Contact information for the person responsible for internal air quality, as well as the policies requested at the beginning of the inspection. All this information must be accessible, posted on the company safety board, available electronically and print upon request. Labor Program Health and Safety Officers enforce the Canada Labor Code by conducting inspections and investigations. After a health and safety inspection, the officer will debrief the employer and/or the Health and Safety Committee member or representative present during the inspection. A report will be issued to the employer containing the findings of the inspection. The most common violations of federal occupational health and safety provisions are related to emergency exits, fire extinguishers, expiration date for eye wash stations, contact information for first aid attendants at first aid stations, expiration of first aid and supply items, availability of material safety data sheets, loading docks, combustibles stored incorrectly, electrical room accessibility. Officers follow a compliance policy to ensure fair and consistent application of code in all workplaces. This policy includes a range of tools whose use depends on the seriousness of the violation and the cooperation of the workplace. If there is a violation, the assurance of voluntary compliance is typically the first level of enforcement. The assurance of voluntary compliance is the employer's or employee's written commitment to a labor program health and safety officer to corrective action. It is also written confirmation of compliance to the health and safety officer by a specific date. If the officer observes something that could or might be a hazard to an employee, the officer can issue a direction. A follow-up inspection is conducted within approximately 3 months to ensure that the employer has rectified the contraventions. If a severe contravention occurs or failing to comply with a corrective action resulting from a direction, the company can face an administrative monetary penalty or prosecution. For more information on compliance policy, visit canada.ca.
Okay, welcome back, safety officers. So this is our second to the last topic, how to conduct safety inspection. Now, again, it is our prime responsibility as part of our role, safety officer, is to conduct safety inspection at site. And also this means also that to open our safety eye, to identify potential hazard kung saan man tayo na-assign na construction project. Okay? So, according guys to the COSH standard, Rule 1047, no? One of the duties of a safety officer is to conduct health and safety inspection as member of the COSH committee. Upon hiring you as a safety officer, it is your prime responsibility to go out into the site and do safety inspection and document everything you observe. Okay? Seeing versus observing. As a safety officer, what should you do? What should you develop? Seeing something or observing something? No? If we define these words, seeing is limited to the sense of sight only. It is a physiological process essentially. But in relation to observing, it is more as a psychological process. It means to consider carefully, to regard with attention so as to learn something. It means seeing with sufficient care to be able to give an account of conditions and behavior. It is not limited to the sense of sight. Observing includes noticing and noting and understanding the significance of what is seen. It is a whole process in order us to conduct a safety inspection. Rather than doing seeing, it is very essential that you will do observing to come out with this safety inspection. Safety inspection, guys. Kindly hold on, guys. Safety inspection, guys, it is a process of revealing hazard and following through the necessary corrective action which result to the safer workplace, provides a reliable way for identifying, correcting, and eliminating condition and behavior that could cause or contribute to injuries, illness, or damages. No? It is a process in order for us to identify potential hazard at site. It is the first process or the first step also in order for us to stop any accident to happen in where workplace kung saan man tayo ma-assign. No? Safety inspection are needed because nothing is completely risk-free. Lahat po ng bagay, lahat po ng environment, lahat po ng instances pwedeng magkaroon ng hazard. Therefore, in order us to address this potential hazard, we need to conduct the safety inspection. Safety inspection is very important, guys, to observe things to wear out, the conditions that change, because people are not perfect. No, because even in safety inspection, we're observing also the unsafe acts conducted by our construction workers. Usually, safety inspection is part of a proactive approach. We are doing something rather than waiting the instance to happen. No? Gagawin natin isang bagay, i-correct agad natin yung nakita natin kesa antayin muna natin na may aksidente bago pa tayo gawa ng isang aksyon. So safety inspection is part of our administrative control. It's part of other means also in order us to give action to introduce other control method. The purpose of safety inspection primarily is to detect and correct hazards. Assess effectiveness of the OSH program. Yes, that's true. Display visible management commitment to OSH, identify training needs, and to fulfill legal obligation. To detect and correct potential hazard at site. Because upon going out to our establishment, upon going out to our construction site, we can easily identify what are the safety hazards, what are the tripping potential, the fall hazard, the areas that there's no fall protection, what are the possible health hazards such as the too much exposure to vibration, exposure to chemicals, etc. Okay, assessing effectiveness of the OSH program, because everything is written based on the program being prepared to be implemented at site. No? Displaying visible management commitment, because if we will conduct this one, we can show to our people that we are conducting safety activities and we are very dedicated to give a safe working environment to our workplace. The secondary purpose of the safety inspection, guys, is to improve operations, increase efficiency, effectiveness, and profitability of the business. Yes, because if we will hinder the accident to happen, we can help the company to sustain, to continue the operation of their business, because there's no accident happen and we stop it immediately. What are the types of inspection, safety officer? We have this continuous inspection, periodic or interval inspection, such as regular or general inspection, and also we can also conduct emergency inspection. Okay? If we hear the word continuous inspection, it is an inspection conducted as part of the worker's job responsibilities in noting and correcting potential danger. No? It is a daily routine or daily obligation as safety officer or either other parts of the organization or the project. It involves noting an apparently or potentially hazardous condition or unsafe procedure and either correcting it immediately or making a report to initiate corrective action. I think I am distracted with this. Please mute, guys. Paki-mute na lang po, no? Okay. Moving forward. Continuous inspection, it involves noting an apparently or potentially hazardous condition or unsafe procedure and either correcting it immediately or making a report to initiate corrective action. Aside from that, it is sometimes called informal inspection because it does not conform to a set of schedule, plan, or checklist. If you hear the word internal inspection, it deals with a systematic process with specific intervals and widely regarded as real safety and health inspection, sometimes called a planned inspection. Example, it is a scheduled walkthrough, a scheduled inspection for the week, a scheduled management inspection together with a member of the OSH committee. And that's an example of internal inspection. Okay. I think there is a mic being turned on. So can I request it to please put it in mute mode?
Si admin po yata yun eh.
Oo. Because I am distracted, guys. I'll check here how to put it in mute. I think it's from it is an observer from the OSH Center because we are being observed by the OSH Center by Ma'am Maria Erica Mercado. Okay, and then the mic of Ma'am Ricardo is not being turned off. Okay, thank you for that, ma'am. Okay, let's move forward, guys. Okay. Example of this interval inspection, guys, yung mga plant inspection po natin, no? Example sa amin po, in every Friday po, we are conducting a operation safety inspection, a joint operation and safety inspection. Every first Monday of the month, we have a management safety inspection, something like that. An example of internal inspection. It is a deliberate, thorough, and systematic procedure that permits examination of the specific items or condition. There are two types of internal inspection, either it is a regular or general inspection. Okay, if you hear general inspection, it is inspection at a regular interval, which is conducted on a specific area, a specific operation, or a specific type of equipment. Okay, general inspection is a planned walkthrough of an entire area and includes place not usually inspected. Yung ginagawa po namin na walkthrough is, example, we have a daily inspection, no? And then part of our daily inspection schedule is in every Monday, we will only inspect housekeeping issue. On the Tuesday, we will only inspect on the working at heights issue. On the Wednesday, we will only inspect the heavy equipment issue, something like that. And that is part of a general inspection as a part also of interval inspection. But if we have a management walkthrough, all members of the management of the construction project, including the client, the GenCon, the main con, and we will do entire site inspection, that is considered as general inspection as part of interval inspection rather. Okay. Type of interval inspection, no? So this is a regular inspection at an irregular interval, which is conducted on a specific area, a specific operation, or a specific type of equipment, something like this, no? So they conducted an inspection. Okay, the violation is unsafe condition, boiler structure. There's a location for it. Unsafe or improper storage of bolts. Nilagay po ito. It's a fall hazard, guys, no? Improper, poor material management. Loose bolts left unattended at elevated area. Poor housekeeping. Falling object hazard, no? Required action. Keep the bolts in a safe storage. Loose bolts shall not be left unattended. Improve housekeeping, etc. And then, who is the involved company to rectify this issue? And that example of an interval inspection result. Okay. Inspection is a part of administrative control, no? Because it is the changing the policy, introducing a new policy in order to correct something, to prevent the occurrence of an incident, no? Example of this, observation, detached eye wash outlet cover. Okay, here. This is a findings upon safety inspection. Activity, individually, a quick frozen activity. Location zone 2, cannery plant. Hazard absence of first aid equipment for eye injury during emergency. Recommended control action, repair and reinstall eye wash cover to maintain functionality of eye wash outlet. It also covered with prevent the entry of foreign debris. Thus, cladding will be prevented. Safety officer, another hint also. All of your activities should be properly documented. Kahit gaano pa kayo kasipag mag-ikot po sa inyong site ninyo, kung wala naman kayong written output, parang wala pa rin kayong ginawa. Because whatever is your written output, that will protect you in case accident will happen later on. And also, it is considered as a legal document to protect you, safety officer, that you did something. You have a result of your inspection. You can also have a basis in case that certain finding will be rectified or not. Therefore, whatever is not written is not done. Therefore, upon doing safety inspection, all of your findings should have a proper documentation by using photograph, properly encoded, presenting to the management, and presenting it to the people involved in your project. Okay. Moving forward. Example of general inspection, no? General inspection is a planned walkthrough of an entire area and includes places not usually inspected. This is an example of general inspection. Ito po sila ay mga managers from different contractors, no? Because the managers has a power to decide, has a power to give, to rectify or to revise any policy. Therefore, malaki po ang tulong kung i-involve natin ang ating management in doing the safety activity. Yes, we will have a safety inspection na tayo-tayo lang po. Yes, we will have our personal inspection na tayo lang or other safety officer. but it's very important also to involve the management in conducting safety inspection para po ma-realize nila lahat po natin na nare-report sa kanilang opisina, na makita talaga nila with their eyes. Okay. Example of inspection again, no? Violation or findings, unsafe condition at TG building or turbine generator building, no provision of temporary handrail, or there is no proper railings. There is a safety hazard, fall potential, incomplete steps, okay, or ladder, dangerous gap in between the ladders. Tingnan nyo po ito, no? Dangerous gap, no signage for the hazard involved, and there is a falling hazard. So the safety officer recommended for installation of lifeline, install immediately the temporary or the permanent step ladder, and install signage on that area. And the subcon involved has given a timeline to rectify the issue. Yun po. So the findings of your inspection should be submitted to the involved contractor. Aside from this, a result of inspection is unprotected surface opening. Okay, nakita nyo po ito, na? Note ko lang po. Upon safety inspection, there is an open hole. There is a safety hazard related to fall potential. Yun. Walang protection. Okay? Unprotected open edge, slip and fall hazard, no signage or no railings or covering installed. Okay? So yun po. And then this finding should be submitted to the company involved and given timeline to rectify immediately the action. And those subcontractor or personnel involved or group involved should give also the closure report or the rectification photo that this finding should be rectified as soon as possible they receive the report. Okay. Emergency inspection, it is inspection focused on the component of the machinery, equipment, materials, structures, or areas likely to result in the immediate unwanted incident. An unscheduled inspection may be needed to correct unsafe condition. The elements of an effectivity of a safety inspection program is the inspector should have a sound knowledge of the facility or workplace. It is very useless, guys, that you will conduct inspection na hindi po inyo kabisado ang area kung saan po kayo mag-conduct ng inspection. Therefore, guys, safety officer, please galaw-galaw naman kayo. Ikutan nyo po ang site para maging familiar po kayo kung ano pong involved na activities na andun, sino mga workers na involved dun sa activities na yon, anong common hazard na pinoproduce ng kanilang activities, ano po ang mga pasikot-sikot na inyong facility. And you should have a sound knowledge of your facility kung saan po kayo na-assign. Be knowledgeable of the relevant standard, codes, and regulation. How will you know that that certain finding is unsafe if you don't have knowledge about the safety standard? How will you know that that is that violation to the COSH standard? How will you know that is unsafe action, unsafe condition if you don't know what is safe? Therefore, guys, you have a basic knowledge on relation to safety. And then please elevate also on advanced knowledge in relation to safety and health. So that because upon identification, upon giving this finding, you should also give recommendation on how to rectify that one. No? Unsafe, needed for shoring. Ano pala ang standard to put up shoring? Unsafe because the worker is not wearing full body harness. Ano pala ang standard that full body harness should be required? Unsafe hot work activities. Ano pala ang standard to perform the hot work activities? Therefore, you should be knowledgeable. You have a basis and you have a reference of everything about safety and health. Therefore, guys, please do not only stop by having this COSH training, but continue your learnings in relation to occupational safety and health. Even kami nga na mga safety practitioner, nagbabasa pa rin kami from time to time from any updates na pwedeng mangyari para we will introduce it and we will conduct a safety program again to our workplaces. Be familiarized with the organization's accident experience and potential. Possess the ability to make intelligent decision for corrective action. Yes, because there's sometimes naman kasi, sabihin mo sa isang engineer operation na, sir, unsafe yung ginagawa mo. The operation will ask you or the supervisor, what is the safe pala, safety officer? What's your recommendation? You know what is wrong? You should know. You should also throw us what is correct. Exercise diplomacy in handling personnel and situation. Kasi usually po, kung tayo po palagi nag-inspect, pag-iinitan po tayo ng ating mga operations, ng IBM ating management kasi istorbo daw sa safety officer. Palagi nagpapa-stop work. Okay? Minsan masyadong magastos yung kanyang nire-recommend. Therefore, we should diplomacy in nature. How to deal with this problem. Na? And how to introduce a certain method also na acceptable rin sa both parties. Okay. Another elements for an effective safety inspection program, the inspection process must be systematic. There must be a method of reporting, evaluating, and using the gathered data. What and where to inspect? We should know the physical condition of a certain equipment or material or environment. Please check for the equipment, the apparatus, the appliances you are working with, the work area, the area surrounding your work areas, and also other high-risk areas. Please check if there's a damage in the equipment or surrounding. Please check if there's a damage to the part of the whole facility. Please damage also to other parts of the temporary facility that is being used in a construction project. Please also check for the entire process if there is a shortcut being involved. Please check also if there is a shortcut done by a worker that has a potential to cause harm to him. Please also inspect. Please also check for the behavior of the worker upon executing the certain activity. Because remember guys, of all accident, 88% is due to unsafe acts. Behavior of the worker. Yes, we discussed it during our safety training. Yes, we discussed it during the toolbox meeting. But we don't know if that certain worker will apply it in an actual field. Therefore, upon roaming around in our construction site, we will check if that certain worker will apply to the works that we give during the toolbox meeting and other items in the area. Be vigilant. Open your safety eye. Inspection items also, guys. The tools, no? The power and non-power equipment. Kindly hold on, guys. The power tools, guys, is if there is a defect, okay, improper handling of tools, okay, and also even the machinery or equipment. Titingnan natin kung may mga dent pa sila, uninsulated electrical wirings, okay, if there's no proper railings installed, okay, if there's no signages being installed near to that equipment. It is part also of our safety inspection. Okay? Aside from that, safety officer, the materials and supplies needed, baka may kulang po siya in order to execute that certain activity. And since there's a lacking of a certain supply material, pwede po mag-shortcut ang isang worker na pwedeng mag-lead or cause into an accident. How about the way of that worker handling the heavy equipment? How about the operator? Is he competent to perform the activity? Remember guys, according to DO13, all equipment should have a third-party inspection certificate that is safe to use. Aside from that, all heavy equipment operators and also skilled workers dealing with the high-risk activities should be competent NC2 holder by TESDA. And if there is a non-compliant to that protocol or instruction or procedure, that is considered as a safety findings already. No? Storage of facilities or area containers. How about storing of flammable or combustible materials very near to an open flames? Okay. How about materials being stuck in a very high elevated area that is prone to or there's a fall potential for that certain equipment or materials or supplies? How about checking the appropriate signages being intended for that certain location or activity? We should also consider that one during our safety inspection. We should also deal inspecting the work environment safety officer. The temperature of a certain environment, if there's a too much or extreme temperature na exposed po yung mga workers natin, the noise being produced by the equipment or surroundings, or even accumulation of dust or poor dust management, if the environment has findings of poor housekeeping, no, poor material management, improper waste disposal, that should be also considered during our safety inspection. Ito lang kasi ito, isipin natin guys, safety is just a common sense. Anything that can cause harm, if there's no control, that will be highlighted or noted as our findings during safety inspection. Example again is a power source equipment, electrical supplies, electrical equipment, electrical materials. No? We should also check, properly insulated ba siya? Not laid directly on the ground. Okay? There is a proper checking, properly tagged. We are using royal cord for the extension wires. Okay? There's a proper grounding system. Sa panel board ba natin, meron mga fire devices, firefighting devices? Is the panel board being locked? May contact number ba sa responsible person in case of emergency? Okay? Open, uncovered, octopus wiring, overloaded, proper grounding, that should also be considered during our safety inspection. Fire protection equipment. The fire hazard. Is a certain person doing hot work implemented or complying the hot work safety? Is there fire extinguisher on standby? If the worker is being trained how to use that certain fire extinguisher being standby, is there a fire blanket being provided? Okay. Is there a fire watchman deployed? Okay. Is there a easy access in case fire will arise to the certain activity? Is there hot work permit? Is the person conducting this activity is competent enough? Yun po. And those things should be considered during our safety inspection. Okay. The motor vehicle. Is there a daily inspection checklist being complied? Okay. How about the monthly inspection? Is there a competent person check that periodically or quarterly or monthly? Okay. How about the safety feature of the certain vehicle or equipment? Is there any remodification? Okay. And other things. The offices. You should also consider like a broken glasses. Okay. Okay. Example, block access, obstruction to access for housekeeping, sleeping and tripping hazard, poor cable management, poor material management, etc. Okay. Yun po. Titingnan natin yun siya during safety inspection. Personal service and first aid facilities should also be checked. Please check if there is a standby first aider during critical activities. Please also check if the nurse is on duty while our full blast operation is ongoing. Please also check if there is a sufficient supply inside your first aider box. Please also check for the competency of your first aider. Okay? And other things. Okay? The welfare facility, may tubig ba doon? Okay, may sabon ba sila? How about how to combat COVID pandemic? May alcohol ba nakalagay doon or etc. And those all things should be considered also during our safety inspection. The walkways, the roadways, the working surface, the platforms, the scaffold condition, the working platform condition, okay, the scaffolding safety, competent person, scaff tagging, proper access, proper shoring, mud seals, working platform, outrigger pads, the presence of PPE being utilized, is the PPE standard, okay? How about a fall protection for the workers? Is there any fall, there's a restraint, a barrier, a full body harness? Is the worker trained how to use the full body harness? Is there a shock absorber? Is the harness is standard as per OSH center, etc.? And those things also should be considered. It's very important also guys to have your own checklist para wala po kayo makaligtaan during your safety inspection. Okay. Inspection frequency factors. The higher the risk, the higher the frequency of the inspection. The higher the risk of a certain area, the more the frequency of inspection should be conducted. Okay? Therefore, kailangan maging familiar kayo sa lahat na activities na ginagawa po sa buong construction projects ninyo or sa lahat po ng buong construction site ninyo. Kung saan po yung masyado maraming hazard, na masyado maraming high risk potential of a certain area, doon po ang dapat ang mas madalas po yung puntahan in conducting inspection. Kasi yun po ang masyadong malaking potential na pwede po magkaroon po ng isang aksidente. Who are the one to conduct inspection? You, safety officer, should conduct your safety inspection. The company or the facility management, your management, even the supervisor being involved in operations should also conduct the inspection. Mechanical engineers, the maintenance supervisors, the workers, the laborers, technicians, maintenance personnel, safety and health committee members, the third party and customers, or even other inspection teams and personnel, or even other involved with the project has also authority to conduct inspection and to be submitted to you, safety officer, to the management, or even to the COSH committee. What are the inspection tools that you should be provided before you will conduct the inspection? The common inspection tools to be prepared is inspection forms. Example, you have already your internal template, your sheets or checklist. Clipboards is very important, guys. Pen or pencil. The lockout and tag-out equipment. Yes, because isahan na lang po. Pagdaan nyo po unsafe, i-log out nyo, tag-out nyo agad. Measuring tape or rulers. The flashlight, especially during night time or mga confined space area or sa loob po mismo ng building that there's a presence of insufficient light. The camera, the video cams, or other tape recorder. Guys, if you're using a camera, please put yung date time stamp. No? Huwag nyo talaga kalimutan yan siya. Lagyan nyo po ng date and time stamp po siya because that's only a protection to you. Kasi in conducting inspection, is you will also close it out. Or if the operation will close the issue, you will again take picture for the after. Because it should be before and after. Ito kasi nangyayari, guys. Pag ikot nyo po doon sa 10th floor, may nakita kayo open hole. Napicturean nyo po yan siya. That is before. Safety findings. Uncovered open hole, fall potential, high risk hazard. And then nilagyan nyo po ng covering. Okay? Tapos picturean nyo ulit. Rectified. Secured open hole. Okay? Covering installed. Protection, provision of barriers. Signages installed. And then you put a safety, there's a time and date stamp doon sa camera ninyo. You make documentation. Ngayon, ginawa nyo po yung findings na yon is alas 8 ng umaga, alas 9 na rectify po ninyo. Pero, alas 11 po nun ng umaga, may nahulog patay. Gusto nila, okay, ibigay ang CC kay safety officer kasi daw hindi nag-ikot si safety officer, hindi nag-rectify. Because of pero meron po kayong ebidensya na alas 8, nakita nyo po siya, alas 9 na close out ninyo, posible may nag-open again that causing that person na mahulog po doon sa open hole. So, syempre, safe na po si safety officer. Therefore, everything should be properly documented. There should be time and date upon your rectification to be done. Okay? Again, also, please wear proper PPE. One of my project, it is mandatory that all safety officers should wear full body harness at all times. May plano ka umakyat o wala, hanggat nasa labas ka ng opisina, hanggat nag-iikot po kayo, kailangan po magsuot ng full body harness. Bakit po? Because po, isahan po yan siya pag-inspect. Akyat po tayo eh. Mga elevated area, if it is safe or not. If it is for us, it is unsafe, okay? How about for sa mga workers natin that they are not trained? What if naman po, in case of emergency, na kailangan meron tayong i-rescue, we should be prepared at all times. Therefore, even in conducting inspection, we should wear proper PPE at all times. Okay? Other equipment may be used also. No? Electric testing equipment, sampling devices, such as we're checking the air, the noise being produced, okay, the light by checking the lux, the temperature of the surrounding, the sampling containers, no, as a part of WEM, calipers, micrometers, feeler gauge, stopwatch, and other equipment depending on the need on the inspection. But be sure, let's see to it, if the equipment is needed for calibration, calibrate it. Or you should be familiarized on how to utilize that certain equipment. Baka dala nyo lang po siya, pero hindi nyo po alam paano po siya gagamitin, it's still useless. This is example, guys, of inspection sheet. No? Example is inspection location, okay, the area covered, date of inspection and time of inspection, observation, there's a hazard, observe, and location. What is your recommendation? Okay? And then who is the responsible person to rectify the issue? What are the action taken and when it was rectified? Okay? Sa ngayon po ba, sir, mandatory ang pagsuot ng safety harness ng mga safety officer? Guys, it depends. It is not really mandatory. Kasi nakalagay po sa standard sa COSH natin, no? If it is a potential hazard of a certain activity, therefore, specific PPE should be worn. Okay, example, no? Magkakandak po kayo ng inspection elevated area, there is a hazard for fall potential. Therefore, kailangan natin magsuot ng PPE. Ang question kasi ni sir, is mandatory ba talaga paglabas ninyo mag-PPE? You can make your internal policy, no? Especially if you belong to the management or supervisors, may subordinates po kayo, you can make your own policy na mandatory nyo po ang pagsuot po ng PPE. Pero mas maganda, sir, gawin nyo na lang po internal policy po ninyo na mandatory po ang mga safety officer to wear the safety harness. Bakit po? We don't know, anytime accident might happen. We don't know, baka may mahulog po sa ng mga workers po natin o kailangan i-rescue o kailangan natin mga instant inspection at limited area. Kaysa naman maghahanap pa tayo ng harness, dapat suot-suotan palagi. But my answer of this is, depende po sa internal policy ng inyong project. Okay? But in relation po sa, it is a general policy po, hindi naman po. Depende na po yan sa inyo. Okay? Thank you. Yun. Inspection proper. First is the identification of the hazard. And then second is the data gathering. Interview the workers involved or be exposed to the certain hazard. May or may not use checklists or inspection sheets. Especially kung familiar na po kayo sa procedure, sa mga process, okay, sa mga dapat i-check, no need na po ng checklist. Pero once kung bago pa lang po tayo o kailangan natin mayroon talaga tayong standard na dapat wala makaligtaan, you can also have your checklist. It depends po sa protocol pa rin ng inyong company. Okay? Remember, inspection must not interrupt normal operation. Huwag po yung na, excuse me, stop work muna kayo kasi mag-conduct muna ako ng inspection. Hindi po yan siya pwede, ha? The operation should continue their operation. And then tayo rin po, mag-proceed din tayo sa inspection because part of our inspection, guys, is to check if they're following the proper procedure. Okay? If they're following the proper methodology in performing the task. Kung meron ba ginagawang unsafe acts, o may ginagawa pa silang mga shortcuts. So mas maganda, mas nakikita po yung mga raw data, raw information, no? Hindi po siya fabricated. So, no need to stop the operation, pursue your activity, let them pursue their activities. Okay. Pwede po ba sa toolbox meeting pa lang, mag-remind na po ang safety officer sa mga tao and sa mga supervisors in working place? Sir Mark, ano po ang i-remind natin po, Sir Mark? Okay, about po sa, pwede po ba sa toolbox meeting, remind them?
Na-enter ko agad mahaba sana yun tatanong ko.
Yes.
Example lang po kasi, pares na sa akin, hindi ko naman masyadong gamay. Example, yun nga, di ba sa bawat mga bago mag-start ng isang project pwede kayo mag-conduct ng toolbox meeting.
Opo, yes.
Then ang akin lang naman pananaw. Paano kung sakali na ang supervisor mo mismo is nagkaroon ng isang aksidente sa kanya, bago pa lang and na-remind mo na sa mga toolbox meeting about sa mga safety o mga reminders, pati ginawa niya siya.
Okay. Sir, putol-putol po kayo, Sir Mark. Tama po ba pagkaintindi ko, sir, no? Nag-toolbox po kayo, na-remind nyo sila sa mga safety measures, but still na-aksidente po siya.
Opo. Even na supervisor po siya, sakali. Ikaw pa rin po ba sasalun ng kanyang pagkakamali? Hindi naman po, no? Okay, very good. Thank you for that question, sir, no? Okay, it is very important, guys, as part of our admin control. Okay, thank you. No problem, ha, even though it's not related to safety inspection. Okay. It is very important, guys, no, to remind all workers about safety measures na kailangan sundin nila sa bawat activities na bago sila mag-start, especially in conducting toolbox talk. As part of our protection, Sir Mark, is in conducting this toolbox, you should have attendance sheet or proper documentation.
What are the topics being discussed during the toolbox meeting? Example, working at heights, proper use of full body harness if you are working at elevated area. Okay, our use of fire extinguisher or fire protection in doing hot work activities. And then let the workers attend the toolbox meeting fill up the attendance sheet, their name, position, and signature, na sila mismo nakaintindi sa inyong toolbox meeting. Kasi po, once sila po nag-violate sila sa site, after your toolbox meeting, pwede na po na hindi kayo balikan kasi ginawa niyo yung part ninyo to remind them. Remember, of all activities, of all accident, 88% due to unsafe acts, due to the behavior of the worker that we cannot control. Na? So once there will be an OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Investigation, safety anong ginawa mo? Bakit nahulog siya walang harness? Excuse me, Madam OSHA. Actually, kaninang umaga, yun po ang topic namin. And then si supervisor po, nagpirma siya mismo na narinig po niya, yun ang topic namin. Yun. So, pwede na po kayo. Yun. Kaysa, totally wala kayong ginawa. Remember guys ha, whatever is not written is not done. Kahit mag-toolbox po kayo dyan, kahit mag-inspection na wala kayong documentation, pwede po kayong i-deny. Oy, wala man kaming toolbox meeting kanina. Pero once merong documentation, nagpirma sila, may picture, nandun sila, yun ang topic, may witness, yun. Safe po tayo. Another thing sa inspection. Example, sir. Nakita nyo po yan siya, naglagay kayo ng barrier. Nagpicture kayo na in this time, alas 10 po, naglagay kayo ng barrier para walang mahulog. Pero, alas 11:30, tinanggal ni supervisor kasi meron siyang gawin na trabaho. Di niya binalik. Nahulog siya. Balikan kayo na management. Safety, hindi nyo ba ito nakita? Bakit walang barrier? Actually, sir, na-rectify ko na po yan siya. May documentation ako ng safety inspection. Alas 10 po ng umaga kanina, nakita ko walang barrier. Alas 10:30, nag-close out ako, nilagyan ko ng barrier, pero si Foreman pa rin nagtanggal, that's why nahulog po siya. At the same time, sir, nag-toolbox pa talaga ko kanina umaga. Ito po ang topic, nagpirma rin si supervisor. So, we cannot control all mindset of our people. No? It's better to correct immediately the unsafe condition because that is a material or environment. But the mindset, the behavior of the people, it's very difficult to control. That's why pumunta sila sa 88% of all accident. Okay? Thank you for that, Sir Mark. Moving forward, guys, inspection report. Report format can be bullet type or report, narrative, paragraph form, or even risk assessment format, or even other formats. But I'm suggesting that please put photo documentation. It is very, mas effective po siya once you will do the before and after documentation po. And you have your own format also. No, such as sa ginagawa namin sa project, we're doing SCAR, the Safety Corrective Action Report, as a product of our safety inspection. Corrective action is in making recommendation by guiding by these rules. Correct the cause whenever possible, immediately correct everything possible. Report condition beyond one's authority and suggesting solutions. Take immediate action as needed and prioritize high-risk items. A good tool is a risk assessment. Risk assessment is a very good tool in order for us to prioritize the different hazards that we identified. Upon doing inspection, we identify a lot of hazard, but we should prioritize it kung ano ang una nating i-rectify based sa risk assessment, because this hazard belongs to a high risk, this hazard belongs to a low risk, this hazard belongs to a medium risk. Ganun po. Okay. In conclusion, safety officer for safety inspection, the objective of safety inspection are the following: to detect and correct potential hazard before accident occur. Okay. To recognize safe practices and uncover unsafe practices, to promote and maintain established and accepted standards safely, to improve operations, increases efficiency and effectiveness and profitability. It is an old school, guys, that safety officers are being deployed just to have a safe work environment, to save life. But right now, safety officers are deployed in order to help the company to sustain their business because no accident happened in their construction project. Okay, guys, please develop your safety eye, move around, roam around, be familiarized with your facility, do series of safety inspection, because that is a part of our proactive safety measures. Okay? Thank you very much, and that ends our safety inspection topic. Okay, guys? So, moving forward, thank you guys ha, yung mga nagtatanong po, especially if you have any question about safety na hindi po related sa topic natin, I'm open to answer all of those things. Okay? It's already 4:20. Let's proceed to our safety demolition and allow me guys to present these videos. Ali, hold on.
Demolition safety tips. Demolition work is when you knock down or dismantle a structure or part of a structure that is related to the physical. Structure can be defined as anything that is constructed, whether fixed or movable, temporary or permanent, and includes buildings, sheds, towers, chimney stacks, silos, and storage tanks. There are a range of health and safety risks associated with demolition work, including unplanned structure collapse, falls from one level to another, falling objects from the structure. Risk management planning at the start of a demolition is critical to preventing injury or even death. Employers should try to eliminate or minimize the risks associated with demolition work during the planning stage before any work starts. During the planning stage, you need to identify hazards, assess risks, and work out appropriate control measures in consultation with those relevant to the demolition work. For example, the principal contractor, demolition contractor, structural engineers, and mobile plant operators. Remember, a license is required to carry out some demolition work. Contact your state WHS regulator for more information on demolition licensing. If asbestos or other dangerous materials need to be removed, you may also need the relevant license or engage a specialist to do the work. Always check with your supervisor or OH&S rep before doing any work you are not familiar with. Always remember, safety first. www.safetyfirst.org.au.
So I've heard about this project in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And so I reached out to the company, it's Earhart Construction, who's doing a fantastic job. And we're going to interview Nate Potter, the Director of Safety, as he's going to help us to appreciate what we need to know when we're doing demolition of a building so that nobody gets hurt, so that people can go home to be with their families. Certainly demolition has some hazards that have our attention. And we want to interview Nate Potter with Earhart. He's done a great job, as well as the rest of the team, in preparing for the demolition operations to protect people, to make sure that those that are working on site are going to do so without injury so that they can go home to be with their families.
We can't have anything collapsing in on anybody on the inside. And so what we've done is we've consulted the experts. We wanted to find out what's the best way to keep these walls intact. They've come up with this shoring and bracing system so that these walls will stay intact during the demolition of the interior of the building. We want our people to be in the best hands possible when it comes to their safety. So when we go to the experts to put in these bracing systems, it is because we don't want anybody going home injured. We want everybody going home in as good or better shape than what they showed up to work in, during the day. Every day the bracing is inspected by a competent person. So all the bracing was constructed by competent persons, and those same people will still be on site. So we'll have a designated competent person that will every day at the start of the shift go around and make sure that all the fasteners, and you can see, each one of these gussets has 18 nails per connection point in these gussets. We're going to count all the fasteners in all of these all the way around every day to make sure that we've not lost any integrity in any of this bracing on the outside or the inside when we begin that construction. Gotta say something, because we have to be our brother's keeper when it comes to safety and construction. Every employee has the right to stop work. If anyone on site sees something that looks inappropriate in any way, that employee has the right to call a stop work immediately. Everyone backs away from the building, and we get a competent person over to assess and evaluate what needs to be done. If it's anything having to do with the structural integrity of the bracing, we stop work until the engineer comes out and gives us a repair plan, and then we'll continue after that. We want you going home healthy and safe, not injured. Not injured. Thanks so much, Nate. Always appreciate all you're doing and your company's doing for safety. Also, if you're new to this channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button. We'll keep these videos coming to you every single week. And if you're interested in more safe work practices and demolition operation, take a look in the description below and you'll see those links that'll take you to some good resources.
My name is Michael King. I'm one of the owners of Ampco Contracting. Each job's different, each structure's different. You're taking apart a structure piece by piece, and you have to be very focused on what that structure's doing and where it's going to fall and how it's reacting to your input. The challenge on this side is the height of all the structures. We're reaching up so high that we cannot see over the edge of the building, and the operator is 100 feet down. Maybe he doesn't realize that a portion of that building is already detached and it's going to come down, and he has to react to that. The demolition high reach machine has been advancing. They're getting higher and stronger and more capable. But when you're demolishing a structure, it gets real dusty fast, it gets blinding. You used to have to put a man in a basket and have a spotter. That's a safety risk in itself, putting someone way up high to watch and communicate with the high reach operator in real time. This drone can see everything that is from 1,000 feet high to 300 feet to 2 feet above the ground. You can put this camera anywhere you need it. Our particular drone has 2 controllers, and you can set one up to control the aircraft and one to control the camera. So we realized real quickly that it would be ideal for the operator in the high reach to operate the camera so he could see exactly what he needs to see. And for safety, another person could operate the aircraft. Nobody else has done this before. This is something that's new technology. I see it as absolutely the future of the high reach demolition world. this is how it will be done. Demolition has been perfect to innovate, to engineer things, to do things differently, and really rewrite the book. We would like to challenge the status quo, pave new paths for safety and innovation, and trying to get the best we can out of our machinery and out of our sites and make them as safe as possible.
Okay, guys, welcome to our last discussion. Okay, for this day 3 in COSH training, we're going to discuss demolition safety. No? Yun. Safety officer. So demolition is a usual activity po in every construction site, no? But not all of us can experience this kind of activity naman po. Sa amin, we had our construction project in somewhere here in Sarangani, ang nangyari po kasi is bumagsak po yun sa standard according sa QA/QC namin, yung foundation sa pagpagawa po ng TG building. And then, noon, meron po mga ampaw, meron po mga hindi po masyadong okay pong pagkabuhos ng aming foundation. That's why the company decided, the project decided na we need to demolish these 4 foundation, mga walls, tsaka yung poste mismo ng aming turbine generator building. Even though nagastos po kami ng 100 million in making that one. Kaysa daw po makompromise once there will be an operation and there will be a heavy vibration na mangyari kasi generator ang ilalagay namin sa ganun pong structure. So, ito po mga safety officer. What if meron pong demolition activity na mangyari po sa inyong project site and then kayo po ang na-deploy as a safety officer? Okay? The objective of this module is to discuss the types of demolition, either it is mechanical or through explosive demolition. We will also need to outline the hazards of demolition work in a construction project and to discuss the control measure of hazards on demolition work. Guys, demolition is a dismantling, razing, or destroying or wrecking of any building or structure or any part of that certain building. Okay? This is example of demolition using a manual procedure. No? So, mano-mano lang po, yung mga workers po natin, ang sumisira po ng structure kasi need po natin matanggal itong portion ito ng building. Mechanical is by using also of this heavy equipment, no, to wreck, to destroy the structure. And also we have this kind of demolition, a blasting demolition by using a dynamite or TNT, but it is a very high risk activities and also there should be a coordination by the authorities upon utilize nito upon storing of this TNT to be used for this activity. What are the potential hazard of this demolition? Okay, there could be a premature collapse na hindi pa talaga matatapos ang buong activity, posible makollapse na po ang buong structure. Unsupported po ang mga walls at foundation po natin or even yung mga poste. False or falling materials because there is unsecured, no, of perimeter. And then meron po mga unauthorized person na pwede po pasok doon na uncontrolled also. The accumulation of dust and fumes, especially a poor dust management. Napansin nyo kanina sa video, no? Meron pong nagwa-watering habang ongoing po ang kanyang demolition activity in order for us to eliminate the accumulation of dust na ma-expose po ang ating environment. It's also considered as health hazard. Poor work posture and doing repetitive twisting motion as part of ergonomics issue. Aside from that, guys, we could also be exposed to too much noise or even vibration produced by the equipment to the ground or even to the structure. intense of services. Existence of services rather. Example, hindi pa po na turn off, na shut down ang mga linya ng gas, electricity, or even water na mag-cause rin ng harm sa entire process ng demolition. The presence of hazardous substances, the presence of chemicals na pwede ma-produce while ongoing activity, or even the dilapidation. The most common type of accident that result from hazards associated with demolition are the following. Fall from elevated work surfaces. May mahulugan po because of this debris, structural part of the building. Exposure to the hazardous air contaminants. Especially po, no, yung mga dust na mapuproduce while ongoing po ang demolition activities. Being struck by falling or collapsing structure. Therefore, those people doing it should be competent, well experienced, and have a knowledge on how to deal with this kind of activity in case there will be an emergency to happen, or even electrical shock because some lines are not yet terminated, or some power source or energy source are not yet been shut down. Safety planning in demolition. Before the start of every demolition job, the manager and safety personnel or officer for the demolition contractor should take a number of steps to safeguard the health and safety of workers involved to this activity. Okay. The key areas of planning should involve a method to be used in doing this demolition job, equipment to be used in performing the task, what are the potential hazards associated with these demolition activities, the measures to be taken to perform the work safely. Okay, what are the preparation to be done? What are the proactive preparation to be prepared in order as to prevent untoward incident to happen? According guys to the COSH Standard Rule 1417, all demolition operation of building and other structure over 6 meters high shall be under supervision of a competent person, well-trained and licensed, such as engineer or civil engineer. No person except the worker who are directly engaged in the demolition shall enter a demolition area to within a distance equal to 1.5 times the height of a structure. Demolition shall be proceed systematically, story by story, wag biglaan, level by level, in a descending order. Okay? Pataas, pababa. And the work on the upper floor shall be completely over before removing any supporting members of the structure on the lower floor. This shall not prohibit the demolition on section in the same descending order if means are taken to prevent injury to workers and damage to the property. Another control measure, guys, is the provision of railings, guardrails, or barricade or barrier. According to the COSH Standard Rule 1417, no? All perimeter of the demolition site should be well barricaded. There's no proper access to all unauthorized personnel or not involved with the operation. Shoring or other necessary measure shall be taken to prevent the accident collapse of any part of the building or structure. There should be proper training to be conducted. I'm sure there should be a job hazard analysis and risk assessment to be done before they will execute the activity. I'm sure there is a proper methodology or the method statement being prepared before they will proceed to the activity. All of these things, all of these parameters, all of these bases and references, all of this procedure should be properly laid, informed, being oriented to all people involved to this activity so that they will be aware, informed of the step-by-step of the procedure. They should be aware of the potential hazard of every step that they should perform, and they should be aware, equipped, and skilled on how to put control measure, safety measure, or every hazard that they identified in every procedure that being laid for this certain activity. Aside from that, guys, is provision of warning signs surrounding the perimeter area or even to the directly involved structure of being demolished. Kung pwede rin po, i-translate rin natin yung mga signages na maintindihan po ng lahat ng tao involved po doon. Baka iba sa kanila cannot understand simple English. Danger signs shall be posted around the structure and all doors and opening giving access to the structure, such as danger, demolition work in progress, no access to an authorized person, or something like that. No? Another control measure to be implemented, guys, are all existing gases, electrical, and other services should be shut down or be disconnected. All sources of power or energy should be properly shut down, or even to put a lockout or tag out. The glass shall be removed from windows and other location, or it should be protected. No building or any part of the structure shall be overloaded with debris or materials. Adequate precaution shall be taken to avoid danger from any sudden twisting, springing, or collapse of any steel or ironwork cut or releases. No workers, guys, shall stand on top of the wall, on the pier, or chimney more than 6 meters or even more than 18 feet high unless there is a safe flooring or adequate scaffolding or staging is being provided on all sides of the wall. There should be 3 meters or 9 feet away from where he is working. Kung maglagay po tayo ng independent working platform for them, kung pwede lang po, merong 3 meters away from the structure kung saan po tayo magdi-demolish. No? Kung siya po mismo papatong doon sa structure kung saan po siya, kung sino o ano po yung i-demolish natin, it should be properly secured. Okay? Na hindi basta-basta mahulog ang mga taong andun po sa taas. Stairs and stair railings, the passageway and other ladders shall be demolished at last. Because we should have a proper access of those people involved in activity in going up or even in going down or even as a means of emergency exit point for them to vacate the area in case of emergency situation. If demolition is suspended or discontinued or na-stop ang operation, remaining part of the building shall be fenced or barricaded. It should be properly locked. Huwag hayaang nakatenga po yan siya na unsecured. There are some instances, ang ibang project site po, once nahinto po ang demolition nila, but meron na po sila nasimulan, nagdi-deploy talaga sila ng guard or watchman na kahit sino man walang access na makalapit doon sa area na yon. What if weak na po yung mga nagsusupport sa mga structure na naiwan or natenga during sa stoppage of work? It should be properly barricaded, properly locked, and there should be a watchman to secure the area. As per Rule 1418 no, of the COSH standard, in using mechanical demolition, it should be barricaded for a minimum distance of 1.5 times the height of that structure. No, do not allow entrance of any unauthorized person. Arrange and maintain so that mechanical arranged, maintained, so that mechanical devices shall not cause any damage to the adjacent structure, power lines of public road. There should be proper assessment to the entire area. Depende na po yan siya sa assessment and recommendation by the competent supervisor or engineer involved with that operation. Na dapat po, yung mga katabi po natin mga power lines, katabi na buildings that involved with activities should not be affected, should not be damaged, or maka-deteriorate tayo sa kanilang property. The Rule 1419 also discuss about the use of explosive in demolition activities. And also the Rule 1491, there should be a proper supervision of a competent person. Record of explosive received and shall be properly maintained. This will also discuss about blasting in relation to demolition activity. Only quantity of dynamite to be used shall be removed from the magazine or container. No hole shall be drilled within 3.3 meter of hole containing explosive or blasting agent within 6.6 meters being loaded with. Every firing circuit connected should have in a safe distance. Person firing the circuit at position free from any flying material or explosive. The person igniting the explosive for this blasting demolition should be well properly protected. Kailangan may covering po siya na hindi po siya matamaan ng mga debris na pwedeng lilipad or any materials pagkatapos po ng pagsabog. Use and handling and storage are applicable provision on the OSH Standard Rule 1140. But sometimes here in the Philippines, no, seldom lang po tayo nakikita na gumagamit po ng mga blasting procedure in doing demolition activity. Usually po, ang ginagawa natin dito is manual or mechanical demolition. It is also discussed, guys, the temporary storage at job site. There should be a distance of 45 meters for the Class 2 magazine and work site. And other information, please visit the table written the standard in the page 58 to 59 of the Yellow Book. In summary, safety officer for demolition safety. Mechanical demolition refers to demolition using equipment such as jackhammer, wrecking ball, rather than explosive. And this mechanical demolition is commonly used, okay, dito po sa Philippine setting. But at the instance that kailangan natin gumamit po ng blasting procedure, prior to the blasting of any structure or portion thereof, a complete written survey must be made by a qualified person to all adjacent improvement and underground utilities. Going back to the mechanical demolition, guys, there should be still a presence of competent person, authority, permitting system, and also a third-party inspection by the equipment being used, especially if you are using a heavy equipment, and also a competent person operating of that kind of heavy equipment. In relation also in the blasting demolition, all explosive must be accounted for at times and not being used, must be kept in a lock or magazine. And also there should be a proper collaboration, coordination with the PNP, no? Upon doing this demolition in relation to blasting procedure. Kailangan po, lahat po natin gagawin, meron pong permit by the authority. Okay? And that's all for the demolition safety. But guys, ang common na talaga dito is yung mga major accident, relation to fall, okay, relation to collapse, trap of people, and therefore, kailangan na natin to prepare our emergency preparedness and response plan prior to execute this demolition activity in our construction site. Okay? And that ends for our demolition safety. Okay. Safety officer, before we will end this discussion, no? Lahat po dapat ng ating natutunan ngayon should not only end upon receiving your COSH certificate. Okay? Not only with the day 3, but the day 1 to day 5. As what I observed, safety officer, no? Mas marami po tayo matutunan once lahat po ng ating mga knowledge and theories na nakuha natin sa COSH is i-apply talaga natin doon sa construction site. As based on my observation, only 30% kasi ng mga theories ang ma-apply natin sa actual. But there should be a collaboration of the actual situation sa site plus this ideal theories para tayo po maging effective safety officer kung saan man tayo ma-assign na construction project. Okay? But do not only stop by having this COSH training. Continue your learning, continue your reading. Because katulad sa sinabi kanina sa safety inspection, mga safety officer, useless po yung pag-inspect po natin kung hindi rin natin alam yung mga basic things. It is very useless rin po to stop any unsafe act and unsafe condition if we don't know what is safe for them. Because at that last point, the supervisor, the member of the operation will ask us, safety officer, what is recommended safety measures? Okay? Please do not forget, guys, there are 3 things to develop, but now I will put additional 1. There are 3 things to develop in order us to become a competent safety officers. A safety officer, that we should open our safety eye. We can easily identify potential hazard at site, especially in doing safety inspection, safety audit. A good documenter, especially in making output of all of our accomplishment. No? Because whatever is not written, hindi po yan siya nangyari. Okay? Third is we should have a self-esteem, self-confidence. Hindi po tayo mahiyain because we are the one discussing all of these things to our people. We are the one discussing safety measures during toolbox meeting, presiding the safety committee meeting, conducting the safety orientation, conducting safety special trainings, no? So kailangan po vocal po tayo to discuss safety matters to our people. And lastly, a safety officer with a good heart, with attitude. Madali po ma-develop yung tatlo nito. But the safety officer with good attitude, yan po ang mag-retain sa inyo kahit saan man kayo mapunta. Remember guys, ang construction project is just temporary. No? Magkita-kita pa rin tayo sa next project kung matapos man ang present project natin ngayon. But kung mag-iwan po kayo ng negative mark or itim po or negative action sa previous project po ninyo, yun po ang magtatak sa inyo forever. Example, uy, si Sir Marlon, kasama ko yan doon sa project sa Batangas. Kasama kami ngayon dito sa Cebu. Mabait yan siya. Open-minded yan siya. Marami akong natutunan sa kanya. Uy, itong si Sir, magdala ko mag-example ng ano. Baka sila. Sir Conrad, joke lang to ha. Yung si Sir Conrad, kasama ko yan doon dati sa sa Quezon Province. Yan yung mahilig maglagay po ng mga bakal kung magpa-waste disposal kami. No. So, Sir Conrad, joke lang yun. Therefore, that's only an example, guys, that we should have a good attitude safety officers. No? Teaching those potential safety officers to become safety leaders later on. Okay? Giving them trainings, lectures, discuss them, ano yung mga good practices with other projects natin. Dapat yun ang magtatak sa atin once makita-kita tayo sa other projects. Okay? So, and that ends my day 3 COSH training. Today, we already discussed the industrial hygiene or environmental safety, and also we discussed the medical surveillance or the occupational health, and also we discussed the COVID prevention and control in workplaces. We discussed the personal protective equipment. We discussed safety inspection as the prime responsibility of the safety officer. And also lastly, we discussed demolition safety. Okay? So I hope all of these things will be used in your future assignment as safety officer. Any questions, safety officers? Wala na po. So,
answer.
Yun, may tanong po. Go ahead, sir. Si Sir Roberto, nag-inspection na po siya. Okay, wala na siguro, no? Or you may email also rbamandaluyo@gmail.com if you have any queries. And also, you can contact us, all of the safety trainers po from day 1 to day 4. Example, napuntahan po kayo ni Dole, how to rectify the issue, how to rectify the safety findings. The RBA is very open to help you anytime. Okay? Thank you very much, safety officers, and congratulations. You are now 55% safety officers in construction industry. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Sir Ian, for today's learning. Again po, kung meron po kayong mga queries, meron po kayong mga inquiries and questions, pwede po kayo mag-email sa rba@gmail.com or pwede nyo po kami i-chat sa aming Facebook page, RBA AHS. And pwede po kayong tumawag sa aming landline. Hindi ko lang po masyado kabisado. Anyway, nandito po sa ating chat box yung mga dapat yung review para sa training natin bukas. Pag-check na lang po ang chat box. Meron po dyan 2 YouTube link. So magkakaroon po tayo bukas ng workshop at kailangan po yung 2 videos po na nasa inyo. Anyway, thank you so much, Sir Christian po, at see you soon. Okay po, malinaw na po ba? I-click nyo lang po yung 2 link na nasa ating chat box, YouTube link po for tomorrow's workshop. And then, huwag niyo po kalilimutan na i-add po kami sa aming Facebook page para po kung meron kayong mga queries, madali po namin matugunan ang inyong mga questions. Ito po ang aming Facebook page. Nandiyan din po sa ating chat box ang link. So, i-click nyo lang po dyan at pwede po kayo mag-friend request. At ayan. Pag meron po kayong questions, pwede nyo po mag-chat po dyan sa ating Facebook page. Okay po. Tingin po muna tayong lahat sa ating mga cameras. May monitor. Sana doon sa monitor, Sir Michael. Ayan, tingin po muna sa camera. Ayan, ngiti po and 1, 2, 3, Smile. Yun. O may nakawaki si sir. Saka po. Isa ulit na isang double thumbs up. Yan. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Dalawa sir. 1, 2, 3. Here you go. Thank you so much mga ma'am and sir. And yan, may tanong pa po ba kayo? May gusto po kayong i-clarify? Meron po ba? So, isend ko na rin po yung link kung gusto nyo pong i-review ang ating training for this day. Ayan. Ayan po yung link ng session na yun. Try ko lang pong usin. Okay na po tayo para sa ating training na